stopping Daniel mobile quarterbacks and what the 49ers' plan of attack will be against Daniel Jones this week?
Huge challenge. I mean, it starts with his legs. I mean, anytime you have that speed and you can run the ball like he does, they're willing to run him. He's willing to run. He's physical when he runs, and he's got the skill set to run away from people. So anytime you got a quarterback like that, the challenge it does just schematically unlocking your defense and making you have to play a certain way is always a pain. And then he's got the ability to play in the pocket and beat you that way too. So he's getting better each year. Really, we all really loved him coming out, and he's, I think, one of the main reasons he took him to the playoffs last year, and he played really unbelievable there in that second half on Sunday.
Yeah, he played good on the second half on Sunday, but a lot of those good plays were dump-offs to Saquon Barkley. Was him putting the ball in the hands of his best player and letting him work. But guess what? Saquon Barkley's not going to be out there on Thursday. You're going to have Matt Breida. And then you look around at his wide receivers, it's like Paris Campbell, Isaiah Hodgins. Like, there's not really any big-name superstars. I know they brought in Darren Waller from the Raiders during the offseason. He's a guy that's kind of been hampered by hamstring injuries throughout this season so far in week 2 of the season. So, again, to me, it's going to come down to putting pressure, but also containing Daniel Jones in the pocket and taking him down and putting him on his back. Something that's happened to Daniel Jones 10 times already this season. The only offensive line that has allowed more sacks than the New York Giants is the Houston Texans. And that's why I'm going to say it again. I said it yesterday. I'll tell you tomorrow. I think Nick Bosa gets his first sack of the season. Hell, he might get his second. He might get his third. I'm expecting a big breakout day in week 3 for Nick Bosa. And here he was yesterday at his locker talking about the 49ers, quote-unquote, kryptonite versus Russian quarterbacks and how Daniel Jones does fit that mold.
Definitely, yeah. It's going to be pretty much opposite of what we just did with Stafford. Definitely could hold it a little bit, and we just have to keep him in the pocket. He's going to try and get out any chance he gets. So, just trying to close it in on him, be good in our rush lanes, and we could have a good day.
Yeah, I got a feeling that Nick Bosa is going to have a good day, and Daniel Jones is going to be running for his life Thursday night, which might lead me to, sprinkle a few shekels on a Daniel Jones rushing yards prop bet. But we'll get you all of our best bets tomorrow, as the 49ers are a 10-point favorite Thursday night for their home opener against the New York Giants. That game can be heard on 810 The Spread, because the San Francisco Giants will also be playing Thursday night against the LA Dodgers. But before we get to their series against the Dodgers, they got to take care of business tonight versus the Arizona Diamondbacks after dropping another game yesterday, losing 4 out of 5 on this road trip. But Logan Webb's on the bump today versus Merrill Kelly. We'll see if he could be the stopper and save the Giants season. As again, they're 3 games out of the wild card, but it doesn't really feel like a race. And if it is, it feels like the Giants are coming into last place. But we teased earlier the Golden State Lumbers and Building Materials text line. I saw some people hopping in with their thoughts on the Giants' postseason run. We'll read those on the other side and let you hear some sound from Alex Cobb and how, quote, end quote, this feels like the lowest point of the season for the San Francisco Giants. It's Marcus the Waterboy Boucher on a Wednesday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
There go the runners. The pitch inside. The throw down to third. The tag. Saved, and the ball's off the glove of Flores, and heading for the plate is Carroll. Here's Flores. He makes a wild throw to the plate. Another runner is heading home, and 2 runs have scored. A catastrophic drop throw by Flores, and the D-backs have scored 4 times in the inning and have a 5-2 lead.
This is The Leadoff Spot with your host, the water boy, Marcus Boucher.
Marcus, could you play a little bit of that Augusta melody?
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Back on the leadoff spot on a Wednesday morning, it is Marcus, the water boy Boucher, taking a look at the final 11 games of the San Francisco Giants regular season. And I guess technically, if we're talking about last night games, we can include game number 12, where the Giants lost 8-4 against the Arizona Diamondbacks.
12.
And yeah, Dave, we played some killer whale Andre Nicotina on the instrumental coming back from break. And that signifies one thing and one thing only. Logan Webb is taking the bump today against Merrill Kelly and the Arizona Diamondbacks. And shout out to the 415 who wants us to throw out the idea of calling Logan Webb the killer whale and maybe having the San Francisco 49ers, or excuse me, the Giants, start selling killer whale souvenirs at Giants games. Hey, we did it with the baby giraffe. We do it with the panda. Yeah, throw it on top of the list. And anytime I get a incorporation of Logan Webb and Andre Nicotina, I'll take it. As long as it's not that damn Little Uzi Vert, Wanna Rock, Party Start, whatever the hell that song is that they play to start the games, I'm not a fan of it. But I will tell you, I was a fan of Zach Gowen going yesterday. Lil Wayne let the beat build. But here's the thing. The Giants let the lead build in the first inning. Took a 2-0 lead. And we're sitting here watching maybe the most important game of the season kind of dwindle away for the San Francisco Giants. And there was the all-star Alex Cobb getting pulled in the third inning, dealing with a hip injury that's kind of been lingering going all the way back to when he almost threw a no-hitter on that Tuesday night. Ended up throwing a complete game, also threw 131 pitches, but has been feeling those side effects ever since. And so that wasn't good news for the Giants yesterday, and neither was Wilmer Flores being charged with 2 errors on one play where Patrick Bailey tries to throw out Corbin Carroll at third base. By the way, I think Corbin Carroll just got credited for like his 48th stolen bag of the year. He's got 24, 25 bags. It'd be nice to have a Corbin Carroll in your lineup each and every day, but hey, the Giants don't have that right now, and that's one of the issues why they are losing so many games and why they are now 3 games back in the wild card, despite the fact if you want to hop in the time machine and go back a month, they were the number 1 team in the wild card. Damn, a month ago, they were 2.5 games back from the LA Dodgers. And now we're talking about the Giants traveling to LA tomorrow to take on a Dodgers team that is 17.5 games above them in the NL West standings. And trust me, that ship has sailed a long time ago. There's no chance in hell the Giants are winning the division. You don't need me to tell you that. To be honest with you, I'd refer to a text line we got earlier on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line from the 415 that says, yeah, if Waterboy thinks the Giants are making the playoffs, I want some of that weed that he's smoking.
Yeah, I've been smoking some pot.
Yeah, I'll hit up my guy Don Nelson. We'll send you an order right over to you. But that's the thing about this team.
I'm actually high right now.
I'm actually. Thank you, Dave. I love when Katie always checks in. But every time we check in on the Giants, it does feel like there is a difference of opinions. Because here they are on track to be a 500 team again. But that's essentially how Las Vegas had projected them before the season started. So when you are looking at the Giants 2023, I'll ask you the question. Did they exceed expectations or did they come in below expectations? Because I don't think a lot of people expected them to be in the playoff race. So again, in the month of June when they're playing great baseball, we're all feeling great. Giants 2023, nothing like it. We've got all our rookies up here. Here's Patrick Bailey. Here's Luis Matos. Here's Marco Luciano for 4 games. Here's Kyle Harrison for 4 starts.
It's been a hell of a ride.
Well, guess what? Most of those guys are gone now. Patrick Bailey was the only rookie in the lineup yesterday. And when you're looking at the lineup that looks awfully similar to the opening day lineup, you start having discussions about if that's the lineup you wanted to open the season with. Now, the difference was it was, who was it? Blake Sable in left field opening day against the New York Yankees. Last night, there was Conforto. There was Haniger. There was Jock Peterson going deep in the first inning. there were all the pieces that you talked about this offseason where you thought you'd be one of the best home run hitting teams in the league. Guess what? They're not one of the best home run hitting teams in the league. And again, they're going to go another year on top of the streak of not having a batter hit 30 home runs in a season. And at this point, I'm ready to scrap the argument about, oh, it's because of the ballpark they play in. Did you watch the series against the Colorado Rockies? Where the first 2 games I couldn't hit a home run? Did you watch the series prior, as Gabe Kapler likes to say, in Colorado when the team couldn't hit a home run? So they're not even hitting home runs at Coors Field. What makes you believe that they're going to be 30 home run hitters at Oracle Park? Guess what? They're not. Because as Jesse Rogers told us the other week, this is a patchwork lineup. And that's why, again, it doesn't feel like the playoff lineup, which is why I'm not a fan of the MLB expanding these playoffs. But hey, here we are in the middle of the quote-unquote race. But everybody I see checking in on the Golden State Lumbers and Building Materials text line is basically saying the same thing as me. This doesn't feel like a playoff team. It doesn't feel like a playoff roster. It doesn't feel like a playoff rotation, if we're being completely honest with you. But here we are, 11 games left in the season, 3 games back in the wild card race. Shout out to the Chicago Cubs, who got a grand slam from Alexander Canario. Yeah, you know, the guy that was traded in the Chris Bryant trade a couple years ago. Now that prospect's helping the Cubs win games, and here's the Giants team that has been relying on prospects the entire year. But there was only one prospect in the lineup last night, Patrick Bailey. And, of course, that led to the costly errors trying to throw out Corbin Carroll still on third base. The snowball fight that followed, and pretty much the game being over from there. Alex Cobb gets pulled in the 3rd inning, and I know we teased some sound from Alex Cobb. We're running out of time here before the Murph and Max show. He essentially said, yeah, it sucks to lose. Nobody's losing hope right now, but it does feel like the lowest point.
Sucks to lose.
Yeah, thank you, Steph. It sucks to lose, especially when you are kicking the ball around and you're committing your lead league in 109th error of the year. And you wonder why you're losing baseball games, and you're probably wondering why you're going to miss out on the wild card by 1 or 2 games. I can easily count on my hand 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 10 games they should have won this year.
It definitely feels like the lowest part of the season.
There it is right there. Not lower than, losing 2 games back-to-back to the Oakland A's, or losing games to the Washington Nationals, or the Kansas City Royals, or any of the scrub teams, or losing 3 out of 4 this past weekend to the Colorado Rockies.
It definitely feels like the lowest part of the season.
But hey, it's dress-up time. We're dressing up as a Ken doll. It's time to put on your big boy pants and go out there and win some ball games. They got an opportunity today with Logan Webb on the bump, and then they go to L.A. before coming home to close out the season against the Padres and the Dodgers. We'll talk to Murph and Mac about it.
Definitely feels like the lowest part of the season.
And we'll talk to Mike Kruka today at 7:35 and ask him if he feels like it's the lowest part of the season. Man, this pennant race sure is fun, Dave. And so is some Giants baseball. 2023, nothing like it. We'll make the connection with Murph and Mac on the other side. It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM, the sports leader.
leadoff spot now continues. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, just in time, 6 a.m. this morning. Overnight Dave rejoining with a little smooth jazz this morning. Usually it's the heavy metal from an Overnight Dave, but I like this groove right here.
Wayman Tisdale.
I like it, Dave.
The late Wayman Tisdale, I believe, right?
Hey.
Number 2 overall NBA draft pick out of Oklahoma.
You know what my guy Overnight Dave is doing right here? He's trying to change up the mojo. He's trying to, it's like when a pitcher or a hitter gets hit around, you get a new walk-up song. Giants have been playing some new baseball. We're giving you some new music at 6 a.m. Maybe it turns around. Maybe today's the day that Overnight Dave saves the Giants season.
Ain't no stopping us now, isn't it? Well, there's plenty of stopping the San Francisco Giants.
There's a line.
There's just constantly stopping us now, right?
What do you want? Errors, runners in scoring position? There's a lot that's been stopping them.
We got crossing guards out here with stop signs, do not pass.
We're changing the lyrics to completely stopping us now. We ain't going nowhere. Yeah, that's the San Francisco Giants.
Boy.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, we tried to talk Niners.
We should.
Yeah.
Can we talk Niners?
Did not rule out Saquon Barkley.
Which is weird because
that's news to me.
Ian Rappaport told us yesterday there's no chance in hell he's playing.
So you got
now we got conflicting report. Yeah.
So is Daboll trying to throw a big old knuckleball at Kyle Shanahan? I don't know if it's going to work.
Maybe. See, that's the thing. I don't know if Ian Rappaport's in the inner circle of Brian Daboll and the New York Giants.
Where do you come down on the very circular face of a Brian Daboll? He says face is just like a big round circle.
Was he not just NFL Coach of the Year last year, wasn't he?
He did a good job.
Yeah,
he
actually took the Giants to the playoffs.
He did a good job with that team.
And that was when the owner, Mara, had that strange quote where he said, Bono. Remember that? That Bono quote.
I don't remember that.
Yeah. He said something like, I'll find it for you. But he made a reference to Bono, which I thought was odd.
Was Bob Geldof involved? I'm just kidding. It's a joke. I'm just kidding around.
No.
Okay.
Nor did Brian Daboll assume a Messiah pose.
Well, the word from all of my, all these guys that used to bully me, Marcus, all these Giant fans back in the East Coast there, who I'm still in touch with. They're my friends, unfortunately, during football season. But they were saying that they all really like Daboll. Like, it's the first time, their fan base is psyched about one of their coaches, and probably since Coughlin, I guess.
Yeah, and he's the one that turned that team around.
They like this guy.
He seems like a guy you want to go play for.
All right. Giants president John Mara of the Maras, the famous Mara family.
Yeah.
He said last year on Sirius XM NFL, we kid him. Right now, he's Bono walking around New York City. But as I've told him in this business, it doesn't take long to go from Bono to Bozo. There it is.
Very nice, Dave.
But
Thank you, Big D.
The strange thing with that was that great pull.
Very nice
phenomenal
pull.
work, Dave.
Is that Bono would be like the gold? I don't think Bono was the gold standard.
He's speaking of an older generation now. We're speaking of the children of Live Aid.
See, that's the thing. I don't need Bono and U2 on my iPhone. I don't need Brian Daboll coming to Levi Stadium and getting a win on Thursday.
One of our buddies, Hank from Long Beach, great Giant fan, great music fan too. Flies around, sees Pearl Jam all the time and stuff. He has a website called the Sons of Johnny LeMaster. LeMaster was the shortstop for the Giants when we were kids. Murph, I feel like we should start our own webpage, sonsofliveaid.com.
Yeah.
Because that's kind of where that reference was going. And we're children of the Live Aid experience.
I'll ride with it. Well, Freddie, they made a whole movie about the whole Freddie Mercury movie.
Good flick, too. I liked it, yeah.
Anyway,
can I watch that instead of the Giant game tonight is my question. Can I watch the Queen movie again?
It's not tonight. Today. You go day game.
Okay, well, I'll put Freddie on during the day.
Day game, and Logan Webb is on the bump. Just Webb, baby. We'll see if he can stop the skid. Giants have lost 4 out of 5 on this road trip, but hey, they're still in the race, boys.
Oh, boy.
So you're saying there's a chance. 3 games back, 11 games left to go, and we'll talk about it all morning long and also get you ready for the 49ers and Giants game this Thursday, tomorrow night. But right now, you are listening to KNBR AM and FM in San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, and the Murph and Mac show starts right now.
Good morning, and welcome to the KNBR Morning Show with Brian Murphy and Paul McCaffrey on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
All right, I'm gonna do like a psychologist thing and like talk out loud into the microphone, like, don't talk about the San Francisco Giants. Don't talk about the San Francisco Giants. I don't want to do it, Paulie. I don't want to do it.
Dude, I feel you on this. I really do. I don't know that I can recall a time when. Boy, last night seemed to be like a breaking point. A lot of Giant fans, whether it was Mikey Verdue Whether it was our good buddy Chris Kelly this morning checking in. There's just some unhappy customers out here, man.
They've been unhappy for a while. Well, I wrote that chalk blog last week about playoff ambivalence, saying I'm still in that line from Andy Baggerly that he said the Giants being in contention is seeming to inspire as much annoyance as hope. And I think annoyance is winning. Listen, they're 76 and 75. In no world should that be a contending baseball team. They really are it's simply 1,000% a product of this expanded playoff field. I was trying to explain to little Rory last night, when your old man was growing up, only 2 teams made the playoffs, the NL West and the NL East. And if you go back a little further to a Marty Lurie, only 1. I mean, the Mays, McCovey, Marichal teams would constantly finish second or third in a gigantically tough National League. They go home. The Cardinals and Bob Gibson or the Dodgers and Sandy Koufax would go on.
Great teams used to go home every year. We talked about the 103 winning Giants going home in 93. So the New York Mets win the World Series in 86, but in 85, they won 98 games. They went home.
Yeah. So the fact that literally right now, the Giants are the 9th best team in the National League. I'm not even riffing, guys. You go the 3 division winners, then the 3 wild cards. So that's 6. Then you go Miami, 7, Cincinnati, 8, Giants, 9. You're the 9th best team out of 15, and you're, quote, in the race?
Shout out Paul McCartney, Revolution number 9. Yeah.
Paulie, as they say, do not relieve yourself through your bladder and tell me it's raining. Right?
Oh, no, I would never do that.
Is that the line? Yeah,
I would never do that.
I'm trying to avoid an FCC fine.
No, you're good. You're fine.
All right, exactly. Don't go to the trough and tell me it's raining.
No, I feel you. I do. I feel you.
So let's talk football, baby. 49ers tomorrow.
I know.
You ready?
Bro, I really got to get myself.
Are you mentally ready?
I'll be ready tomorrow. I don't feel like I'm ready yet, but I will be tomorrow.
Did you see Kyle called it this rush to getting ready? He called it he goes, I can't swear, so I'll call it a something show.
Yeah, blank show.
A something show.
Yeah.
Which leads to a wide open door of like when you would use that S word and say something instead. Like you don't know something from Shinola.
You don't.
Right? You know what I mean? Or 2-word review, something sandwich.
Yes.
Anyway, it does feel extremely rushed. And by the way, this is only the first time of 2 the Niners play a Thursday game. They got Thanksgiving this year.
Yeah.
They got Thanksgiving this year, Paulie.
Who are they playing?
Your Seahawks.
My Seahawks.
Your Seahawks.
Okay, right.
Polymax Pacers, Polymax Seahawks.
Is that one up there or is that one down here?
I think that one's down there.
Up there?
I think it's up there.
Okay.
I think because I don't think it's a Levi's Stadium game, is it? Otherwise, we'd be.
No, I don't think so.
Otherwise, Marcus would be out there
moving cables,
eating stuffing.
Yeah.
Eating stuffing on Thanksgiving. So this is the first of 2.
Okay.
And it feels extremely rushed, and it's unsafe for the players and all that stuff. It really is. This is bad.
Well, the body just isn't. I mean, it needs more time to recuperate.
And we were talking about McCaffrey's workload, and here he is. He has to turn around and do this on a short week. 5:15 kick tomorrow. 49ers are 10-point favorites in this game. And here's Brian Daboll saying he's not ruling out Saquon Barkley.
That's crazy talk. I don't know. Oh, I mean, okay.
Said he's a really fast healer.
You say so, but I'd be shocked. I would be really surprised. He might try to give it a shot. Well, I mean, we'll see.
He's flummoxing.
He didn't look good, though. He was getting helped off that field. He did not look like he's going to be ready to play in 4 days.
Flummoxing the mid-segment reads roster management, because what do I do? Do I start him?
Well, you're talking to the wrong guy. You got to talk to Marcus. Yeah, he's got the fantasy podcast. He'd be the guy to ask.
Even though his team's in, I think, DFL.
Yeah, no, what though? Marcus, guys, he'll bounce back, though.
Oh, you're 1-1?
Yeah,
what?
no,
he's,
you guys were. The best bets he does and all this. He'll bounce back.
Wait, but you won that game?
Yeah, he's offended now. Look at him. Oh, boy.
You were on track to score like 30 points.
I think you touched a nerve. Look at he's not happy.
Copes who's last. My bad.
Okay.
I confused.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I insulted Waterboy.
No, he didn't like it.
He's actually 10th out of 12. My bad.
He tensed up.
He's like the Giants in the wild card.
Oh,
hey,
look
man,
at him. He's still unhappy.
I'm in
I don't think I've ever seen you on
point total.
like
You're 10th in the league, buddy.
Yeah.
10th in the league. You're not tied for third because the tiebreaker is points, buddy.
So he's tied for 10th in the league, kind of like the Giants.
What do you give me for this strident defense and Gabe Kapler and Farhan Zaidi? We're in it. We're in it, baby.
Yeah.
1-1, third place, boys. 1-1.
Coming in the opening segment, violating the pecan sanctum.
I wish I was 1-1. That sounds good to me. Yeah.
Anyway, man. So listen, we're excited for tomorrow. A little kickoff down at Levi's, 5:15. And if you're up for just something to kill your Wednesday afternoon, 12:40 first pitch.
Or he's like, come to my house and we'll watch a Queen movie.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. Because I'm not sure I can do it again.
12:40 first pitch. Was last night's particular highlight the Flores double error play?
Dude,
Was that the cherry on the something Sunday?
I hate to like single him out because he's been one of the only guys
know, right?
who's been consistent all year. He had a bad moment, but you're right. It's just at the worst possible time, and it was a horrible
He's never.
look.
I mean, when you signed him, you knew he wasn't a glove.
No,
you knew he
he's
was a bat.
no,
yeah.
dude.
And so when you put him out there, you run that risk, buddy.
Yeah.
I
love Wilmer. He's been great this year.
Listen, in 1951, Brooklyn Dodgers manager Charlie Dreschen. I'm going Marty Lurie on you
Charlie
guys.
Dreschen
He famously said, "The Giants is dead."
Oh no!
Now the catch to that is that the Giants came back and won the pennant in 51. So that quote, as great a quote as it is, the quote wound up being wrong because the Giants caught him. But it's still a great quote to break out this morning. The Giants is dead.
Well, not technically, though. Mathematically, they're alive.
And we all talked about Tom Verducci. Everybody saw it yesterday.
Oh, boy.
Hey, man, I am going to just stick up for the Jock Blog here. Go back and read last week's Jock Blog. I didn't have quite the stats that Verducci had, but I wrote the same thing.
Boy, I'm glad. Well, you know what?
I called it playoff ambivalence, and I was being kind.
No,
saying,
good for you. See, I'd rather read Murph's piece without those numbers because I looked at those numbers, dude. I officially got depressed.
Yeah.
I said, this is.
I can give you some of them.
It's almost like that Russo cut.
Giants starting pitchers throw an average of just 72 pitches per game, the shortest in the MLB.
You see,
they've thrown 3 innings or less 43 times, which is 13 more than any other
got
times.
that one? How about that
it's
one?
also the most abbreviated starts in
3
baseball
innings. 3.
history, other than the 2018 and 2019 Rays.
3 innings.
Let's see. They're 27 and 45 when they use for their starting pitching. It's an unfathomable number here. The Giants likely will set a 140-year franchise low for pitching wins. Okay, so we got all that going for us. Also, by the way, they are the lowest. They have the fewest steals of any team in Major League Baseball. And I read this stat: Thairo Estrada has 22. No one else has more than 4. Okay, so. How about that?
That's a good one.
Anyway, guys, there
like
you go.
stand-up comedy.
I know, right?
Making me laugh.
The Giants is dead. And I don't know, man. Greg Johnson has said these guys are coming back next year.
How can he look out there and be like, no, I'm good with this. I like
Here's
this.
Here's another thing. Hey, I'm talking to you, 28. Listen, we made a book about you. We made you immortal. You're in that boardroom, buddy. You know the deal.
Buster knows better. He can't. There's no way he can.
Can you get in Johnson's ear?
Yeah, I mean.
Can you get in Johnson's ear? And can Greg Johnson, listen, just because Greg Johnson said last week that they're safe, doesn't mean that's not like a.
Yeah, things change.
That's
Things
not like
evolve.
a parliamentary decree.
This is an organic
Things
situation.
change,
This
man.
thing is ebbing and flowing now. Yeah, you're right. This is not set in
And
stone.
the number one thing is butts in seats.
Hello.
They ain't going to happen.
That's where I keep going back to that. That's got to be the thing that affects change.
Yeah.
They cannot. They're losing paying customers.
Yeah.
Come on.
They're losing paying customers. Yeah, there it is. You just said it. All right, man. On that bright note,
All right.
49er football tomorrow, baby. 5:15, Amazon Prime. We figured out if it's on one of the over-the-air channels too.
Yeah.
Did you figure that
I'm
out?
gonna get into that right
I heard
now.
some
for
good
you.
people saying that yesterday.
Quick intel.
The good people of Thursday NFL. Yeah, Channel 2. There you go, Paulie.
Nice.
We don't have to jump through all that stuff.
I think Channel 2. I think Marco Banez. Shout out Marco Banez.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah.
And it's also on 8:10. 8:10 the spread.
Okay, buddy. We'll be there.
So there you go.
And Marcus, you'll be down there too.
We'll get the he'll be down there with his 10th place.
By the way, head out there
NFC
early.
team.
I think traffic is going to be quite a situation.
Oh, Paulie and I,
Yeah, you better get down there really early.
yeah, you might as well.
Like the show ends at 10, just head down there.
Yeah, my nephew's going. My nephew Connor, he was asking for advice.
Oh.
I said, advice is sit on your couch and
I'd be
watch,
like,
watch it on high def
I'd be
TV.
like, pack up your car and head down tonight. Yeah, just in case.
All right, guys. Niners, we'll get some Kyle sound for you. McCaffrey spoke. Lots of guys talking as they get ready. Steve Wilkes, the 49ers getting ready for the New York Giants. And Brian Daboll refusing to rule out Saquon Barkley. Also, Brandon Ayuk, we don't know. Iffy, and will be a game-time decision. So stay tuned to all that. It's the Murph and Max Show on a Wednesday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM. Yes, we're on the FM dial. You can hear our rich, sonorous tones on the FM dial. Or if you want to go old school, KNBR 680 AM, the sports leader.
It's a something show.
Daly City, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Daly City's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now
Trending now.
on KNBR.com.
Greg Cosell stopped by the afternoon show yesterday to review the game tape of the 49ers win over the LA Rams and to get you ready for their matchup Thursday night against the New York Giants. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 104.5 and 680.
There go the runners. The pitch inside. The throw down to third. The tag. Saved. And the ball's off the glove of Flores. And heading for the plate is Carroll. Here's Flores. He makes a wild throw to the plate. Another runner is heading home, and 2 runs have scored. A catastrophic drop throw by Flores. And the D-backs have scored 4 times in the inning and have a 5-2 lead. 2-strike pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck it out. So the D-backs take game 1. And the Giants continue to falter. And they have lost 4 out of 5 so far on this road trip. The final score, Arizona 8. The Giants 4.
This is some bad baseball. Nice dig. That was out of the archives.
When that one comes out, I mean, that says it all, though. That's the cut to let you know things are not going well.
That's it. But set against a joyous rejoin here, Marcus.
It's joyous.
What do we got here, buddy? Good morning.
So what's up, boys? This right here is some Lil Wayne, Let the Beat Build. This is a song that's been stuck in my head since yesterday afternoon when I saw Zach Gallen take the mound to it to warm up yesterday for the Giants game.
Why did Zach Gallen in particular make you think of this?
He used that as his warm-up song.
Oh, is this his warm-up song?
So yesterday
okay.
I heard it while he was warming up right before the game, so it's been stuck in my head ever since.
Let the beat build.
And then here were the Giants building the lead in the first inning, and then they blew it, boys.
So they let him play his warm-up music as opposed to the Giants who play Lil Uzi Vert.
Oh, Murph.
Do we call this year the curse of Lil Uzi Vert?
Dude,
why not?
If that's the thing I want to get rid of for the 2024 season, get rid of that damn Little Uzi Vert hype song. It's terrible.
We all agree on that.
It really is. Everything about it. Everything about it, the Giants is bad. That's why we got to talk Niners, baby. 49er football taking on the New York Giants. 5:15 tomorrow. Brandon Ayuk going to be iffy for this one. Saquon Barkley not ruled out by the New York Giant coach Brian Daboll yesterday as they stayed in Arizona.
Yeah.
Where our boy Mark Cannizzaro was. He's flying in today. I'm going to meet him later this afternoon.
Awesome.
And then the Giants will be in Santa Clara, obviously, for the 5:15 kickoff. Niners are 10-point favorites. I don't know how the forecast feels about that.
Awfully big spread, yeah.
I kind of, right now, I'm going to go ahead and say lay the points. Mm-hmm. I see a 14-point win.
Yeah. Okay, nice. That sounds great.
How's a tidy little, Purdy's going to score 30, so how's 30-16? How's that?
Oh, that sounds real nice.
Maybe 16
is too much, though.
Maybe 30-13.
Yeah, let's cut that down.
I was going to say 16 is a little generous.
Yeah, maybe too much.
For an offense without Saquon.
We give
or
one
allegedly
TD and a couple
without
of kicks.
Marcus Pauly, I would say 13, but you never know. You might rush your kicker out with 3 seconds left to kick a field goal.
Here we go.
Did you hear McVay spoke about it yesterday?
No, what did he say?
Yeah, is it in the system? Did we have that? He
just wanted to kick it and
Tonelli's take was that it was total mumbo jumbo. You tell me.
All right, I haven't heard
look
this.
At Marcus. Look, between Overnight Dave pulling out the Sirius XM.
That was bad.
John Mara.
Bad A, yeah.
And now Marcus pulling this out without me warning him. I want to praise the boys behind the glass.
There was no warning.
And what do we got?
And is there a reason you chose to kick a field goal at the end of the game?
Yeah, what we were trying to do is we were trying to be able to get a completion to where we kicked a field goal beforehand with the opportunity to be able. We were trying to, if we had hit that deep in breaking route, it really would have worked out the way that we wanted to. We were going to try to kick a field goal right once we got into field goal position to then be able to kick an onside and try to give ourselves a real opportunity to win the game. By the time it got down to it, didn't anticipate that, in cut that we hit Puka running that long and just said, all right, just go ahead and kick the field goal. Felt like it was an opportunity to be able to, not leave Matthews susceptible to an unnecessary heave to the end zone and get an opportunity for our field goal operation. But the initial goal was to try to get a 2-for-1 to where you end up getting into field goal range a little bit earlier with some of the play selections that we had. And then ultimately be able to try to, have an onside kick to then be able to go try to compete to tie or win the game. But apparently artists told me there's a lot of people in Vegas pissed off about that decision. I clearly was not aware of that stuff.
You believe him?
No.
Clearly was not aware of that.
I don't believe him at all.
Triple E called him a liar.
Yeah, he's a liar.
Pants
on fire.
I love that. Well, if you wanted to kick the field goal and do the onside kick, why didn't you? Yeah, I mean, he kept saying, we wanted to do that. Well, you should have.
Field goal operation and got in the territory, touchdown, onside kick. He was just like gibberish.
Like he was worried that he didn't want to take an unnecessary heave into the end zone.
I think hit or heat. I think he said something like that.
I thought he was talking about the actual throw into the end zone.
I don't know. Maybe.
Like I thought Stafford's elbow was good by now.
I thought he was saying he didn't take a heat. I don't know. Either way, I just kept saying, well, if you wanted to kick it, then you should have just kicked the damn thing.
I don't know what he's talking about, but it didn't make me feel any better.
And then he brought up the Vegas thing on his own, by the way.
Yeah, he did. It's nice. Ooh, good.
That was not brought up. But
That's good.
Apparently, they tell
very
me.
good detective work.
Yeah,
Like, I didn't mention any point spread. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's Colombo right there.
Yeah, very much.
You notice in my
what do you mean
question,
Vegas? Who mentioned Vegas?
I never mentioned
I don't even know what you're talking about. You brought up Vegas, dude.
Exactly.
Yeah. Why did you bring up Vegas? Let's explore that for a while.
That's it. So we got him. We busted him. He's projecting, right?
Well, we're going to get down there. It's going to be an operation. And
it's like, okay, man.
He kept saying that.
Yeah.
I was like, well, you had the chance to do that.
there was an onside kick, and then we get the ball back.
You could have here. Let me find the exact play-by-play here where they were right
It's just
before
none
that
of it makes
last
sense.
play. I know. Mumbo jumbo. Let's see on the final play. They were at the 37-yard line with 19 seconds to go.
Yeah.
So if you wanted to kick the field goal, well, probably either see the 45-yard line with 41 seconds to go. So you probably wanted to go like about 10, 12 yards and then come out and kick right there. And he chose not to. So, you had the power, buddy.
You had the power.
You had the chance.
Yeah.
So anyway, we all took the L.
Hey.
We all have to wear it.
Murph, speaking of power, I still have one more pair of Power Trip tickets to give away. We might just do them on the earlier side today because we've been favoring our later.
I like to do that.
Yeah, me too. I like our Sixers a lot. So stay tuned. This is for the 3-night event with Guns N' Roses, Iron Maiden, AC/DC, Judas Priest, Metallica, and Tool Friday through Sunday. That's October 6th through the 8th down in Indio, California. We have one more pair. So keep listening this hour. We're going to do it pretty soon.
We're going to do it in the 6 o'clock hour?
Yeah, I think so.
That sounds good to me.
So.
All right, let's get the guest list going on a Wednesday, 9/20/23. I believe this is when is the
what do you need?
Autumnal equinox, my friend? I always like to say that.
I like a good equinox.
Such a fun thing to say.
Yeah.
Autumnal. I once used the word autumnal. I was trying to be a
Autumnal
fancy.
equinox. Fun.
I used that in a story when I was at the Press Democrat. I'll never forget this. And my editor got really miffed. He goes, autumnal? He goes, whoever says autumnal? I said, well, I do. He's like, no, that's the worst. We got a big fight about the word autumnal.
Nice.
According to, Triple E just ran in and typed in September 22nd, and I just Googled it, and it says probably September 23rd. All right,
this is again.
That's I just Googled it. October equinox, September 23rd, officially begins this weekend.
It was a day off. He was close.
So there you
he was very close.
He ran in so confident too.
Yeah.
who are you going to believe, Google or Triple E?
Wow.
That's my question.
Oh, here he is.
Look
Look at this.
What do you want,
boy.
buddy? What do you want? I got this right here. What do you see?
Come on.
So yours is Friday at 11:50 p.m. Mine's 11 minutes later.
Come on.
All right. Hey, look at what am I? Am I making this up?
I don't know what's
What do you
going
think?
on. Yeah. Come on with you guys.
This looks like the Giants in the second inning. It's a snowball fight, boys. It's a snowball fight.
Very good.
By the way, Kyle Harrison could have started that game last night.
Oh, man.
I mean, I don't know.
None of this makes sense to me.
Well, I think one thing we can say about it, whatever your opinion is on it, there's no question that they mishandled this because it's such a mess. They did not handle it cleanly.
Well, did they even have a
happy.
Did they have a plan?
Happy.
Was there even a plan?
That's it. Like right now, like the idea that they're like, oh, he needs to go back down. Well, why does he need to go back down? You brought him up, then you extended him, and then
everything's been mixed. Get up here and don't throw too many pitches. Art, get back out there, throw 90 plus.
Also, you
go back
bring him
down
up.
now.
It's good. There's going to be bumps. I mean, he's a big league. It's the bigs, So that our whole idea was to let this kid continue to get important reps, and he also flashed some really high ceilings.
He's got swing and miss stuff.
And you talk about the lack of a plan. I played some sound yesterday on my show. I know we didn't get a chance to get into it on the Murphy Mac Morning Show.
Sound. That was crazy,
But it was
man.
Gabe Kapler pregame on Friday talking about Kyle Harrison splits versus lefties and righties, and he literally was saying, yeah, we don't have to send him anywhere to work on it. And then an hour or two later,
He's gone.
Farhan shipped him to Sacramento. So where's the plan? Where's the communication, boys?
Well,
right hand, left hand, that whole thing.
I think I sense a Led Zeppelin communication breakdown coming up pretty soon.
If I can work a little PG-13.
Yeah.
They say if the right hand's not talking to the left hand, they say sometimes the left hand makes moves. It feels like somebody else is making the moves.
Oh, I know what you're saying. Yeah, that's that whole.
I understand.
Yeah.
That's pretty deep.
That's a big commitment, though. You got to put some work in. To achieve that. Yeah.
I can't believe. All right, hey, before we get the guest list,
it was vague enough. Believe me, that's the beauty of it.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was vague.
We are proudly sponsored by the O'Donnell Financial Group because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Call Greg O'Donnell at 866-496-2300. All right, Marcus, what do we got, buddy?
All right, starting off in about 1 hour, your Power Hour kicks off with Mike Krukow this morning talking Kyle Harrison, Alex Cobb getting pulled out of the game in the third inning, and Logan Webb taking the bump today in the Giants' final game of the season against the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Hey, I usually like to put the pictures up. There they are. Found it. Well, here's the thing with Kruk. Let's be honest. Mike doesn't want to dwell on the Giants' negative. You know what I mean? Mike's a great conversationalist. There's just certain things he doesn't want to do, and he doesn't want to, kill the Giants when they're down. So we'll just have to figure out a way to talk about this. So I'm just telling the listeners right now, why didn't you go after, we get this, why didn't you go after Kruko? I'm like, first of all,
why?
He ain't making the moves, all right, buddy? All right, so second of all.
right, it's his decision.
You know Kruko's deal is that he's, first of all, he's employed by the, but second of all, if you're in the clubhouse with Mike, he's never given up. If you were in the clubhouse with Mike, he'd be like, let's go win. Mike's the guy, the Ronald Reagan story about the kid who comes down on Christmas and the entire living room is filled with horse manure. And he grabs a shovel and starts shoveling, and his brother gets to the top of the stairs and says, what are you doing? He says, there's got to be a pony in here somewhere.
See?
Right?
Yeah.
So there you go.
I like
All
that.
right?
So we'll talk to Mike Kruko about everything. Alex Cobb yesterday saying it feels like the lowest point of the Giants season.
Did say that.
And here we are 3 games out of a wild card race. So we'll check in with Mike
guys,
Kruko.
The gravitational pull.
It's a depressing cut. Wait till you hear the tone of his voice. It's just sad.
It's sad. We'll get into that sound in our conversation with Mike Kruko at 7:35. And then a little bit of a mix-up today, boys, with, of course, the 49ers having their home opener Thursday night against the New York Giants. So John Lynch, our usual 8 a.m. guest on Fridays, will be joining us this morning, 8 a.m. during the Power Hour. He's our big hit previewing the 49ers Giants game.
Because then we got a game Thursday, and then Friday morning will be all Niner recap.
Niner, that's right.
This is good.
Okay.
So great stuff. John Lynch, 8 a.m. this morning, our cooler of content. Then we're going to check in with Howard Cross, who calls play-by-play for the New York Giants, former New York Giants defensive player as well, who will join us at 8:35 to give us the Giants perspective. Then at 9:05, we have a special treat. Usually on Mondays we have T-Rock, but Tim Ryan has a special announcement, so you're going to want to be locked in at 9:05 this morning. Tim Rock doubling down, giving us 2 hits on the Murphy
Is he
Mac
going to
Show.
make a prediction about who this week's body rocker will be?
Body rocker, body rocker.
I hope so.
Body rocker, body rocker. Body rocker.
It's not a bad track, actually. I kind of like it just as a song. I would listen to that.
I very much
I want Tim Ryan on vocals more
very
often.
much enjoy that.
Yeah, maybe we'll play for Tim Ryan at
We should.
9:05 today, and then 9:15 we'll get back into the Giants conversation with Andrew Baggerly. Then at 9:35 to cap off the show, we're going to check in with Ari Myrov, who's big on Twitter and is now working with the 33rd team. He's going to join us 9:35 today to talk some football.
Does anybody, by the way, if anybody out there on the text line appreciates me holding up the guest list to the camera, let me know.
I do.
Otherwise,
I like that.
otherwise I'll stop doing it.
No, I think you should keep. I like when he does that. Marcus, what do you think?
Yeah.
I think it's good for the show.
I think it's a good inside look, and for everybody
Me too.
who is watching
Me
on the
too.
live stream,
And
they get to see the guest list just a split second before I read it on air.
And the picture is of a shirtless Tim Ryan with like a manta ray or whatever, like a bluefin or something.
I got to say, I'm marveling at his physique, too. He looks amazing. Yeah. And by the way, it continues a tradition. If you remember when they put the cameras up originally, I was doing the stick figures for Susan Slusser and stuff with the crayons. And I was saying, here's our guest. Remember when I was doing that? So now the tradition continues.
I'm planking with my shoulder.
Can you do it for
here.
5 minutes? That's the 5-minute plank.
Dare we dive into that depressing Giants clubhouse or the upbeat 49er locker room next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Apparently, artists told me there's a lot of people in Vegas pissed off about that decision. I clearly was not aware of that stuff.
Really?
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
We chatted with Kyle about that today, and interestingly, he's had a lot of success against lefties at the minor league level. I just speak for myself and speak pretty candidly. I just don't see it being a thing that he has to go anywhere and work on. So, by way of example, what makes Kyle effective is having his best fastball and throwing his off-speed pitches in the zone. That's going to be true against lefties, and it's going to be true against righties. So, facing the toughest lefties in the game, just do that, and he's going to be fine.
So that was Friday in, where the hell were they? Colorado. And he was talking about how, Kyle is adjusting, and he thinks that if he stays up here and faces the best lefties, he can get outs. And then they set him down about 10 minutes later. So we're a little confused. Hence, Marcus Boucher digging into the Led Zeppelin catalog.
Sounds good, man.
Communication breakdown.
Yeah. First album, too. It's good.
The left hand ain't talking to the right hand. And like we said, when the left hand does that, it feels like somebody else is making your moves. 8-3, there's so many texts in here, guys, and 831 just kind of simply summed it up. He said, guys, the season was over at the trade deadline, and I want to emphasize that text, and that's really what I felt. Remember, if we go back and look at the tapes of the shows, I remember saying, well, is the goal to win the World Series this year? And if the answer is yes, then you completely blew it. If your goal was to not win the World Series and punt to next year and come back with your Wade Mecklers and your Keaton wins, then just tell us that. You know what I mean? So they did. And if you want to know how the team responded to the trade deadline, the trade deadline was August 1st.
Yeah.
Since August 1st, they are 18-26. 18-26.
Damn.
So there you go. Simple as that. Farhan said to the team, no, I'm not doing anything. And they said, well, then fine. We're not doing anything either. So
the message they gave the fan base was, no, we have enough. We have the pieces here that we want. We have the pieces here we feel we need to compete in the second half. That was the official message that they put out.
When, in fact, we know, and it was emphasized in the Verducci stats, that they didn't have the pieces because their pitching is statistically some of the worst in the history of the game.
Well, this is why. That's exactly why we were, predicting around June and July when people are like, oh, you don't even need a starting rotation anymore. Look at how they're winning all these games with the bullpen.
Yeah.
Well, look at where they are now.
Exactly.
That's the thing. You cannot get through a big league season with 2 starting pitchers.
No,
you just can't.
You cannot.
You're not going to reinvent the game to that point.
Do you know who's doing that going into October right now? And they're getting killed down in L.A., at least from the columnists I'm reading at the Times, is the Dodgers. Now, theirs is injuries. They've had like 5 starters go down, but they have no starting pitching going into October. None.
Well, good. Maybe they'll be out of there in the first round.
They could be.
That'd be nice.
He's spanked out by the Merrill Kelly and the Arizona Diamondbacks.
How great would that be? It's a small consolation for the pain of this year is watching them fall on their face.
By the way,
hopefully they will.
Young Corbin Carroll fly around the bags. And how about that catch? Were you watching late enough to see that center fielder Alec Thomas make that running catch? And he did that in San Francisco too, I think, late in the game. And you're like, man, oh wow, speed and defense. What a
you
concept.
were just talking about in the Verducci piece. You said the speed Giants have the worst speed in the
well, actually,
lowest.
They have a way to measure this in Waterboy. We got to bring you in on this.
Yeah,
the
Marcus.
Third sprint speed by team is now a stat, and the only teams slower by foot are the White Sox and the Yankees.
Yeah,
So there you go.
a lot of older rosters. And you talk about speed and defense, and the Giants have none of it. They're slow. They don't play good defense. They lead the MLB with 109 errors this year. And it's kind of ironic that they are playing against the Arizona Diamondbacks, whose team slogan this year has now become "Embrace the Chaos." Well, in the second inning, there was a bunch of chaos.
Yeah.
Here's Corbin Carroll. Here's Marte. Here's a double steal, and they get 2 runs out of it.
Took advantage of Flores, who's not a great defender. So in the Verducci piece, and people don't know what we're talking about, I retweeted it, and Tom Verducci basically just compiled the stats and arguments that we've all been putting together like in various pieces throughout the summer. It's not like we haven't said any of this stuff. Like Paulie said, we've objected to the lack of starters, and we've objected to the constant platoon shifting. He just put it into one piece. I did write it last week on the Jock blog. I listed what's wrong, why are people ambivalent about this team, and I think actually we've gone from last week's ambivalence to this week's just straight up hostility.
Yeah, people are pissed.
We've gone from ambivalent, because ambivalent means you're like, I could go either way. Now you're just pissed.
I agree.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, but one of the, I said no star everyday players, no starting pitchers, and then I wrote something about Gabe and Farhan that has yet to connect with this fan base, as it might be those first 2 things I said: no star players and no everyday pitchers, or no starting pitchers. Here's what Verducci wrote: what do they do well? Matchup baseball. No team has sent more pinch hitters to the plate than the Giants. They're 7th in Major League Baseball at winning the platoon advantage on offense and 4th on defense. But Verducci writes, sorry, that's not something the ad department can work with when it comes to selling
He's right.
tickets.
It's
And he
funny,
said,
but he's right.
He points out that if the baseball wanted to emphasize speed, the Giants missed that train. They don't steal bags. They are, as we said, the lowest average sprint speed other than the Yankees and White Sox. And, of course, as we talk about with baseball's attendance going up across baseball, the Giants are one of only 5 teams in all of baseball to not have their attendance increase this year. Other teams are like the Nationals and the White Sox, who are just terrible, right? And the Giants have lost 26% since 2016.
And this, again, goes back to what I think you mentioned before you started reading the stats, which is the Giant fan base's inability, or for whatever the reasons, have not been able to connect to Gabe and Farhan. I also feel like the Giant fan base is not connecting just with this team collectively. I think that they like the players. I think they like Lamont Wade and Mikey Yaz and Jock and all these guys. And of course, Logan Webb. And it'd be nice to have Kyle Harrison up here so we can continue to watch him develop. But I think, Murph, I don't feel like there's a passion for this team. I agree with you on the Farhan and Gabe thing, too.
And Paulie, that's like my perspective, just like kind of getting the feeling of a Bay Area sports fan right now. Giants fans are obviously also 49er fans. And you've got Christian McCaffrey, Nick Bosa. You've got a list of superstars. Yeah. They're also Warriors fans. You got Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green.
Look at how connected the fan bases are to those teams.
And that's why everybody is so involved in those teams, because they're invested with these players. You look at this Giants roster, and outside of Logan Webb and Patrick Bailey, like, who are you showing up to the ballpark to go watch?
Yeah, this is it. Here's 707 says, I dislike this management because they're very patronizing to the fans.
Listen.
He says, I know baseball. My fellow Giants fans know ball. This team stinks. And they
But they try to talk to you like you don't know baseball, though.
Exactly.
Like when they say stuff like, well, you know what? You've asked the right question.
I know, exactly.
But I'm not going to choose to answer it at this time or whatever. It's like, you know what, dude?
You know what,
I've
dude?
seen a couple games.
Bill Parcells, you are what your record says you are.
I'm just curious if you know the distinction.
See, that's kind of like
You just triggered me. You just triggered me.
That was good.
Gosh. You got me.
Can I get another one?
You got me.
I'm just curious if you know the distinction.
I'm breaking. I actually think I just broke out in hives. I do.
I'm curious about this.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I'm just
Anyway,
curious.
I want to tell you guys a couple things. We are shifting the topic to the Niners on the other side.
man.
But speaking of the Niners, Steve Young joins Tolbert and Copes today at 5:00, and we are proudly sponsored by the O'Donnell Financial Group because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Call Greg O'Donnell at 866-496-2300. I'll tell you this: we are season ticket holders.
Tell me something.
And they are sending us emails, borderline harassing emails, like, "Is your last chance? You better re-up for next year. Better re-up for next year." And I'm like, you know what I'm literally saying? I'm like, what are you going to do?
Yeah, what are you going to do
What
for
are you
me?
gonna do?
How about a little something for the effort?
Or just like, what are you? I'm like, really?
Yeah.
Do I really need to re-up right now?
Yeah.
Because I don't think I do.
What are you going to do? You're going to wait in my driveway for me? Yeah.
And I'm like, you know what? You need me so much more than I need you.
Yeah, why don't you play? I'm playing hard to get right now. Yeah.
I mean, let's just talk real talk right now. Let's talk supply and demand.
Yeah.
Guns and butter back in high school econ, right? So anyway, that's the deal, man. And listen, mercy kill. You know what I mean?
Another big game today, Murph.
Okay, do I even say this on the air?
I don't know where you're going.
Hot take.
Sure, I want to hear it.
This is tragic, really. This is tragic. This is a guy, I mean, I'm going 78 Giants with Paulie Mack, Jack Clark.
We love those
I'm
guys.
going Ron Pruitt, super blooper in 82, making me cry.
Well, I'm talking Murph running down the right field line after the Will Clark
Thank
single.
you so much.
I love that story. You just run, start running.
I'm going, I mean, what do you want? I'm going getting my late, dear, departed friend Tiny at midnight on a Saturday night in 93 and bombing down to L.A. to catch 162.
Can I throw this on the table? Can I
the
throw
loss, by the way, Solomon Torres.
A Mikey V, a Mike Verdue, and a young Paulie Mack heading out to the stick together for a daytime affair, watching Brian Johnson hit that home run to beat the Dodgers.
Can we go,
stuff
you
like
and
that
me in 2010, leaving our media seat to go be with the fans up in the upper deck in Texas, and Paulie, do I get a little Ben Affleck, Ben Affleck? Jesus, my God.
Go ahead.
What am I trying to say?
I don't know where you're going. No.
Who's the something about Mary guy that cries?
Oh, Ben Stiller. Yeah.
God, I kept saying, this is me. In 2010, you heard the microphone. I recorded it all. Much to everybody's Gary Radish's delight. Gary, how about Gary?
Murph's going to tell us.
That morning, pissed all over me the morning after the Giants won the World
Let me
Series.
tell you what Murph was up to.
And the worst part was hearing it from other people. Because we were at the airport.
Oh, Gary's killing you,
people
man.
were like, dude, Gary Radish is crushing you this morning. He's pissing all over you.
By the way, Giants had just won a World Series. He chose to talk about Murph. Yeah.
He did. The Giants won the World Series. He's making fun of me.
Nah, because Murph was in Texas. Yeah, the whole routine.
Anyway, this is all by way of saying, this is the team of my lifetime. And and this is hard for me to say, I don't want to see them make the playoffs because I don't want this direction to be rewarded. Does that make sense?
That's very reasonable. Yeah, it's well said,
and
too.
that's really, really hard to say.
Well, you know what's crazy about that is you're not the only person that feels that way. There are other Giant fans who feel the same way. They don't even want to see this team. And I kind of feel like when I watch this team, my antenna, my internal baseball radar said this is not a playoff caliber team. They don't really belong on that stage. This team, you see the way they're kicking the ball around that snowball fight you talked about, Marcus. This is not a playoff team. So you're not the only guy that feels that way.
I mean, blowing out Farhan and Gabe is a huge move, and it comes with it a lot of downside.
Let me stop you right there, though, Murph. Do you have to blow both of them out? Is it a 2 or none? Or I
want to say, in fairness to Gabe, now he can only work with the roster it's given to him.
I know.
I think it starts with Farhan and his cohorts.
I do too.
By the way, at one point in the Verducci piece, he takes a shot at the 16-person coaching staff. Just out of nowhere, he goes, plus a 16-person coaching staff.
It's a lot of people, man.
I mean, it's like, it's like the NBA now when they call a timeout and there's more guys in the more coaches in the timeout.
You don't even know who half those guys are. They're in the third row.
But anyway, in fairness, but if you blow Farhan out, man, now you're like, that's a big Control-Alt-Delete. I would rather of them just say, hey, Schmidt, stay. Harrison, stay.
Right.
Bailey, stay. Matos, stay. Luciano, stay. Let's just build for 24.
Meckler, all those
Instead
guys.
Instead of this freaking mixed messages of platoons and whatever they're throwing out.
Well, instead we're going down the final stretch with Paul DeYoung and Ross Stripling.
Well, there it is.
Like, are those better options than your own prospects?
Yeah.
I don't think they are.
I don't think so either, man.
Perfectly
I
said.
don't.
Perfectly said. All right, that's it. Back to the Niners
Okay,
on the
buddy.
other side.
Yeah.
Come on. We vented.
Oh,
yeah.
well, I was going to say also,
Yes.
just to kind of brighten
Yes,
things
yes,
up, why don't we do the power trip thing too? It's coming up shortly. Be listening if you want to see Guns N' Roses, AC/DC, Metallica, and more. We got you covered, the Murph and Mac Show. It's coming up shortly. Be listening.
Well, do you want to do it? What do you? Okay.
Yeah, yeah. No, we'll pump it up. That was just for the
All right,
streamers.
okay,
Yeah.
Okay, I got you. Okay, what do the 49ers say about this incredibly short turnaround? Thank goodness it's a home game. And oh, by the way, this isn't the only time they have to do it this year. How's Ayuk? How's Saquon next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader?
Definitely feels like the lowest part of the season.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
I think I know this, Paulie. I think this means Mariano Rivera is entering the game, right?
I actually picked this one on to kind of represent my friendship with Marcus Boucher. There's a million Metallica tunes I could have gone with Marcus, obviously, but I want you to know I did this one for you. I did it all. Fred Durst did it all for the Nookie. I did it all for Boucher.
This is their satisfaction, right?
I'd say so. Yeah. This is the biggest hit they've ever had.
This is when they wait till the end of the show to play?
Pretty much, man. Pretty much. And you know what?
I still haven't found what I'm looking for.
Is that the U2's biggest track? What is their biggest track? That's a great question.
I'm going to go ahead and say it's...
I don't know. That's a really good...
I'm going to go ahead and say it's still Heaven. I think because I was listening the other day, the Slane Castle... When they bleed into Still Haven't Found, the place goes frickin' bananas.
Yeah, it's a good show
something
right
about
there.
the way that one...
Yeah.
Something about the way the edge comes in on that one.
But then Bono will say something like annoying, and you'll get bummed out and be like, "This song is
true."
He'd be like, "This song is a prayer for the boys in Metallica."
Yeah.
Anyway,
by the way, you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station. 49ers, New York Giants, 5:15. Sound coming your way after Paulie Mack.
That's the thing. Let's do this, Marcus. We're playing Metallica for a reason. Murph and Mac want to hook you guys up, man. 2 tickets to the Power Trip Festival. What an incredible giveaway we've been doing. October 6th through the 8th down in Indio, California. Friday night, Guns N' Roses and Iron Maiden. Saturday night, AC/DC and Judas Priest. Sunday night, wrapping it up, Metallica right here. And Tool will open the show on Sunday. So we'll do it right now. Caller 10-415-896. KNBR, 2 tickets courtesy of your friends at the Murph and Mac Show. And thank you also to our friends at AEG and Golden Voice for making this happen. Have a good time. Rock out.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
How about that?
Great giveaway.
You might look in your back seat and Triple E just be standing there with his bug eyes and his cackle. I'm coming along.
He's like, I just want to hear Highway to Hell.
Yeah. Triple E has asked if the listener would take him, a winner would take him.
He did.
But he would probably ask the guy, A, can I bum a ride? And B, but first, can we swing by Mammoth and snowboard?
Bro, totally.
You know? Yeah.
Swing by Mammoth. Not really on the way. Yeah. Can we swing by?
By the way, shout out the mystery of Mammoth Mountain. If you're a Southern Californian, like that's your ski resort. I did it once, and it just felt like so odd. It's a part of California. If you're in a Bay Area, it's hard to connect with Mammoth. It really is, unless you would disagree with me. And I know most of you agree with our thoughts on the Giants. I see your text lines. But Mammoth is probably the one I can't do it. And 831 says, do you want to go with one as U2's show-stopping
That's a good one. That's a really good one.
Or Bad, perhaps.
That's one of my favorites.
But ultimately, I think the crowd might go craziest for Still Haven't Found. By the way, 408, I know we're going to the Niners here. It says, one name sums up the Giants organization, and that name is A.J. Pollock.
Oof. Well, what was that?
Murph.
Why bother?
Murph, are you sure it's not Matt Beatty? I mean, the list goes on and on, boys. Come on.
It does.
All right.
It does.
New York Giants coming to town. New York Giants and all that it... Are you feeling as relaxed as you've felt going into a New York Giants game?
That's a good question. A little bit more so than in the
past. 10-point favorite.
But I still don't trust them, and I never will. You just can't.
If the 49ers soundly whip the New York Giants tomorrow night, will that give you as much satisfaction as like it would have back in the day? Like, is it still there?
That's a really good question. Well, it helps when the better the Giants are, the more satisfaction you get out of beating their A's into the ground. But I am fairly convinced the Niners can handle the Giants tomorrow, and I do think that the D-line is going to go off. I think this could become like a field day by the time we're in the fourth quarter when the legs start getting heavy and the O-line's getting tired and the Niners can start subbing in some of those fresh bodies. They have all that depth on the D-line. Let's get them well tomorrow night, Murph. I think Bosa shows up big tomorrow, too.
I mean, let's be honest. This is an incredibly favorable matchup for the Niners. I mean, they started their first 2 on the road. They're at home. The New York Giants off to a terrible start, even given their win in Arizona. I mean, Arizona's probably the worst team in the league.
But that's still got to do something for your confidence, though. You're on the road. You're down 20, and you come back and steal that win. I mean, that's got to – you're walking out of that game feeling really good.
But the guy who got you the comeback win is probably not going to play. Saquon Barkley, unless New York Giant coach Brian Daboll, a.k.a. Bono, says, shocked. Then we all thought, we saw a report from either Schefter or Rap Sheet that said 3 weeks.
That's right.
So me as a mid-segment read owner he's on my fantasy team, is my proud. I love him so much. I drafted him 2 years in a row. So I'm scrambling for another running back. Now I'm like, wait, maybe I don't have to, because here's what Brian Daboll said yesterday on his media visit.
I wouldn't count on that, Dan. Not just yet.
Okay, I mean, safe to say he'll be out on Thursday night?
I'm not saying that he's out yet. He's a quick healer. I'm not saying he's in, he's out. We're going to take it all the way up with him to Thursday, but he feels a lot better today. I just talked to him. So we'll see where we're at.
You know what the best would have been, Murph, if he was like, well, actually, it's a new approach we're trying, inspired by Gabe Kapler and all his TBDs. I figured I'd keep you guys guessing. He may play, but maybe he won't. I'm not sure. I just don't know.
And if not, either Matt Beatty or A.J. Pollock will carry the ball.
Dude,
New York
really?
Giants.
Don't you imagine? Yeah, a little bit.
Man, well, listen, that to me, now that I've heard the audio, I'd read it, that sounds to me like it's a weak attempt to try to fit.
That's the thing. Yeah, he's throwing some smoke up there.
Is
Yeah.
a second cut from Daboll?
Oh, we're going again.
Cut number 2 here.
Okay.
Yes.
Just clarify on Saquon, like there were some reports that he was going to be out 3 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks. Like, are you saying that those timelines are not accurate? That you feel
I
like
just say with every injury, Pat, it's until you're with the player, you see the player. I don't know. You might heal a little bit different than I heal. I might heal a little bit different than another player heals. So, again, Saquon is, I'd say he's a lot better than maybe I thought he would be, or some other people thought he would be today. So again, he might heal a little bit different than another player, if you will. So we'll just take it, day to day with him. And if he can make it, great. If he can't, see if he can get better by the following week, and we'll just take it one day at a time.
Okay, there you go. He said if he can, then by the time he gets to the end of the second answer, it's like, so if he can't make it, then we'll just go on to the next one. I would say right now, you're talking like 99% chance.
I'd be shocked. I'd be shocked if he was out there.
Yeah. And you know who the backup is?
Matt Breida.
Matty B.
Yes.
Matt Breida. Welcome back, Matty Breida.
I always like Matt Breida. He's a good dude. Good runner. Fast. Really fast.
I mean, I'm looking at the team stats right now when it comes to total offense. If you go, I know there's next gen and all that. I'm just going old school yards. Like the Dolphins lead the NFL in yards. Who's number 2 is the Rams, believe it or not.
What the hell with these Rams?
Lions 3rd, Chargers 4th, Bills 5th, Browns 6th, Cleveland Browns, 49ers 7th. I got to go a ways down before I find your New York Giants. They are in the bottom third of the league.
Well, again, they got shut out week 1. Yeah.
But 305 yards. This is not an offensive juggernaut coming in. Dan Jones has only thrown for, in terms of when it comes to passing yards per game, you're talking about even lower now. They're down into, again, 187 yards in their first 2 games on average. Who's down there really low is the Eagles. They're not throwing it. They're running it. And the Giants are a rushing team primarily. And without Saquon, there's no rush.
They're going to be forced to put it in the air, and we'll see how that goes. Yeah, they're going to, and here comes the Niner pass rush.
Well, hopefully.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, it's the whole Thursday night game. We do this every year. Whenever you have a Thursday night game, you're like, this is crazy. Why are we doing this? And yet you do it because the NFL. Because NFL. Because
NFL
Shield.
happens, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So here's Shanahan on this rush job after 2 road games, coming home and having to get ready.
You feel extremely rushed. I saw the players a few hours ago, and it was the first time I saw them. I told them it was Wednesday morning, and by the end of our first meeting, it was Thursday. That's kind of how we explained it. And tomorrow morning is Friday, but by 10 o'clock, it's the day before the game. So it's weird. We're throwing 4 days into 2 days. As coach and staff, we throw 2 days into 1 day. So it's kind of a loss for words when I can't swear up here. It's a something show as we do it, but then it's about retaining it when it slows down. Like, we got to put them all through it, the players, so we just throw it all at them. We go out and walk through it twice. We go watch it. It's just, and then it'll slow down tonight when they leave, but that's usually about sleeping and catching up. And then tomorrow, kind of when you get to the hotel, it's like, all right, now it's normal, even though it's not. But now it's Saturday night, and slow it down a little bit. I always love Thursdays or night games because I think it's important on the day of the game to kind of review your whole week, which is the day before, on all the stuff that came in, so you don't hesitate in the game.
Yeah, So this is what happens every week. And usually we just sit back and watch. Like, what was the Thursday night game last week? It was, God, I'm already forgetting.
Was it that's a great question. Who was last Thursday,
The
Marcus?
Eagles?
No.
It was the Eagles. Yeah, it was the Eagles.
Was it?
Yeah, the Eagles. They
Who'd
beat
they play?
the Eagles beat,
I
it was the
cannot
game that,
remember.
what's-his-face ran for a bunch
Vikings.
of yards.
Eagles versus the Vikings.
Oh, Cousins.
Okay.
Nice
Cousins.
pull.
Very
Nice
good.
pull, Marcus.
That's why I forgot Cousins.
Yeah, I don't know. Do you need the NFL on a Thursday night in your
No,
life?
I'd rather not actually for
I
all
mean,
the
do you
reasons.
guys as
It's just too
consumers-
risky for the players. You hate to have something
But
happen.
as a consumer, do you need it?
No. I mean,
Jones?
it's like once a couple of times a year. Used to be only on Thanksgiving.
Yeah, see, I don't need it, but I'm also going to say that I don't like it.
Well, the
because
thing
I
is
like having football in my life more often than not.
The NFL has decided that they don't want their viewers, their customers, their fans to go more. Honestly, they don't want them to go more than 2 days without a game. So you got Sunday, you got
Tuesday,
Sunday,
Wednesday,
you got
Friday,
Sunday,
Saturday.
Monday, then you got a 2-day break. So you got Sunday, Monday, then you got Monday, Tuesday off.
Wednesday.
Tuesday, Wednesday. I'm sorry, and then a game Thursday, and then 2 more days off, and then Sunday again. So you only got two-day gaps every
And then
week.
come December, you start playing on
But
Saturdays.
football's not that like that, though, man. It's not basketball. It's not baseball.
And to
the
Murph's point,
human
yeah.
body needs time.
In December, they start playing on Saturdays, and I think this year will be the first year that they're having a Black Friday game.
That's right.
So they're having Friday
That's
games
this
now on the
season?
schedule.
Yeah,
I think it's this season, yeah.
What time of it went? Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
yeah. I'll get
So
that
the
for you
day
guys.
after Thanksgiving.
By the way, again, this
Wow.
is not the only time the Niners will play on Thursday this year. They have the Thanksgiving game in Seattle.
Murph, I got to ask a question that's never been uttered before on KNBR airwaves. Will I be able to forecast that Black Friday game? Like, where does that come down? I mean, I want to get my Black Friday picks
Are we
ready.
even working that week?
I don't know.
I don't know. Probably. Yeah, Dolphins Jets Friday at noon.
Could be a hell of a ball game, actually. There could be some big
Well,
stakes there.
Jets are going to be.
How did Jets bum me out, dude?
Yeah,
I thought they had that great D.
So they'll play. There's
Dallas ran all
there's
over them.
3 Thanksgiving games. The Niners are the night game, 5:20.
Yeah.
Packers Lions. That's actually going to be juicy.
Shout out Black Friday ball.
How about the Lions finally playing a meaningful Thanksgiving game?
Yeah.
That 9:30 kick. Commanders Cowboys. Who knows? I mean, the Commanders are 2-0.
Yeah, they got a good defense, man.
And then Niners Hawks.
Yeah.
There you go, man.
Boy.
And then Friday Dolphins Jets.
Black Friday all damn day.
George Kittle laughed that Kyle Shanahan. By the way, Kyle should go ahead and just swear. I mean, look at I was listening to
Everybody swears now.
I follow some. I follow so many different Twitter accounts, and some of them are just like old nostalgic ones that play old vintage 80s Niners highlights or whatever.
Yeah.
But one of them is just like old great baseball. And somebody replayed the Kurt Bavacqua Lasorda rant.
Oh, it's a good one.
Oh, it's even better than you remember.
Yeah.
Because he starts slow and builds up.
It definitely ramps up.
And
yeah.
you forget that Bavacqua fired first. Because what happened was the Dodgers drilled Joe LaFay. And after the game, Kurt Bavacqua said, "We know why they drilled him. They did it because they take orders from that fat little Italian." And they told us they go, "Hey, that Bavacqua called you a fat little Italian." He goes, "Yeah, let me tell you something." And he starts slow. He goes, "I've never asked a pitcher to throw at somebody.
Yeah.
I would never do that in my life.
Yeah.
I will never do that in my life." He goes, "But if I did decide to throw at somebody,"
yeah.
And then here it came, man, the cavalcade of F-bombs and MF.
Yeah.
It would
It's
never.
like a dam burst.
I
yeah.
would never throw at Blanken Bavacqua, who couldn't Blanken hit water if he fell out of
That's
a
the money
Blanken
line.
boat.
That's the
In
money
fact,
line.
When I was Blanken pitching, and I knew guys like Blanken Bavacqua were in the Blanken opposing line, I'd send a Blanken limousine to the hotel to make sure his Blanken would be in the Blanken. And dude, it was. I mean,
It's a classic. It's
it
an
just
all-timer.
takes off like a rocket.
Yeah.
It takes off. But the point is that you can swear. That's the whole point.
Well, especially
is that
these
Shanahan
days.
could have said "Shut."
The standards have been dropped totally. I mean, people are swearing on TV all the time now. Yeah.
It's a something show.
Maybe it's something that Mandy, Mrs. Shanahan's like, "Don't swear. We got kids." You know?
Yeah. Yeah, you got to be disciplined.
Just the other day, I almost let one go in the kitchen, and I caught myself, and Declan goes, "Dad, I've heard it all. I've heard it all."
By the way, 925. No, of course he has. He's heard stuff you don't even know about.
I said, "I know."
Yeah.
I said, "Doesn't mean we need to turn our kitchen into a locker room." You know what I mean? We can try to have a slight shred of decorum.
Here's something very curious. I cannot understand what's going on, but this listener is 100% right. So the text line comes in, 925 goes, "Dudes, Pat McAfee is dropping F-bombs on his ESPN broadcast." Now, I didn't hear an F-bomb, but I did check out some McAfee. It was 2
Was
days
he wearing
ago.
a black tank top?
Of course. So this is 2 days ago. I'm flipping around at lunch. Bam, there's McAfee. I got him right there on ESPN2. He was pacing around like a rat in a cage with his tank top. And he dropped an S-bomb. Plain as day, broad daylight. I'm like, wait a minute. That's definitely a no-no. You can't, like on ESPN, you can now use profanity? Because this guy's saying he's heard him use F-bombs, as in Fred.
So the FCC...
That's like, what the hell? Like,
Howard Stern's like, we're crucified by the FCC.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Meanwhile, George Kittle was told that Shanahan called it a something show. Yeah.
That's what Kyle said?
Yeah, it was funny.
Oh, wow. I've never known him to have a potty mouth. There's just a lot that goes into a Thursday night game. I mean, you're doing your first, second down, third down, all the insult. Hey, Huff, how are you doing? You're very distracting. There's just a lot that goes into it. And I know the coaches, they probably didn't sleep very much last night. I think we have a great game plan. I'm still in the process of studying it and kind of just swallowing all of it, I would say. Just trying to learn it all. But what the great thing is you learn it all. There's not really any tough practices. It's just walk through stuff. You get a lot of sleep because we push all our meetings back to a later start time. And then you play a game on Thursday and you get Friday, Saturday, Sunday off. And so that's the nice part about it. Are there difficulties with it? Sure. I'm very happy that we're at home. I do like that part about Thursday night football. Like 2021 when we had to fly to Tennessee on Thursday night game, I wasn't a huge fan of that, but it is what it is. And happy to be at home in front of Levi's.
Yeah, I mean, the New York Giants, they're the ones having to do this. They stayed in Arizona all week, but it's just not ideal. Not ideal. They're not coming in revving. First of all, they lose 40-0 in their opener. Second of all, they're down 28-7 to the Cardinals in the third quarter. And third of all, they lost Saquon Barkley, probably. Daboll's leaving this little crazy
And fourth
door
of
open.
all, they got to come face this unit, which is a hell of a team.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. All right, Bosa spoke. Purdy spoke. Let's get you some Niner hype going. On the other side, is there anything about this New York Giants game that makes you afraid? Maybe you should be afraid of the fact that you're not afraid, right? On
Ponder
KNBR
that.
104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
It's a something show.
Sam Mateo, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Sam Mateo's Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, Marcus, thank you. It is Paulie Mack saying thanks for listening to Murph and Mack today. We appreciate the company. Want to bring in Steve Moskowitz, my good friend, great tax attorney here in San Francisco, been in business for over 30 years, helping out people from all walks of life, business owners, regular old citizens like myself and you. Let's say hi to Steve, and I want to ask the big question, Steve. This is probably the biggest one of them all. What do you do, or what would you tell our listeners when you want to pay your taxes, but you simply don't have the money to pay your taxes? Good morning.
Good morning, Paulie. Let us take care of you. Let us go to the government for you. Let us make a deal for you. It's very common people can't pay their taxes. And, next month, October 16th, we have another deadline coming up.
Yeah.
Remember, when the IRS gave us more time because of the natural disasters here, well, there's a lot of people that are going to owe a lot of taxes next month, and they just don't have the money.
Right.
What can we do? A lot of good options. We can ask for an offer in compromise. That's where you pay only part, and they forgive the rest. Or monthly installments that you can afford. Or just have them leave you alone until you're back on your feet. It's called the hardship deferral, or asking that the penalties be forgiven. There's so much we can do, so many good options. But don't stick your head in the sand, and don't wait for one of these new agents from the new, enlarged, enhanced IRS to come and do something bad to you. Let us just take care of you, and then you can have a good and normal life.
That's it, Steve. Thanks so much for that. And again, take that burden right off your shoulders and give it to Steve. He wants to take that on. So call him and talk to him about your situation at 1-888-TAX-STEAL and visit Steve online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
My understanding now, based on what I know of Saquon Barkley's ankle sprain, is that they are not expected to have him. But the team has left this open. He did not practice on Monday, did not practice on Tuesday. And, of course, for Thursday night games, these are all essentially walkthroughs, basically estimated participation, but still no Saquon Barkley. Brian Daboll saying they're willing to take it right up to game time and that he is a quick healer. Still would be a surprise if it's not Matt Breida in there for the New York Giants. It's a basic ankle sprain for Saquon Barkley. From what I was told, expected to miss Thursday and then be week to week after that. I guess theoretically he's got a chance to play against the 49ers, so we will see as you get closer to later today when they come out with the final injury report and see what he's listed.
Okay, so now you're getting, rap sheets like, all right, Daboll, you're in my head a little bit there, right? So he's like, all right, I'm not going to rule him out. Listen, common sense would tell you he doesn't play, but who knows? If he does play, probably ain't going to be 100%. Paulie Mack, he's probably going to be...
as you ponder this. This segment brought to you by Redwood Credit Union. Savings rates are up. This makes it a great time to open a savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. Get started at redwoodcu.org/certificates.
All right, so we'll see if he's a quick hitter. We'll see if Brandon Ayuk is. He, too, is iffy, as they say, for Thursday night, 5:15 kickoff at Levi's Stadium. Kyle Shanahan really had nothing for us on that.
Yeah.
Nothing for us. So
yeah, we'll see.
We'll see what's going on. They did sign a new cornerback, guys. Get ready. Welcome to the squad, Anthony Brown. Now, it's interesting. Guy was a starter for the Cowboys last year. Started 12 games and then tore his Achilles.
Yeah.
But guess what? That was in December. So if Aaron Rodgers thinks, we're saying the Achilles tear ain't what it used to be, just like the synthetic slingshot and the UCL ain't what it used to be.
Yeah, that's
maybe
still,
Rodgers can come back.
It's possible, but boy, it's a tough one, especially at his age too.
Well, they're bringing this guy back. This corner.
Well, he's younger too. He's younger than Rodgers. We'll see if Rodgers can do it. Great. I hope he can. I'll believe that when I see it though. At least for this year.
They had to do it. Sam Womack, the promising young DB, is on IR, and then Ambry Thomas is limited with a knee injury. So who knows? Listen, the corner situation. The Cowboys are looming October 8th, and the Cowboys, so let's get healthy for that. But the DB situation, not perfect.
Speaking of the Achilles, real quick, Murph, I know you're like one of the few guys that I can point to because I'm a fan of this guy too. I want to talk about Isaiah Thomas for a second, the basketball player.
Yeah.
Murph's a fan. I'm a fan. And the guy, we always feel like Marcus, he never gets his due. Like nobody ever talks about him. He was such a badass.
Off-court comments with his on-court performance. I'm not talking about his off-court comments.
Go watch some of his highlights. No, he was an incredible player. In any case, the reason I bring him up, his career ended because of an Achilles tear, if you remember. That's what drove him. That was it. He tore his Achilles. He was done. He never came back. And his career was cut pretty short, too. He would have played much longer if that didn't happen. But I'm just speaking to, the severity of it. It can end careers.
Yeah, but again, these things change. We talked to John Lynch about this last week, and he said, it used to be a career ender, and now it's not.
Yeah.
They just signed a guy who 9 months ago tore his Achilles, and
it's pretty amazing.
They're telling him to go cover guys, too.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
On national TV.
By the way, I just was looking at my laptop here to get the latest and greatest from the tweeters and the texters, and Triple E just sent to the Jason Kelsey just confirmed Travis and Taylor Swift are dating.
Okay, well, it's official now, Marcus.
Dude, that's the old, you're at no now. What do you have to lose? He put himself out there.
Yeah.
He's like, T-Swizzle, let's go. She might be,
Oh, could you imagine the demands? This he's going to have his hands full. And I'm going to say this is going to be part of the beginning of the decline of the Chiefs. There's no way he can maintain a healthy relationship with the biggest star on the planet.
Yeah.
and compete in the NFL for 16 more games? I don't see it happening, Marcus. I'm calling for a crash and burn.
And Paul and Mac, that adds to the conspiracy theories that Taylor Swift, as an Eagles fan, might be trying to go undercover to take down Travis Kelce and the Kansas City Chiefs.
I know she's from Pennsylvania.
That's some James Bond.
I've heard other people say that she is an Eagles fan.
EAGLES, Eagles.
EGLEAS.
All right, guys, more prep for the game tomorrow night, 5:15. We did a little day bowl telling you that perhaps Barkley might play. Saquon Barkley might play. You had Shanahan saying this whole thing is such a blank show because it's such a rush.
Blank show.
But, they did talk about other things. Here he comes, Danny Dimes, Daniel Jones, who last year made his run, and then went in and beat Minnesota in the playoffs and then got his head handed to him by the Philadelphia Eagles in the second round. So, I do always talk about in the NFL, it's statistically proven every year half of the playoff field switches out. I would say it's a fairly safe bet that the New York Giants would be a leading candidate to be one of those teams that misses the playoffs a year after making the playoffs. I'm just saying that based on the first 2 weeks. I know these things can change. But are you a Danny Dimes guy? Here's Shanahan on, well, listen, they just had problems with Matt Stafford. What about Dan Jones?
Okay.
Huge challenge. It starts with his legs. Anytime you have that speed and you can run the ball like he does, they're willing to run him. He's willing to run. He's physical when he runs, and he's got the skill set to run away from people. So anytime you got a quarterback like that, the challenge it does just schematically unlocking your defense and making you have to play a certain way is always a pain. And then he's got the ability to play in the pocket and beat you that way too. So he's getting better each year. We all really loved him coming out, and he's, I think, one of the main reasons he took him to the playoffs last year, and he played really unbelievable there in that second half on Sunday.
The guy ran for 708 yards last year.
He did, and the Niners do have troubles historically in the Shanahan era with
ran
mobile.
for 7 touchdowns.
Yeah, and with mobile quarterbacks, that's something that really can challenge his defense. But I would say by eliminating Saquon Barkley, it's going to be there's really not going to be like that factor of unpredictability. He's going to be taken off, it's coming. So I would expect the Niners are going to be ready for that. But you're right, this is something to definitely keep an eye on because.
So far this year, he's thrown 2 touchdowns against 3 picks. He's not, 63%
Good thing he signed that $40 million a year.
So far, 22 carries for 102 yards.
Yeah.
He still is carrying it almost 5.
Is that what he's making, Marcus? 40 a year?
40 a year.
What the
and here they were
4
arguing.
years, 160.
And here's the thing. And they went on this whole entire offseason with Saquon Barkley getting a holdout and paying him $12 million.
I'm going to bring in Charles Grodin for that.
What the hell?
Yeah. Well, remember we said that Bosa, when he signed that deal, was like, oh my God, look at that money. And they said, yeah, he'd be 15th on the quarterback list.
Yeah, I think if you ask most NFL fans if they'd rather have Nick Bosa or Daniel Jones on their team, the answer is Nick Bosa.
Boy.
Speaking of Nick Bosa, here he is right here.
Give me some.
About facing Danny Jones.
Yeah.
Definitely, it's going to be pretty much opposite of what we just did with Stafford. Definitely could hold it a little bit, and we just have to keep him in the pocket. He's going to try and get out any chance he gets. So, just trying to close it in on him, be good in our rush lanes, and we could have a good day.
That was the hope that Trey Lance was going to be that guy, the scrambling guy. Purdy is underrated, man. He is an underrated little scrambler. By the way, Dan Jones at a Duke.
Yep.
By the way, Duke.
Blue Devil ball.
I'm looking at any Duke guys in the NFL.
I don't think I can name any. There's probably are some, but I don't.
Jamison Crowder.
Yeah.
And there's a couple. There's Joe Giles Harris of the Jags. There's Daniel Helm of the Niners, a tight end who was briefly here. I'm going through their list, dude. Matt Skura, center. Laken Tomlinson.
Oh, he's a good player. Yeah.
Laken Tomlinson. That's about it. That's about it.
Yeah.
By the way, that's about it. They have. This is in 2019. They had 12 players in the roster. But yeah, Dan Jones out of Duke. All right, so Bosa says, yeah, it's a different challenge. He's going to be out there running around. And then finally, Brock Purdy, who runs it around. So one of the things that came out of the game was the Niners taking shots in the end zone near the end of the first half. And some people were saying, whoa, back then with Jimmy, he would play for a field goal. But with Purdy, he trusts him more. That's what we think we're seeing now.
Well, the result of that possession you're talking about was a touchdown, too.
Yeah, exactly. So Purdy, is he getting more on his plate?
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like, last year we were rolling as a team. Jimmy was doing great. And, he was doing what he did with Jimmy and what he's always done with Jimmy, just in terms of like the install, how our offense looked, what plays we're going to run. And so once, I got in, it was really the same. It was like we're going to continue to roll and see, how I do with that. And so moving into this year, honestly, it's been, I'd say, fairly similar. Like he knows that I can, handle what he's had with Jimmy the last couple of years, and what we did last year, nothing really changed. And so that's really how it's been this year. There hasn't been a drastic change of, all right, we're going to add more to his plate since he's playing more or anything like that. It's been about the same. That's how this offense has rolled, and that's how we've done it.
Okay, well, he says it's the same. I don't know. It seems like he's asking more stuff than he did with Jimmy. I don't know. Maybe we'd have to go in and compare all the play calls. But right now, hey, listen, how many picks has he thrown this year? Right? Am I jinxing it?
No, well, I'm not going to. No, you're fine. It's 0. He's very efficient. Yeah.
How many passes has he thrown where you're concerned that he threw into triple coverage?
Hardly, none that I can really even think of right now. And I know exactly what you're saying because that's a weekly thing with Garops, even though I love Jimmy. That's part of what he's bringing to the table, though. He takes some chances, some of them ill-advised. But no, with Brock, man, not a lot of ill-advised throws, very smart decisions. These are all the reasons. If you're right and Kyle does trust him more, that's all the evidence you need. I mean, he makes good decisions out there.
I didn't watch a ton of the Raiders-Bills games, but when I did, you guys were down inside the 10. I saw Jimmy force one in the end zone.
I tell you what, it was bad. The whole thing was bad.
You didn't want to see too many of those highlights.
I watched that game, too. It was tough.
There's a lot of forcing of the ball.
You guys are giving the Steelers points, by the way.
Sunday night football.
Yeah, you're giving them points.
Mm-hmm. Down at the Big Al?
At home, at the Big Al.
Man.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Light the flame now.
That's an interesting game.
Yeah.
Well, you guys are, you guys are, the Raiders are at home.
Raiders are hosting the Steelers and giving them 2.5, I believe. Yeah, I know. I'm thinking the same thing. Jimmy likes the bright lights now.
I might ride with Jimmy.
I might too.
Yeah, I might ride
overnight Dave.
I might ride with TJ Watt. I don't know, boys.
Interesting.
Well, we'll see.
All right.
We'll see.
Interesting.
We'll
All
see.
right. There you guys go. There's just a little bit of sound from the locker room. One more day. You don't got to wait. 5:15 tomorrow night at Levi Stadium.
Cannot wait, man.
49ers are 10-point favorites. All right. Listen, if you missed it, if you just get in your car, we had a deep discussion as a group between 6:35 and 6:45.
Come to Jesus.
Our feelings about the Giants, and we were very raw and honest in our feelings.
Yeah.
None of us is happy, and none of us is thrilled about this direction of this franchise. Tom Verducci wrote this piece, taking down what the Giants are doing to the game in terms of this platoon efficiency and openers and boring the bejesus out of the fans. And as Verducci said, if this is the future of baseball, I don't want to be a part of it. And I think he spoke for a lot of fans. We kind of said the same stuff on the air. But they play today at 12:40, and Logan Webb, probably the most likable Giant on the entire team.
Poor Logan Webb.
He's going out there today.
He's done so much great
Brandon
work this
Crawford,
year
too.
with so little to show. His teammates just don't give him anything to hang his hat on. Real quick, too, I want to congratulate Matt and Sam Ramon. He won the Power Trip tickets. Have a great time down there, Matt. And if you could, the only thing I ask, shoot me a review when you get back into town. But, Logan Webb, dude, I feel bad for him. I mean, I think all Giant fans do. The guy's gone out there eating up innings, pitching his guts out.
He leads Major League Baseball in innings.
I know.
Well, we'll see today. This could be the death knell today. This could be. Although Platzi made the case for me about them still making the playoffs. But as I said, and this
death
is
knell.
really, really, really hard for me to say as a lifelong Giants fan. I'm freaking wearing my Willie McCovey pullover, all right, is that there's a large part of me that doesn't want to see them make the playoffs because I don't want to see the direction of this team rewarded. It's hard to say. I'm paying for the tickets. I'm saying that.
I hear you.
And by the way, those emails they're sending me about these season tickets, you better renew. I'm like,
Do it
really?
now. Do it now.
I'm like, really? Do I? Do I have to?
Yeah, you better. Don't make me have to come up there.
Because you're going to do what with those tickets?
Yeah,
You
right,
know what I mean?
right.
Exactly.
Put them on a Wheaties box. Who?
So anyway, let's do this. Let's talk to Mike Krukow. I know Mike will want to be, Mike's going to be positive, or maybe not. We'll see what he says. We'll see what he says after that game last night. Here's the deal. Mike Krukow and then John Lynch, 49er general manager, 8 a.m. Always a good hit. John Lynch, 8 a.m. because of the Thursday game. We're having him early on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Definitely feels like the lowest part of the season.
All right, let's talk about this event that's going on a week from tonight. It's 49er fans getting a chance to hang out in a live Broadway San Francisco show with 49er legends. That's right. Broadway SF presents Unscripted, the San Francisco 49ers. This is 49er legends Steve Young and Ronnie Lott, wow, and Brent Jones and Harris Barton and Dwight Hicks live on stage and in conversation. Kind of a fun moderator, Olympic gold medalist and Niner fan Christy Yamaguchi, the Bay Area's own. So that's a lot of star power on that stage. This one-night-only event is a unique opportunity to experience an authentic conversation between teammates and friends about their extraordinary lives both on and off the football field. So check it out 1 week from tonight, Wednesday, September 27th at 7:30 at the Current Theater. A portion of all sales will go to Champion Charities, founded by Harris and Ronnie to help fight brain cancer and brain disease. Once again, Steve Young, Ronnie Lott, Brent Jones, Harris Barton, Dwight Hicks, unscripted, one night, one stage with Christy Yamaguchi, Wednesday, September 27th at 7:30 p.m. at the Current Theater. Tickets are on sale now at BroadwaySF.com. That's BroadwaySF.com.
Good morning, Bay Area.
Good morning. Good morning.
Brace yourselves for KNBR's Power Surge. The sports leader welcomes you to Murph and Max Power Hour. Giants fans, there's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Mac catch up with Kruk right now.
He hits it high, he hits it deep, it's out of here. Adios, pelota. Come on!
Sponsored by NorCal Honda. Score a great deal now at NorCal Honda Dealers Labor Day Kickoff Sales Event.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right. Hey, before we talk to Kruk, I want to remind you, Steve Young joining Tolbert and Copes today at 5 o'clock, so that will be outstanding. All right, Mike, we know it ain't no mystery. It was a lousy one last night, and 8-4. Giants gave him brief hope with a 2-0 lead in the first inning, and then a couple of errors and an unfortunate replay review and just a mess. So other than that, good morning. How are you?
Hey, Kruk.
Yeah, good morning. Well, disappointed. I mean, they knew that
they had to play well, and it did not unfold that way. Alex Cobb went out there and he was pitching around a hot spot, and then he had to come out of the game early. But that second inning was just kind of how it's been going. I mean, they didn't play good ball in Colorado. They made a lot of errors, and I mean, that's kind of been dogging them. I mean, they've made more errors than anybody this year, and I mean, I tip my cap to their pitching staff. They pitched through a lot of them, but they couldn't pitch through it yesterday. So they have a 2-0 lead. All right, boom, 2-1. Now you go into second inning, 1 out quickly, and then a hit batsman. And look at me, I mean, you could hear the contact of the ball hitting the bat, and it sounded like, well, hey, this is a chance where they make this may be a strike, or the bat continues. They don't have to give up a free base. Well, they replayed it, and it looked to me like they had a chance to win this. But when you hit the knob of a bat, you don't know if the little finger is going to wrap around and get and the ball's going to get a piece of it. And so it goes to New York. They replay it. And when you're in the replay room, I mean, you've got to make a call on this quickly. And from Gabe Kapler's perspective, you are banking 100% on what the guys in the video room see. You're going to go with it, or you're not going to go with it. 100% on what these guys are recommending. And quite honestly, our guys are good. They've had a really good year in that regard. Well, it didn't happen this time. They said challenge. They challenged, didn't get the call. Boom, second inning challenge gone. 2 hitters later. Guy bunts. Bailey comes out of the squat, makes an unbelievable play at first base. They got the out by a bunch. Completely missed call by the umpire at first base.
Yeah, it was.
And they can't replay it. They've used their replay.
Yep.
Instead of having 1 out and run at third, now, I mean, instead of having 2 outs and run at third, now you've got runners at first and third, and now all hell breaks loose. Now you have a 2-error play, 2-run score. I mean, it just snowballs from there. They go down the game, they can't recover, and that's basically a loss. On a night when they could have got Zach Gallen, I mean, they could have had him. He looked to me like, he's feeling a little fatigued, and he wasn't as sharp as we've seen him, especially in that ballpark. I mean, he's been damn near unbeatable in that ballpark, and they couldn't get it done. So very, very frustrating night.
Yeah, so much. And, we come back, there's so many things to talk about. Defense is one of them, and it's just really frustrating because, man, we spent all of January and February talking to, Farhan and Gabe and players saying, yeah, renewed emphasis on defense. And they just cannot be happy with the way it worked out defensively. Wilmer, we always know, is an unbelievable bat.
Love Wilmer.
Fantastic.
Yeah, he's been great
he's
this year.
always been a little bit less in the field, and last night that hurt. There's also talk of should Mitch Haniger have gotten to that bloop. Either way, it just kind of emphasizes in general, Mike, how the defense was not nearly what they hoped for or promised. So that's got to be frustrating in the front office, I would imagine.
Well, yeah, it is. I mean, and they always say you can win with 2 of the 3 things. I mean, it's pitching, hitting, and defense. So you have 2 of those, you can win a game. And I mean, a good portion of this year, they haven't had much offense and they haven't had good defense. And yet here we are. Well, there are 11 games left to go in the season. They're still above 500, and they're still relevant. I mean, it's fading nightly, but I mean, they've had to overcome a lot, and they've done it basically with their pitching and the way that they've used their pitching staff. And so, I mean, I do have to hand it to them that, they have gotten great mileage in a year where they haven't been a great offensive team or a great defensive team.
Yeah, and then the Cobb situation, too, just to talk about that. We don't know for sure, but it's a good surmising to think that the 131-pitch outing with the no-hitter for 8 2/3, which thrilled us all and all the fans wanted was for him to do it, that they may have had an effect or the ultimate effect on his hip, which he'd been battling all season. What do you think, Mike? Do you look back at that?
No, I never ever consider that because I think guys are leaving a ball game short of what their capabilities physically are nightly. I just think that's just the stat du jour. You don't have, 100 pitches. You get me started in it, and you go back and one of the real position with the new generation of baseball are based around stat and statistical information to create your lineup and to create your platoon system, and it really has devalued the starting pitching position. And again, in Preacher, the generation before us called us a bunch of pussies because we were throwing 125 to 140 pitches. The generation before that, they were throwing 140 to 190 pitches, and they didn't bat an eye. I watched it in 1982 when Steve Carlson, my teammate when I was in Philadelphia, won a Cy Young Award, and he was throwing 160 pitches, and 90 of them would be sliders.
Wow.
They just let him go.
Wow. Yeah.
I mean, and those guys back in the day, I mean, they were pitching 300 innings a year plus.
Yeah.
And then, now most I ever threw in a year was 245. And I couldn't look those guys in the eye. I couldn't look, Ferguson Jenkins and Bob Gibson and Juan Marichal and Gaylord Perry in the eye. I couldn't.
Wow.
Because they were 300 plus.
Wow.
And so I guess you could go back to 1960 and say that, we gradually have taken away responsibility from the starting position. Well, it's gotten to the point now where the one statistic that absolutely dominates how they use the starting pitcher is what that pitcher does the first time through the lineup. They hit 175 against them. Next time through, they hit 263. The next time through, they hit 331. Well, guess what? In the evaluators and the guys that put together the game plan, they don't want that pitcher facing the lineup a third time. And what has evolved is because of the pitch count, pitchers are no longer allowed to go into the game deep. The one major reason why is because what the lineup does against them a third time through. And that, incidentally, is the time through when you don't have your great stuff, but that's when you learn to pitch. Mm-hmm. That's when you learn to get guys out with less than average stuff. That's what gives you the knowledge. And because of that stat, now you see openers. Now you see guys coming out of the pen. You see both innings guys. And I don't know if the game is ever going to go back. I think that economics plays into it as well.
Sure.
They're paying an exorbitant amount of money for starting pitching.
Yep.
Well, if that guy's going 5 and 6 innings, how does he justify that price tag? So teams now would rather go to a guy who's going to throw 4 or 5 innings and have 4 of those guys in the bullpen rather than pay some guy who's going to be a number 5 starter, go 6 and 11 with an ERA of 5. So the game has absolutely 100% changed, and it's not going back.
No, just wondering if I don't know. Hip, he's 35, going to be 36, so the hip is just just one of those things. He had such a great year. That might be it for Alex Cobb this season because
No, I don't know. I mean, he's tough as an old boiled boot. He'll probably be back.
Yeah.
Really. I mean, he's gone out there. I doubt if he's been 100% any of his starts the last 10 or 15 starts. I mean, he still takes the ball. I mean, that's what you do. That's what you learn to do because that's your job to do it.
Right.
And I don't think that 130 pitch outing that he had anything to do with where he is at right now. I just think it was a long process of erosion in his hip, and now he's paying the price for it.
Yeah, it was unfortunate because he's had such a great year, all-star year at his age 35 and doing his thing. Listen, the Giants set it up so that Cobb and Webb could go in these 2 big games, and so did the Diamondbacks. They went with Gallen and Kelly, although Gallen was, like you pointed out, was not that good. So you go to today, and, this is the big one because this one is the tiebreaker over Arizona. If you win it, you have the tiebreaker, which means if you finish in a tie, there's no playoff. You win the tiebreaker. That said, they've lost 4 out of 5 on this road trip, Mike. So they're battling some negative energy in that clubhouse.
Yeah.
Well, and the Gloves have let them down. I mean, they had a very poor defensive series in Colorado, and they made 2 errors last night. So excuse me, they have to play better. And Merrill Kelly, who is their number 2 guy, I mean, he's going out there tonight against Logan Webb. I mean, that should be a well-pitched game. But, I mean, if you go back and take a look at about the last 4 or 5 starts from Kelly, his velocity is down 3 miles per hour. He's throwing in the high 80s. So there's some, it's that time of year. You're digging deep. You're tired. Your shoulder's a little high, your elbow or whatever it is. Your velocity's down. Make it work. Go figure it out. Go try and get things done. So I think it's just it's the time of the year, but it is hard to watch when you see these guys. And I'm talking about the Giants now, when they've gone out there and they've played so hard to get to where they're at, and they're not playing well now, and it's really costing them.
Yeah, Giants are, just for everybody lost track of the standings here, the Giants are now down to 76 and 75, only a game over. They are 3 back. That's always about the loss column. 3 back in the loss column from the Diamondbacks and the Cubs, who right now hold the 2 and the 3 spot in the wild card. There is Miami and Cincinnati ahead of the Giants. Miami's 2 ahead of the Giants in the loss column. Cincinnati 1 ahead in the loss column. And the Padres only 3 back of the Giants. Do you think San Diego has any kind of, they don't have any belief, do they? They've won 6 in a row. Are they getting a little simmer of belief down there?
Nah, it's still unlikely. But if you take a look, look, they played the A's over the weekend, swept them. Now they're playing the Rockies at home. They've won the first 2. Then they have the Cardinals coming in. How good are the Cardinals? They haven't been good at all. I mean, they're probably the best team of those 3 that they're going to face. And then they host the Giants, and then they get the White Sox. So, I mean, the way they're swinging the bat right now, and they're finally living up to what the entire world of baseball had expected from them offensively all year. And so who knows? I mean, I don't – it's still an outside chance, but, I mean, they literally could win out.
Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, who knows? We'll see what Bob Melvin has to say about all that. Mike, it's always we know you're relentlessly positive, and it's always tough to bring up negative stuff with you. You can deal with it however you want. Because, listen, we've been friends with you for decades. But the Tom Verducci piece crystallized a lot of negativity about the Giants, about the platoon system and the lack of starting pitchers. And he used it as kind of a bigger statement about the market of baseball. He said, if this is the future of baseball, I don't want to be a part of it. So, I don't know. You read it. Did you have a reaction?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I read it, and I thought he was spot on in a lot of his criticism. One thing about Verducci, I mean, he's a stats-oriented guy. Mm-hmm. I mean, he and Brian Kenny are probably the 2 most national figures who have most of the national notoriety that believe in the new system, the new data system. And his observations are always well researched. I mean, he's really a bright guy, and he is a journalist, and he doesn't throw anything out there that he doesn't have the answer to already. I mean, he just doesn't do that. He won't expose himself to that. And what he is talking about is the new age of the game, and he's not necessarily behind it. But I do think he brought the Giants out when he very easily could have gone to about 20 organizations who are playing basically the same baseball platoon system. They're using openers. They're using bulk innings guys because you have a larger pitching staff now, a bigger bullpen. You can afford to have 4 or 5 guys down in the bullpen that can give you 4 or 5 innings. Those guys are pitchers that their organization doesn't want to see them face a lineup a third time. Well, where do you put those guys? You put them in the middle of your bullpen. You let them follow an opener. The Giants have done it more this year, and because of that, they're going to have less starting rotation pitcher victories. They're going to have fewer pitches thrown by the starting rotation. They're going to set an all-time record with innings pitched by a bullpen. But there's some things there that I debated, like the reason for the Giants' attendance down. I think the majority of that goes to the fact that there isn't great places to park around here right now. They're getting $100 for parking spots, where 2 years ago they were $40. And, people are staying away because of that until they get the new parking situation resolved there over at the Mission Rock project. It's still going to be, people aren't going to come until it gets easier and cheaper to park. So I think he failed to mention that in his article. But I think, he did say a lot of things that were absolutely true.
Yeah, it was tough. And listen, they're going to have to we'll see how the next 11 games play out, but they'll have to take a hard look at a lot of things here going down the stretch. I thought it was going to be a Kyle Harrison start last night. I think he is scheduled to go Thursday in Sacramento, but you don't expect him back up, do you, before the end of the season?
That's a good question.
Well, I don't know. I mean, now with Cobb, I don't know what his situation is. I assume that he'll be able to get through it and make a start, or maybe miss a start. But it wouldn't be. It wouldn't surprise me to see Kyle Harrison back. But I mean, let's take a look at this club. We talked a little bit about how they're developing this year, and what happens to young players this time of year, how they get tired, and the fatigue more is between their ears than it is physically. But, it's an absolute fact. I mean, we're seeing it with Doval. Doval's been, he's had a remarkable year, 37 saves, and he really has separated himself from the herd as one of the elite closers in the game. And yet he struggled in Denver. Well, why is that? Well, he's still young. He's still running the marathon. He still has to get through some personal milestones of accomplishment before he can blow through it the rest of his career. And this is this time of year in the one season where he's separated himself from everybody else. And it's kind of that way. Patrick Bailey's gassed. I mean, he's tired. He's never done this before. What Bailey is going to take from this year, he's going to take that I need to get stronger. You'll see him have an entirely different program, off-season program, with the idea I need to get stronger for September and then hopefully for October. But this is what happens to young players. And the Giants have had a ton of them. Remember, we talked about it all the time. They've debuted 21 guys the last 2 years. Well, you have some rookies who are kind of hitting a bit of a wall, and you've had some veterans who have underachieved. Henniker has underachieved. Conforto has underachieved. Slater has underachieved. Peterson has underachieved. These are your mainstay, backbone, middle of the lineup guys.
Right.
And they haven't been themselves. Now, you can't call Henniker and you can't call Conforto and Peterson average guys because they've had 30 home run years. They've done it before, but they haven't done it this year. Well, fortunately, they've been able to pick it up in other parts of the lineup, and Strada and Flores have had remarkable years, and the Giants have found a way. I mean, you think about it; their mainstay guys have underproduced. You haven't played clean defense, and yet you're still above 500 with 11 games left. That's pretty remarkable what they've done. And I think because of what they've done and the success that they've had, it kind of diffuses some of what Verducci was saying. A bland form of baseball, a mediocre form, not using the pitchers traditionally. But they've still won. They've won it despite a lack of production offensively and playing poor defense, and that's pretty hard to do.
We'll see what happens today. Day game today, 12:40. Logan Webb on the hill against Merrill Kelly, and we'll see another story unfold. And then on to Dodger Stadium.
Here we go.
So the time we talk to you next, Mike, they'll have played two.
Bring them on. Let's go.
Nice, Mike. Yeah.
We'll leave you guys with one good story. Yesterday, we got to NBC Sports Bay Area, and NBC Sports Bay Area was going to have basically a Zoom, and Mario Alioto was going to be the featured speaker, and I interviewed Mario for about a little over half an hour and whatnot, and it was kind of in-house and for all the folks there who work for NBC Sports Bay Area, and a lot of young executives, and I guess there were probably 250 people who were on this, and so I could go anywhere. They had some prepared questions for me and whatnot that I kind of went away from, but when you get Mario, who really is a great storyteller. And just think about what's happening with him. He's 50 years in the Giants organization, and he's saying goodbye after this year. So we wanted to talk about some of his moments, some of the things that he remembered in those 50 years. He started in 1973. He was 12 years old. He was in the Little League. And his dad, who was in the linen business, used to deliver linens around town, and one of his clients was Candlestick Park, the ballpark.
Yeah.
So he would go as the old man, and he'd kind of hang around. And Mike Murphy just saw the little green fly there, just hanging around, and said, "Hey kid, you want a job? You want to come in and sweep for me?" So Mario goes in there, age 12, and he sweeps that day. And Mike gives him $5, and then he comes back the next day, and pretty soon, guess what? He's part of the plan. He's a true heart, and Mike Murphy recognized it, and this kid's got a job. And now he's the bat boy. Well, one of his early bat boy days in the old Candlestick Park, outside the tunnel that came out to the field in the right field corner, he's there, and here comes Willie Mays. And Mays says, "Hey, kid, let's play catch." He's 12 years old.
Yeah.
And Mario's not a tall guy. At 12 years old, he had to be the biggest doink on the team, right?
Yeah.
And here Willie Mays says, "Let's play catch." And he says, "Well, Mr. Mays, I don't think I can catch you." And he goes, "Don't worry, I don't throw very hard." And the two of them are out there, and they're playing catch. And it was Mario and Willie Mays.
Oh,
and at that moment in time, he was hooked. And here we are 50 years later, and he was reflecting on that moment.
That's incredible.
But how cool is that?
Oh,
That's incredible.
You play catch with Willie Mays.
Yeah.
That's it.
What else is there?
You're good.
Yeah.
Off you go. Oh, man.
I
So
know.
good, so
I know.
good.
But I mean, he told stories for 35 minutes or so, and they were just one after another of that, and it was just like, Mario, you got to write a book.
Yeah.
He says, I am going to write things down, but they're going to be basically for my kids and for my grandchildren. But it's like, if he ever released that book, and he would never be vindictive. It's just not the way of anybody who's been a clubhouse guy. Mario was a clubhouse guy. Yeah. When I used to come in and play the Giants when I was with the Cubs and the Phillies, Mario was the guy. He was the clubhouse guy, and we loved him. And we loved him because he had the best food in the league. And he talked about that. His ace in the hole was his mother used to cook the food.
Yeah, so good.
But just great stuff and wonderful reflections on a great 50 years.
Love it, love it, love it, man. Play and catch with Willie Mays. That's the best way to end the day. All right, Mike, enjoy the day broadcast. We will be following you, and then we will talk to you Friday morning.
In a bit.
Mike Krukow doing it. And you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. All right, we go right from that, Paulie. 49er football, John Lynch. Thursday game, John Lynch next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Mike Krukow with Murph and Mac has been sponsored by
your Northern California Honda dealers at NorCalHondaDealers.com.
The Murph and Mac Power Hour surges on.
Feel the power.
Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Let's Nance. Jim Nance stopped by the Murph and Mac show yesterday morning to talk about the first 2 weeks of the NFL season. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Now this is Murph and Mac's Big Hit.
I'll take a hit. Hit me. Hit me. A hit is a hit, you pathetic schlepper.
Fly ball into left field. Base hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at BenjaminMoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader. He's humble.
Coach Walsh, without you, I'm not standing on this stage today.
He's a man of honor.
When we huddle up as a team and huddle up as a people, as a great nation.
He's lifted the Lombardi. He's earned the gold jacket. And now he's laser focused on a championship for the faithful.
San Francisco!
Here's 49ers GM and Hall of Famer John Lynch with Murph and Mac.
My sources tell me he was saying, listen to Murph and Mac.
Well, that's probably the smartest thing, yeah.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What a bonus for all of us here at KNBR to get some John Lynch conversation early in the week because Thursday football comes fast. Life comes at you fast, said Ferris Bueller. So does Thursday Night Football. So, John, welcome back. And we know it's good to be home, your home opener. Although, as we say good morning to you, maybe that was your home opener last Sunday down in L.A., right?
Boy, it might have been.
A lot of, how was that? Good morning.
Oh, it was awesome, man. That's always such a cool sight to see us. It was obviously not to that magnitude in Pittsburgh, but I never thought you'd go into a Steelers stadium and see that much red and white, and then down at SoFi, I think upwards of 60%. And we felt them, we heard them, and it's an awesome sight, and can't wait to. It's pretty cool now that you talk about home field advantage. We have an advantage wherever we go because you got the Rams using silent count when we're playing against them, and then I think the energy is going to be palpable. It's going to be a lot of fun against the New York Giants on Thursday Night Football. Should be cranking.
Yeah, very much so. A little bit just on the trip down to L.A. I know we're already thinking about the Giants tomorrow night, 5:15 at Levi's. But, if we're doing this show, John, when it's Rams 17, 49ers 10, right before the end of the first half, are you feeling loose? Are you feeling a little tight? How you feeling at that point in time?
Oh, my daughter sent me a picture of my face during the broadcast. I think it was pretty apparent how I was feeling.
I remember that shot. Yes. Yeah.
She said, please smile a little more, Dad. So, I was just focused. The Rams made us work. I give that team a lot of credit. You're talking like 40 new players on their roster. Every team has a lot of roster turnover. That they're going through some, cap challenges where they pulled back a little, got rid of some of their big-time players. But, man, Sean McVay, Raheem Morris, the players on that team. They've got them playing really hard. They've got a big-time quarterback in Matthew Stafford, and they've got a defense that is playing collectively and making you work for everything. And so when you have that, and then you got guys like Puka Nacua, holy cow! What a good player he is. And they made it a challenge. Ultimately, I was proud of our guys. We were in for a dogfight. We kind of persevered and then fought through, and I think was proud of our resolve. And I think those type of games are good for you, to have to fight through, to have to have some adversity, face some adversity, and the important thing, we came out with a win, and it could have been much bigger had we done a few things a little better.
Yeah, we're talking to John Lynch, of course, usually on Fridays, but today, Wednesday, because the Niners play tomorrow night. Don't forget, 5:15 down at Levi's Stadium, the home opener against the New York Giants. The broadcast will be on 810 The Spread and 107.7 The Bone. Should be fun to see the Niners at Levi's once more in this 2-0 season thus far. You talked about it tight and it being a dogfight and all that. Just a little bit of X's and O's into, you being an old defender, how Steve Wilks and the defense adjusted in the second half. Because, man, Matty Stafford looked healthy. He was slicing, dicing. We were joking he was like Greg Maddux throwing strikes out there, It was like, but what you saw from Wilks as he adjusted a little bit, got Isaiah Oliver involved, got a blitz in with Warner. What'd you think of the second half adjustments?
Well, I think a couple things. Number one, we stuck to our fundamentals, and when you stick to your fundamentals, for us, that's going to include a lot of zone defense, and we believe that our rush is really good, and when you tie those things together with eyes on the quarterback and breaking on the ball, that ultimately, if you keep playing it and keep playing it true, something's going to happen like what happened on that first interception with Isaiah Oliver. That was Isaiah just breaking on the ball. Matt Stafford threw a hard ball to their running back, Kyron Williams, tips and overthrows. We always says, anytime we say that in a meeting, everyone says, got to get those. And sure enough, Isaiah went and got those. And that was our break. And then, I think in addition, Steve made some nice adjustments to break Matt Stafford's rhythm. When you allow a good quarterback like that, and he's as talented as thrower as this league has seen, and an opportunity to establish rhythm. I mean, on a lot of those, people are talking about where's our D-line. Well, I mean, there's 5 clips of Bosa beating his guy about as clean as you can possibly beat him, but the ball's coming out like that.
Right.
And so we had to do something to disrupt that rhythm. I thought Steve made great adjustments, and it started looking like our defense in that second half, what we're accustomed to. And, there's challenges each week, but I think that's the big thing. This group, tying our rush with our coverage, if we put that all together, we'll start playing that dominant type of defense that we're capable of.
John Lynch is our guest on the UMA guest line, and John, talking about adjustments. In this case, this question from one game to another. Christian McCaffrey's been so productive. He's been so great in the first 2 games, but there has been some talk about the amount of snaps he's gotten, and even Kyle mentioned it after the game, said, maybe I'll take a look at mixing in some other running backs. I just wanted to get your take on that, about the workload McCaffrey's had to date, and whether or not you think we'll see more of a rotation in terms of maybe a little bit more Eli Mitchell in this game than we really haven't seen him yet this year, actually.
Yeah, I understand. It's hard to take Christian McCaffrey off the field. It really is. He's such a dynamic player. But we have to understand Elijah Mitchell's a heck of a football player, as is J.P. Mason. And so we've got options. I think Kyle recognized that. There's always a flow of the game. You want to put games away. We were in a dogfight, but these other guys are really good players. Kyle acknowledged that, took responsibility. I think you'll see it different, but Christian is an excellent football player. Christian wants to be out there, but I do believe you'll start to see, like I said, if we didn't have guys, that'd be another thing. But we've got some very talented players that we're excited about working into to our offensive rhythm.
Okay, yeah, we'll see, hopefully, Elijah, because remember, we played the Elijah Mitchell song for you, the Prince, I Would Die For You. Like that
I want Elijah for you.
I did like that.
So
that was one of my favorites.
So we got to get that song back in the rotation, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
We got to get that going.
We always ask, a little bit of injury report, and you're usually pretty helpful. So Brandon Ayuk is the big question. Can he play tomorrow?
Yeah, I think with Brandon, it's with these Thursday night games, they're quick turnaround. So he clearly got something irritated in his chest, shoulder area. He's working really hard to try to get ready. And with these Thursday night games, you take it all the way down there. You don't have to make your inactives until on Thursday. So Brandon's working really hard. He's a warrior. You can see it in his play. He's having fun because he's everything's starting to click for him. So I know he's a guy who doesn't want to miss. We clearly won't put him out there if it's not in his best interest, but I think that situation is very fluid.
Okay, so probably, and the other one is from the other team. And now what do you think? Is Brian Daboll playing poker with you right now? I mean, Saquon Barkley was reported to be out for 3 weeks, and he just said he hasn't ruled him out.
Yeah,
so now, all right, John, you're at the poker table. Is he bluffing?
Yeah, come on.
I don't know. That I think the good news for them when they said it wasn't a high ankle sprain.
Yeah.
Those lateral ankle sprains, they definitely hurt. Hard to get on airplanes and stuff. But I mean, I've seen guys come back in a couple days and do miraculous things on those things. Once once I heard it wasn't a high, I kind of anticipated there was an opportunity that he could come back. We'll see. You never know. And the other thing, I talk about it a lot. The Saquon's a special athlete. The special athletes tend to have a special ability to bounce back in a hurry. So we'll see. I know this is a big game for them. They're a good football team. A lot of fun to watch last year. I got great respect for Brian Daboll and the way he runs the program. Joe Shane, their GM. So we'll see on Saquon.
Yeah. So, okay. Well, you're not ruling it out, it sounds like. Okay, speaking of coming back from injuries, you guys signed a corner, Anthony Brown, who started 12 games for Dallas last year. He had I read this right, an Achilles tear, right? And 9 months later, you guys can play him?
Incredible. Yeah.
Yeah, he did, and there's a reason. He was on a practice squad, and that was the Achilles injury. We liked the fact that he was on a practice squad in Pittsburgh, so he had been getting practice. This is a 7-year starter in our league. We've had some injuries with Sammy Womack, Ambry Thomas a little banged up. We've been looking for some veteran depth at the cornerback position, and to be able to find a former starter at a high level who's played both outside and inside gives us a little versatility. It's a nice find for us at this point in the season. We got to kind of assess where he's at from a health perspective. He just got here yesterday, and we're excited about the opportunity to work with him. I've always liked the player. Rod Marinelli, their old defensive coordinator, is a good friend of mine and former coach of mine, and always spoke highly of him. So somebody we've had our eye on for a while, and everyone's looking for corners all the time. And so to be able to add a guy, there's a reason he's available. It's that he is coming off an Achilles, but it feels like he's at a good place. We'll learn a little more here in the coming days about where exactly he's at health-wise.
So with that, he's not playing Thursday. Is there a chance he'd be in uniform tomorrow?
There's a chance in a backup role, but that's a tall order to show up on Monday, which was an off day. Tuesday we combined 2 days, Wednesday and Thursday. Wednesday's like a normal Friday and Saturday. That's a tall order, but there is a chance he could dress up and be there in a case of emergency.
Okay, well, get to know him. Anthony Brown, new 49er. Paulie.
Yeah, I wanted to ask John a little bit about Daniel Jones. Nick Bosa after the game was talking about, or excuse me, not after the game. I believe this cut was from yesterday. Bosa was just talking about how the assignment's going to look and feel different from getting after Stafford last week because Jones is so mobile. I mean, Murph was talking about how he, rushed for over 700 yards last year. And I just wanted to ask you how that changes your mindset on defense. Like the Niners are known for their pass rush. What kind of adjustments do they have to make with a mobile quarterback? And same question for the secondary. What kind of changes does that present for them as well?
Yeah, so I think starting with the front, we like playing aggressive football. I think some teams, when you face a mobile quarterback, like the Patriots, their philosophy would be more of a mush type situation, kind of just build a wall, keep them in front of you. We tend to be aggressive, and so you just have to be disciplined while being aggressive. Understand that you have every gap taken care of because guys like that, whether it be designed runs or impromptu runs where they see grass and take it, you have to not give them that grass, not give them that space. And so everybody's just got to play very disciplined, a challenge on a Thursday night. But fortunately, these designed runs are something we go over during the off season, spend a lot of time on our approach. But then stopping it's another deal. I think the other thing Daniel presents is that he's not just that. He's learning and he's improving each and every day. Certainly capable as a pocket passer. So it is a true dual threat, and he's no slouch. I mean, like, he's the real deal as a runner.
Yeah.
Sometimes people look at him and he's this kid from Duke, and he can't be that mobile.
Right.
Like, just turn on the film. He is, and he's an impressive athlete. You know, they invested heavily in him. They have obviously got a lot of belief, and he's a guy who's seemingly getting better each and every week he plays.
Dan Jones out of Duke doing his thing. Fun to catch up with John Lynch on a short week. Niners Thursday game at 5:15 at Levi's, the home opener. Of course, you'll hear it on 810 The Spread and 107.7 The Bone. A few more minutes here, John. We just asked about the injuries, about Brandon Ayuk and Saquon Barkley. Didn't ask about Ambry Thomas. I know you said sometimes he didn't go to right down to it, but is there something more definitive with him? Can he play?
We're still working through it with him. Again, like these guys, even the guys that are healthy, it's a quick turnaround, getting your body ready for a Thursday night game. Ambry came out a little sore, was proud of his fight, went back in there late in the game. He's doing better, and again, he's a guy we'll see in the coming days if he's ready. It would help us to have him. Ambry's really made a big jump as a player, and we'd love to have him, but we just got to see if he can get there.
So all these Thursday injury reports, right down to it. Everybody be tuning in an hour or two before game time. You get all your information. John, the other big story, of course, is the Ed Sheeran concert, causing you guys to resod the entire field. And obviously playing surface is a story every year. It's a story again after the Aaron Rodgers injury. So what can you tell us about the resodding of the entire state? Did you resod the entire stadium?
Yeah, they did. And, I gave him a shout out last week. I'll do it again. Matt Greiner, our groundskeeper, I think the best in the business. He and his crew have been working tirelessly. They're confident we're going to have a great surface. They've been working their tails off. It will look beautiful. As I said last week, there's a huge, debate going on grass turf. I don't know if it's much of a debate. Playing on natural grass is the best in my mind, provided it's good. It's real quality surface, and our guys do it great. And Ed Sheeran did play here Saturday night, apparently set a record for Levi's, had 80,000 plus in that stadium. And, but we've tough challenge for our grounds crew, but they've done a great job, and we'll have a great surface Thursday night.
Okay, so, but a whole new one. So we shall see how that goes. All right, before I let you go, just around the league and stuff, and not NFL, but NC2A. I mean, Eric Armstead was just on a podcast saying that the whole team was watching Colorado State, Colorado. Kyle addressed it.
I think the whole country was watching that game. Yeah.
I got to imagine, I'm trying to rack my brain, but we get up so early I forget things, John. If we've talked about you and Dion, you must be compadres. I mean, you guys are both D-backs. You're both Hall of Famers.
Yeah, man.
Kind of the same age. And so, and you're a college football fan, of course. He's in your conference. This must be a very interesting story for you.
Yeah, I mean, not trying to name drop, but I was texting with Dion yesterday.
Yeah, please do name drop.
We like that name drop. That's good for us. Yeah.
Now, will he ghost you? Will he return your text, or will he ghost you?
Ooh.
Yeah, I got hope to see you this year, my man. And then I got 4 green check marks. So, because I told him I'd be coming his way. Now, one cool thing when Dion I knew his intentions were great when he took that job at Jackson State, because early in his tenure, Dee and I have been buddies, but not that close. And then one day I got a call. He's very close with my buddy Derek Brooks, who I played with, the unbelievable linebacker out of Tampa. And Derek said, "Hey, Dion's going to be calling you." And Dion just said to me, "Hey, these kids at these HBCUs like Jackson, they get scouts occasionally coming down there. They never see a GM." And, Dion just said, "John, it would mean the world to me if someone like you could show face on our campus and show these kids that there's an opportunity that they could play in the NFL." So last year it finally worked out. We were out on one of our Greenbrier stays and I believe we were playing Atlanta the following day, and or that week, and on a trip to Georgia, I said, we stopped off at Jackson State and went and saw Dion. And, man, that meant the world to him and meant the world to me to be invited down there and see those kids and what he had started to build down there. And so, he's very grateful for that, and I'm grateful for what he's bringing to football. I think there's an excitement. I think the reason I texted him yesterday, I thought it was a classy move. There was that, shot that could have been called a cheap shot. But this poor kid from Colorado State's getting death threats, and Dion said, "Hey, man, this is football. Things like that happen.
Right.
Let's put a stop to that." And I just said, "Hey, classy move by you. Love the impact you're making on all these kids and on our country." I mean, the guy is, if you just listen, there's substance to what he's saying too. Yeah. And man, he's killing it. And it's a great move by Colorado. My grandmother was the biggest CU Buff fan ever.
Nice.
So I think about her and how happy she'd be to have Dion there, and he's doing wonders for that program.
Oh, that's awesome.
I mean, he says, just this morning, he just tweeted this out. What if you're afforded your opportunity or your chance? Are you prepared? Are you ready? Can you handle the pressure, the moment, the expectations or the seriousness? Are you built for this? Can you handle the scrutiny of the position?
Hey.
Please evaluate yourself because your time is coming and you may only get one shot. Prepare for success now. That's just like a morning thought from Dion.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's one of those guys. He's one of those wordsmiths. Always got the right thought, and there's no doubt he's got swag. He's always had that, and he's good at everything. Good at football, good at baseball. I mean, to think about, I played both football and baseball at a professional level, but this guy played in a game in the NFL and then played in the World Series, like on the same week.
It's one of the great.
Flew in a helicopter. I mean, like, that is so insane, the level of athleticism that takes. I don't think people understand what a feat that is.
I remember seeing him, John, getting onto the plane with the IV already connected to his arm. Like, he was getting hydrated while he flew to play the next game. It was crazy.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
I love the story running the 40 at Indy. And, like, that's a real stressful situation for kids. He ran the 40, ran right out the tunnel to a limousine, got on an airplane.
That's incredible. That's incredible.
So good. Now, I mean, listen, I know he's focused on Oregon this week, but just for fun, because this is what we do on Sports Talk Radio, would his skill set translate to the NFL? I mean, I would think yes, but would you say, like, NFL teams are sitting up and taking notice?
About Dion?
Yeah, as a coach.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, I think everyone's intrigued right now, and he says he's not leaving, but he keeps going like this. He's going to have the opportunity, and I truly do believe when I've been around him and when I talk to him, he loves having a part in shaping these young men. That's really important to him.
Yeah.
And I think the evidence of that, he coached high school for a long time prior to doing the college thing, in part because he got to coach his own kids. But there's evidence of kids that followed him to Jackson State and all this because the impact he has on them. So I think there's a lot of positives coming from it. There'll be a lot of opportunities. He's selling everything, selling sunglasses. He's a machine.
Yeah. And they said his guest list on the sidelines.
Oh, my. Yeah.
You guys,
no, it's like a Hollywood red carpet over there, John. It's crazy, man. A-list. Yeah.
It is.
Your grandma isn't the woman who stands in the locker room and says, "Give me my theme music." Have you seen her, that 98-year-old Buff fan?
Maggie. No, she's not. My grandmother's no longer with us, but she. I almost went to see you.
Whoa.
Because I was a quarterback coming out of high school, and my grandparents had retired from Chicago out to Boulder, and they were the biggest CU Buff fans during some real bleak times. And then they got good under Coach McCartney, and they recruited me, and it was hard to say no because they were such intense fans of Boulder. I almost committed, and so that place always has a fond place in my heart.
Hey, man, they got a tough one up at Oregon, but giving Coach Prime, give Shador and Coach Prime 3 touchdowns and, take your chances. So, anyway, that's a little digression. I just thought, it's such a phenomenon sweeping the football world that we would ask you about it, and I knew you guys would have a connection. So, all right, New York Giants, man, Thursday night, I guess the last one for you, John, I guess circling back on the team is, Nick Bosa with no sacks. Is it fair to say that the holdout has had an effect on his early productivity.
Yeah, I think of course I've always said I don't care who you are, you need to get your football legs underneath you. Now, having said that, anyone who says this guy's not beating the guy in front of him, I mean, you put together a highlight tape, some of the quickest wins. He was dominant in last week's game without getting a sack. I mean, he was beating the guy in front of him on a regular basis with power, with his inside move. If you talk to Nick, he's still, he's coming out of it, and he feels like everything's starting to hit stride. But he's been tremendous. So I think only better things ahead, and we're sure glad to have him.
Yeah, for sure. All right, John. Always a fun conversation.
Thank you, John. Awesome.
Hey, tomorrow night, can't wait. I know it's a quick turnaround for the players, but it is a game that we all get to watch, and then you guys get to enjoy a weekend relaxing.
Faithful, bring your energy. Get there early, and we're fired up for the home opener, and I know the faithful will be there.
You just heard it from John Lynch. Take care, John. We'll talk next week.
Thanks a lot, guys.
John Lynch on a weekly hit on the Murphy Mac
Love
Show.
talking to John, man. Gets me fired up for the game. Now I'm starting to feel like, now we got a game to play. You talk to John Lynch, you just get in that mode.
Well, they better get Master P, Offset, and who was the other one? Lil Wayne.
By the way, how'd you like to have John? Marcus, how'd you like to dig into the batter's box back in the day and then see John Lynch on the mound snorting and kicking and spitting? I wouldn't want to. Dude, that dude used to scare me watching John Lynch play.
I mean, we talk about like Madison Bumgarner having an attitude and being pissed off on the mound. Could you imagine John Lynch, number 47 on the bump?
I'm like, bro, no, thank you, Paul. Yeah. I'll just take the K. I want to go back to the dugout.
I knew he scored when we got him every week. We scored, man, big time.
Yeah.
He's always great. Okay, cooler of content.
Here we go.
Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Okay, give me my theme music.
You're listening to Murph and Max Power Hour. Now on 104.5 FM and 680. This is KNBR, the sports leader. Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
49ers defensive back Isaiah Oliver stopped by the Murphy Mac Show yesterday as the 49ers Player of the Week to talk about his interception and his 4th-and-1 tackle against the LA Rams this past weekend. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Menlo Park, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Menlo Park's sports leader.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Crank up Murph and Max Power Hour.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the Cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Murph and Max Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, COC, Cooler of Content. We always love it. Always got some good stuff. How about this one? We're starting right here with the Bay's own Damian Lillard.
Oh.
So, Dave, I think that guy's
Game
got
time, Murph.
Well, he's got about a 98% approval rating, doesn't he? I mean,
I
everybody
would
loves
say
Dame
it's
Lillard.
even higher, probably 99. If anybody doesn't like Dame Lillard, they're suspect.
Well, there's always somebody.
Yeah, there's got to be some a-hole out there going like, no, I don't like Dame.
So
what's he ever done?
Anyway, he does a podcast, and you'd always thought that, man, the ultimate dream would be to see Damian Lillard in a Warrior uniform, right?
Oh, dude. I mean, the
Like,
hometown
at some point,
kid.
sometime to get him here.
I feel like it's getting closer and closer to him maybe thinking about something like that. Because
Oh, really? Is that what you think?
I do.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Because he says on his podcast the exact opposite.
He's staying up there?
Well, he says he doesn't want to go to the Warriors.
Okay.
No, he doesn't want to stay in Portland. He wants to go somewhere else.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
But not to the Warriors.
Okay.
How about that? Take a listen.
As far as like Golden State, like I respect what they've been doing over the last 8-9 years or whatever. And I'm from there. Obviously that's home, but I can't go be a part of that.
I agree.
Like they done won 4 championships. Like what I look like going to try to do that and say, oh, I'm joining my home team. Like, no, it's somebody that played my position that's, behind LeBron, the best player of this era. You know what I'm saying? So it don't even, to me, that don't even make sense. I'd never do nothing like that. I'll lose every year before I go.
How about that?
Hey, can I riff for a second? And there's no malice involved here. This is just me doing a kind of a jackass riff moment. But he's over here going like Dame, and I respect what he's saying. Dame Lillard's saying, "Listen, what do you think I am? What am I going to do? I'm going to go join the Golden State Warriors. They've already won all these titles. Who do you think I am?"
Murph and Mac, what's up, man? It's KD. I would say the first, but you're second behind me and Steph as the best duos in the Bay Area.
I told you there's no malice. It was just a harmless
Look at you
riff
doing
on a
him like
Wednesday.
that.
I know.
Guy
I'm just
writes
killing.
in. A guy calls in, says that nice stuff.
Murph and Mac, what's up, man? It's KD.
I know. He's like, "Who do you think I am?" But as soon as he said that, I go, "I think I know who you think you are." It's
Taking
KD.
shots.
Yeah,
Taking
I love
shots.
KD. I really do. I love KD.
Well, I get it. Talk about a man of integrity.
Yeah.
Damian Lillard.
He
No,
wants to go build something himself.
Yeah.
Listen, he's one of the great players in the league. He's so much fun to watch. By the way, how do you feel about me saying this, Marcus? I know you're a big hip hop fan. Murph, I think he might be the best athlete rapper. I mean, for lack of a better description, like Dame on the mic is like legit. Like
Come
he
on,
can
man.
really break it down.
How about Kazam? Was it Kazam? Shaq?
Yeah.
Little Shaq Fu?
Shout out to my guy Shaq Diesel,
You
but
feel me, though?
it's not even close. Damian Lillard,
Yeah, he can
hands
throw it
down, is better than most
Come on, man.
rappers, I would
Yeah,
say.
no, he's legit,
got all these
man.
mumble rappers out here.
Yeah,
I'll
see,
take
I'm
Dollar
not a mumble
Dame.
guy. Yeah, me too.
Then how's Damian Lillard on the turntable like Shaq at Outside Lands? Ladies!
Oh, yeah.
All right. We have a guest coming up quickly, so we
Okay.
got to quickly get... You want cooler content, you
I
stay in
do.
Oakland.
I demand
Shout
it.
out Oakland, California.
You stay in Oakland because we're going from Damian Lillard to Marshawn Lynch.
Okay.
Apparently, this is where the content is. Marshawn Lynch is doing an Amazon Prime show every week before, I guess he does it every week before the Thursday Night Football. He's going to do another one tomorrow. Last week in Pennsylvania, because they're playing the Eagles, he went and met the Amish. Probably the Amish.
I've seen him.
So
I've driven.
here he is.
I've seen him.
Here he is ahead of last week's Thursday Night Football,
Yeah,
meeting
yeah.
an Amish woman checking out her buggy.
Shout out Kutztown.
Hi,
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you? Nice to meet you.
What's up with it?
You ready to ride Amish style?
You said Amish style?
Yeah.
I see you got your little 32s on there. You know what I'm talking about? Ooh.
We have disc brakes. There's air shock. It's full. Yeah.
Got my feet up in my Amish bucket and we sliding. So you like the OG in the neighborhood that whenever something the OG in the neighborhood.
Gee.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
You know what I mean?
$15,000 for a new buggy.
But 15 bands for a buggy?
Yep.
And all you get is this? You don't even get no music on.
You gotta sing.
The guy's mastering the English language is incredible.
I tell you what, dude, is that what? Where'd that come from?
You know what? I think my favorite. This is the Amazon Prime before Thursday Night Football.
Instantly tuning in. I got to see every segment he does.
What he said to the guy, you the OG in the neighborhood. The guy goes, "OG? What does that mean?"
No, he don't know what's going on.
No, Marshawn goes, "You know what I mean."
yeah. You know what I'm talking about. You got these wooden wheels. You know what I mean. By the way, shout out to the Amish. I used to pass them, Murph, in Pennsylvania. You'd have to drive around them because they go horse and buggy right there on the major
they got
roads.
their 32s.
Yeah,
you got to go right around. Now, they're going to milk some cows, but Marshawn's not that excited.
Okay.
You ready to milk some cows?
Hell no.
Why not?
That's what we're not doing. No. Hell no, this ain't it. This ain't the kind of place you go into with your J's on, mama. I'm sorry.
You don't have to go far. It's just hay. It's not dirty. I promise.
All right. I'm smelling feed, cow.
Be fine.
I ain't ready to.
No.
I ain't ready to.
No.
All right, go. All them cows right there. Yeah, that's where we getting.
They get 8 to 10 gallons of milk a day.
So there's hella milk in them cows then. Come and show me you get some out of it.
Oh, no, I'm not milking the cow.
I need more of this. I need more Marshawn now. It's official.
I know we have Howard Cross.
I need more.
Last one is where he actually does learn how to milk a cow. Here you go.
And you said you got to do that until 5 gallons come out of there?
For milking.
So if you pull one of them, it's all pulling
You
from
gotta
the
milk them all at
same.
the same time.
All 4 of them? How the you do? How many hands you got, baby? It's time to get out of here. It's time to go.
Oh, my God. I would have reacted the same way. Hell no, I'm not milking a cow. What am I? What do you think
Marshawn
I am?
Lynch and the Amish is the
that
content
is so
you needed
good.
this morning.
Murph,
That's the COC.
would you
Straight
milk a cow?
Oakland. Damian Lillard, Marshawn Lynch.
Somebody walked a cow in here right now. Would you?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Sure.
I'm not
Why
doing
not?
that.
Out in California.
There
me
it
and
is.
Marshawn.
All right, let's get a Giants preview from Howard Cross, former Giants tight end on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
So there's hella milk in them cows then.
Shout out Marshawn Lynch dropping a hell no, I'm not milking that cow. I feel you, Marshawn. I'm with you. I'm not milking that thing. I'll drink the milk, but I'm not producing it, if you know what I'm saying. Hey, I'm here to talk to you about QC Kinetics, not Marshawn Lynch. So let's get into that. Although he might be familiar with chronic pain, being a pro football player, knee pain, joint pain really anywhere on your body, your neck, your elbows, your back. I mean, it's a problem a lot of us have to deal with on a daily basis. So QC Kinetics has come up now as the nation's leader in regenerative medicine, now open here in the Bay Area with 2 locations, one in San Jose and one in Pleasanton. Regenerative medicine uses highly concentrated healing agents found in your own body. These treatments are very powerful. They can also restore and repair damaged tissue in your achy joints. So you're going to get to move around without all that pain and stiffness. And the great thing about QC Kinetics is it's non-pharmaceutical, non-surgical. It does not require 1 million doctor visits. You simply report and schedule your free consultation with the local medical professionals at QC Kinetics. Again, Pleasanton and San Jose are the current locations. Simply call 877-70-REGEN and let the healing begin. 877-70-REGEN, 877-70-REGEN.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All
I'm
right.
not saying that he's out yet. He's a quick healer. I'm not saying he's in, he's out. We're going to take it all the way up with him to Thursday, but he feels a lot better today. I just talked to him, so we'll see where we're at.
Okay, that was New York Giants head coach Brian Daboll talking about Saquon Barkley, not ruling him out. How about that? Hey, Steve Young joins Tolbert and Cope today at 5 o'clock, but never mind that, because we got Howard Cross, former New York Giants Super Bowl champion and current radio broadcaster with the New York Giants radio team, joining us here on the UMA guest line. Howard, a pleasure to have you on the Murphy Mac Show. Brian Murphy, Paul McCaffrey.
Yeah.
We do the morning show on the Niner flagship. How are you, Howard?
Good morning.
I'm doing good, guys. How you guys doing?
We're doing good, man. We're doing good. You guys staying out in Arizona, or did you get to fly back?
No, we're in Arizona. We've been working from my hotel room the whole week.
Oh, man. So it's a little bit of a grind, huh? And man, oh, man, Howard, what a game on Sunday. When you're down 28-7 in Arizona, I mean, if we're talking to you right at that moment, what's your take on that New York Giant team? You lose 40-0 to the Cowboys, you're down 28-7, and then the turnaround. How do you process all that?
Well, if you were watching the game, we were watching that the offensive line was playing pretty well, and they weren't touching Daniel. And I was thinking to myself, like they were probably kind of worried about the Cardinals because the week before they had sacked Washington like 5 or 6 times, and they were trying to do a quick passing game, and the Cardinals just pressed everybody down, like, okay, you're not going to throw it quick on us. We're just going to keep trying to get to the quarterback. But if you're not touching them like this, I'm wondering like when they're going to throw it deep. And the next series, when they came out of the tunnel, they started throwing it deep, and the Cardinals had no answer for it.
Well, for sure. And I guess I should probably not get too far into this interview without asking about Saquon Barkley. I mean, I know you're not a doctor, but Brian Daboll did not rule him out, which surprised us. What do you see?
I mean, on a short week, Thursday, you sprain your ankle. I don't care if it's a regular sprain, a high ankle sprain, whatever. A short week's a short week. I don't know, how much better he can get in 2 or 3 days and traveling on a plane as well. So I don't know. I'm not a doctor. I don't know. To me, it doesn't seem like something that could be done, but it may be done. Maybe he feels a lot better today than he did yesterday.
Yeah, so, I mean, it seems like logic would tell you, but who knows? We'll see these Thursday night games. Like we just talked to John Lynch of the Niners. These Thursday night, you wait until as close as you can to get somebody out there. Howard, when you were playing, they didn't have Thursday night football, right, in the 90s?
I don't think so. I think Thursday night came right when I was retiring.
Does it seem crazy to you to do this? I mean, obviously we do Thanksgiving every year, and that's one thing.
Yeah, just the recovery time, right? I mean, it's a great question. How do players feel about this?
They don't like it. They don't have time to recover. The coaches don't like it. They don't have time to really, the coaches are scouting teams 3 weeks in advance anyway, or 4 weeks in advance. So it just kind of jams everything together. You don't have a chance to, quote unquote, recover your body physically. You don't have time to, get properly prepared and go through all the practices because you've limited practice time. And the team that travels is always at a disadvantage. So that's why the Giants stayed on the West Coast, so the flight from Phoenix to San Fran is a lot shorter than from New York to San Fran.
Yeah, we're talking to Howard Cross, who, of course, was a Super Bowl winning tight end with the New York Giants, part of the New York Giants radio team, who's coming in tomorrow to Levi's Stadium, 5:15 kickoff, where the Niners are 10-point favorites over the New York Giants. But, of course, who knows? Howard, when you look at the Niners team, what do you see? I mean, what sticks out to you?
Your great defense. That's what sticks out, and that's the thing that most of the teams that are doing well right now, their defense is what's kind of like really showing up. The offense is just they're having a great offensive year, but the defense is kind of carrying everybody. Brock Purdy's doing a great job. Second year coming off the injury. You got great, talented, skill position guys. Your offensive line's pretty strong. Like you guys are solid all the way around. So you're like probably ranked one of the top, if not the top team in the NFC, if not the league.
You had a chance to see the Dallas Cowboys, who, if you're doing the quote unquote power rankings everybody does here, that would be the team that if it's not the 49ers or the Eagles, people are putting Dallas up there. What was that? I mean, listen, we know the Cowboys are good. They made the playoffs the last couple of years, but that was something else. What happened? Was that a freak game, the week 1 game, or are the Cowboys that good and the Giants were sort of stunned by it?
No, I think it was just a free game. I think Michael Parsons is like really something to behold when you're watching him and you're playing against him. He's an incredible player. I know that Watt's great in Pittsburgh. I know you guys got a great guy with you and Bosa, but Michael Parsons is something else when you're watching him, and it makes the entire defense better.
Yeah.
Because whichever side he's on, they move him from side to side. They let him rush up the middle. He just takes a chance on anybody, and wherever he is, he's getting doubled. So everybody else is getting single. So that's what you're looking at the entire game. And he's just, it's crazy to watch him play. I was telling the Giants, I'm like, they drafted Tony out of Florida instead of drafting Parsons, and I'm like, if they'd have drafted Parsons, the fate of the team may have been different for the last 2 years.
He's that good. I mean, you're right. I mean, when Bosa got his contract, which was obviously that eye-popping number, one of the first reactions people said around the league was, the happiest guy is Micah Parsons, right?
Yeah, he's something else. I mean, just every week we watch him, and it's the Giants and the Jets, two offensive lines that have been struggling. We're going to see as it goes on, like let's do some better offense, let them play against some better offensive lines. But right now, I've never seen anything like it.
Cowboys come to Levi's Sunday night, October 8th. Obviously going to be a big one. Niners have 2 in front of that. They got the New York Giants Thursday. They got the Arizona Cardinals after that. So without Saquon, how damn it? I mean, Matt Breida, we know him well. He was here. He was our guy. But, he's not really a bell cow guy.
A lot of speed.
You have a youngster named Gary Brightwell also. I mean, obviously a gigantic drop off, huh, Howard?
It's a big drop off, but I think the biggest thing is going to be, can they find a way to to hold your defensive line up? You're strong interiorly. Your middle guys, not just Bosa, are really, really good players. So if the Giants are going to have success, they're going to have to make it a real muddy game and make every possession like a long possession. And the only way to do that is to run the ball. And without Saquon, you would think, oh my God, you can't do that. But these guys are more of the quote-unquote 3 yards in the cloud of dust guys. So that's the kind of game you kind of want when you're playing against a team that's, that you're supposedly outmatched against in every angle.
If I'm looking at your stats right, I'm talking to Howard Cross, of course, Super Bowl winning tight end with the New York Giants for years and years, from 89 to 01, and now does New York Giants radio, coming to Levi's tomorrow. If I'm looking at the stats right, and it's hard for me to believe this, but did the Giants not have a sack this year? Is that right?
No, they don't have a sack. They've hit the quarterback maybe 3 or 4 times, but haven't gotten a sack. You got to remember, in the Dallas game, everybody talks about 40-0 like it was a crazy blowout. They had 2. They were down 16, 14. 14, 6. They were down like 16 points before the offense ever saw the field. Dallas's offense ever saw the field, and it was just that Giants ran a long drive. They try to kick a field goal. Dallas blocks it, runs it back for a touchdown. And the next series, they throw 3 passes, and the third pass is a hit, return for a touchdown. The defense just wasn't on the field.
Man.
By the time the Giants' defense got on the field, I think it was the second quarter. It was like a 3-and-out by Dallas or something, and that was the kind of game it was. Like, we'd have decent kind of drives, but the defense just never really got a chance to play. Against Arizona, they just never got there. Dobbs was, they were rolling them right, rolling them left, keeping him out of harm's way. They got hits on him, but they never hit him in a sack.
Is this obviously? Kayvon Thibodeau is supposed to be your guy, right? Is that if indeed they got unleashed, that would be the guy?
If it's unleashed, it would be him. But the guy that's probably going to be most likely to get sacks started is going to be Dexter Lawrence, right in the middle. I mean, he's a massive guy. He gets up the field really quickly. Every play that you watch, they're double and triple teaming him, trying to keep him away from the quarterbacks, and that's what really causes the most sacks, is when he really gets going.
Dexter Lawrence out of Clemson, and of course Thibodeau out of Oregon, 2 young draft picks. As the New York Giants come in here, it's a daunting task on a short week without Saquon Barkley. What would give you, Howard, like if the Giants' best case scenario, like what goes great for them to win this game?
The offensive line being able to hold up just a little bit, and those receivers on the outside. Hyatt is pretty fast. I don't think people have really seen that kind of speed, except for maybe guys like Tyreek Hill and stuff. And if he gets going at all, it will change the way your defense is playing very quickly, because they'll go from like bunching up to like trying to drop a safety back to make sure they're over the top of him, trying to slow him down and make sure he doesn't get going. The other guys are pretty good receivers. Waller does a good job when he catches the ball. So if the game gets into a point where Daniel has any time he can throw the ball, it'll look a lot different, and it'll be a hard time for you. But outside of that, I think, like I said, you guys can put a lot of pressure on. I don't know if our Pro Bowl left tackle is going to play. It's just going to be like very interesting as they're trying to pull together an offensive line.
And then I guess if there's one other guy we know from his time in Oakland and then Vegas, Darren Waller, tight end. That would be he's usually leading receiver right now with 112 yards. That would be Dan Jones' safety blanket?
Waller plays all over. He plays in the slot. He plays out wide. He plays the wide stand up position, hand in the dirt. So he's kind of safety blanket, but the guy that really gets it going are the guys on the outside. Waller's the guy that's catching the passes, because most tight ends are closer to the quarterback, and that's what they see first. And both of the Kafka and Coach both have come from systems where they really use a tight end a lot. So that's why they're probably using Waller, and that's why they went and got Waller, so he could be that weapon in that early down. But you're going to see, like I said, the guys on the outside are going to be kind of interesting if Daniel has time to throw the ball.
Okay.
But, the tight end gets the ball, because if you don't have time, throw it to the guy closest to you.
As you know well, Howard.
Yeah, totally.
All right, the elephant in the room this whole interview has been the fact that you were at Candlestick Park for what was, for me and my partner here, Murphy Mac show, one of the worst the worst moment of our sports fan life. The 1990 NFC Championship game. So
I'm not over it, man.
I just want to tell you that, Howard. We're not over it.
Not over it.
And so if you want to laugh at us, you can.
That's terrible. That's a long time ago, guys.
Well,
where were you? What's your memory of that day?
I just remember, I think the funniest part of the day was we ran a fake punt in the game, and I was in the game playing, so I didn't know there was a fake punt. so like I'm blocking, and Gary Reasons goes running down the field. I don't hit a ball kick. I'm like, what? I'm running behind him. What are you doing? Like, that's a penalty. And like all of a sudden, I'm like, he's got the ball.
Howard, that makes it worse.
Yeah.
That makes it worse.
Yeah, you don't even know. That's crazy. Parcells did that stuff, though, man. He would roll the dice, and that was a fourth quarter. That was late in the game. He called that fake punt. Yeah.
Yeah. It was one of those things. It was a nip and tuck game the entire time. Both defenses were playing well. We're playing with a backup quarterback, Hostetler, and you guys had gotten to him a few times. I think you almost like knocked him out of the game at one point. And then, I can remember the backup. I think it was Matt Kavanaugh comes in. I ran it out and up. He threw it like in the third row. I'm like, okay, here we go. So it was a crazy game, to say the least.
Oh, the fake punt story. All right, Howard. Well, listen, enjoy. Safe flight up here. Enjoy the atmosphere tomorrow night at Levi's, and then I know you want to get home. So we appreciate you hopping on and give us a little preview of the game. Thank you.
All right, guys. Have a great one.
You
there
too.
He is,
Take
Howard
care.
Cross. Listen, to be honest, you listen to the man. Listen, that's a guy who bleeds New York Giant blue. I don't think he thinks the Giants are going to win this game.
And by the way, no, I don't think he is either. And that wasn't Kavanaugh. It was Steve. He was just talking about. Yeah, Kavanaugh didn't play in that game.
How about that? The fake punt. The guys
That's
in the
the
unit
thing.
didn't even
Parcells, he would do that kind of stuff. He did have a set of balls on him, and he would roll the dice in huge situations. That's an NFC title game, Marcus. He's calling up a fake punt late fourth quarter. And they moved the chains, though. They got the first down.
I sort of blocked that out of my mind.
No, I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
Hey, Paulie, hi.
No,
Phil Sims
why
here.
you got to do it, man?
Well, no,
we were getting along so good. Why you got to do it? I wasn't ready. I don't need it. I don't. Hey, Paulie, hi.
I'm trying to look up exactly when that fake punt was.
It's that whole accent.
And let me give it for you here.
Hey, Paulie.
Give it to you right here, buddy. NFC Championship, New York Giants and San Francisco 49ers. I have the box score. You, of course, remember the score, 15-13, Paulie.
Hey, Paulie.
Hey, Paulie, hi. Phil Sims here.
Yeah, cool. What's up, Phil?
Hostetler, 15-27 for 176.
Dude, come on. You know what I mean? By the way, the Giants played the Niners twice that year, the 7-3 Monday night game and this title game. Giants never scored a touchdown on the Niner D in 8 quarters of football. It was all field goals.
That's kind of amazing.
Yeah. It was all field goals. 7-3 Monday night and then 15-12 in the title game. And those 15 came on 5 blanking field goals.
Hey, Paulie.
All right, here's the deal. All right, Tim Ryan, we have a special fun announcement with Tim Ryan.
Yeah,
T-Rock.
Give me some T-Rock.
Then we got some Baggerly on the lowest moment of the season. And then, of course, Ari Myrov of what they're calling the 33rd team, this new site that's got a lot of NFL content. So we'll go NFL at 9:32
right.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Hey, Paulie. Hi. Phil Sims here.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Okay, everybody, Paulie Mack saying good morning and thank you for listening to Murph and Mack today. Let's talk Prize Picks. Hey, listen, you want to test your football skills and your prowess, so how about winning up to 25 times the amount of money this football season than you're used to winning? Head over to prizepicks.com. It's the most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. Select 2 or more players, predict on their stats in a wide variety of areas and categories, and you place your entry. That's it. Simple as that. Now, if you have the skills, you could easily turn $10 into $250 with just a few taps. There's easy gameplay, quick withdrawals, an enormous selection of players and stat options. All of these reasons, that's what makes Prize Picks the #1 daily fantasy sports app. So again, when you're ready to test your skills, head over to Prize Picks. The community is waiting for you. Over 7 million football fans currently playing at Prize Picks, and you should sign up as well. Prize Picks right now, in fact, will match your first deposit up to $100. Visit prizepicks.com/leader, as in KNBR 680, the sports leader. That's what you're going to do at Prize Picks for your code word. It is prizepicks.com/leader. And again, your first deposit will be matched up to $100. It's Prize Picks, daily fantasy sports made easy.
KNBR heads. Our digital team is dropping daily dimes on TikTok until it gets banned at the sports leader. We are KNBR.
Hey, Paulie. Hi, Phil Sims here. I hope you remember me from the New York Giants. I think you do. This comes from your good friend Brian. Just said he wanted me to wish you a happy birthday. I found out that you graduated from Mountain Lakes High School, not far from where I live in Franklin Lakes. You graduated in 1986. So that was a good year for all of us, man. You graduated high school. We won the Super Bowl that year. And I just want to thank you, too. Besides saying happy birthday, being a great Giants fan, it really means to ex-players. And, of course, it means a lot to the to the players that are playing now. But some of the things you loved or some of the things I love is when we beat the 49ers. And especially the one at Giant Stadium when we won 49-3. That's one I'll never forget. And apparently you won't either. So happy birthday, man. Go Giants.
Man, it's all of it. Happy birthday, man.
It gets better.
I know you like that 49-3.
I could not have scripted that any better, man. That was, the people don't know.
Thank God for the
kiss. That was during COVID. And we were just stuck at home, and it was Paulie's birthday. And
I lost my mind that day.
And were cooking it up, and we were on Cameo, and I said, hey, man, maybe we can get Phil Sims. And I wrote a little note like...
What an idea.
I had no idea Sims was going to hit a grand slam like that. I mean, Sims, didn't know, obviously.
Well, word on the street is
part of a prank thing.
Yeah, that's word on the street is that's the last cameo he ever did. Like, he ain't on the platform anymore. I think he got
Happy birthday, man. Go Giants.
He nailed it, man. He absolutely nailed it.
Happy birthday, man.
But, it'd be very Phil Sims of him to get pissed about that. He got the money. What does he care about?
Yeah, what do you care, man?
You know what I mean?
You've already done your damage.
He got the dough.
Yeah.
Anyway, guys, thanks to Howard Cross for hopping on. We're going to talk to Tim Ryan in just a second.
Okay.
Hey, just real quick. Did you guys hear Sean McVay try to explain the field goal yesterday?
Well, got down
it's
there.
Like just the double talk mumbo jumbo.
It's nonsense, gibberish.
Take a listen here. Finally, because I guess nobody asked him about it after the game on Sunday. So finally, when he did media.
Why'd you do that, man? Yeah.
What the hell was he doing running at the field goal with no time left on the clock here?
And then, is there a reason you chose to kick a field goal at the end of the game?
Yeah, what we were trying to do is we were trying to be able to get a completion to where we kicked a field goal beforehand with the opportunity to be able. We were trying to, if we had hit that deep in breaking route, it really would have worked out the way that we wanted to. We were going to try to kick a field goal right once we got into field goal position to then be able to kick an onside and try to give ourselves a real opportunity to win the game. By the time it got down to it, didn't anticipate that, in cut that we hit Puka running that long and just said, all right, just go ahead and kick the field goal. Felt like it was an opportunity to be able to, not leave Matthews susceptible to an unnecessary heave to the end zone and get an opportunity for our field goal operation. But the initial goal was to try to get a 2-for-1 to where you end up getting into field goal range a little bit earlier with some of the play selections that we had. And then ultimately be able to try to, have an onside kick to then be able to go try to compete to tie or win the game. But apparently artists told me there's a lot of people in Vegas pissed off about that decision. I clearly was not aware of that stuff.
Yeah, okay. Man. Didn't make me feel any better.
Is he still talking?
Well, we decided.
A 45-minute explanation.
Yeah, well, it was prior to what we had originally intended, and we got down there.
Bro, you had a chance to kick the field goal prior. You could have done it, and he didn't. And
that was kind of like his version of Gabe Kapler going, he threw prior.
And then
Yeah. Makes no sense.
Then he took...
prior to what?
He mentioned the point spread out of nowhere. Nobody mentioned it in the question. She just asked, is there a reason why you kicked the field goal? And then he jumped in there. So projecting. Huh? Projecting? I'm not being defensive. You're being defensive. Yeah, so there you go, man. Very, very, very mumbo-jumbo-y. Either way, listen, we got to take the L. We got to wear it. But that's pretty funny that he gave that long, twisting, the long and winding road of that explanation, man. So, all right, hey, we're about to check in with Timmy Ryan.
Oh, good.
Because there's some good news.
Oh, man.
But as soon as we get Timmy, we'll get you. Then Andy Bagley at 9:15. Boy, if you missed it, today was the day we pretty much had it. We drew the line, man.
Well, the beginning of the show was kind of a come-to-Jesus moment. We all kind of got together and kind of aired it out as Giant fans.
We can get back into that a little bit. But I believe the connection is being made right now for a fun little announcement with our buddy Tim Ryan. Usually you hear him on Mondays with us, and then you hear him with, of course, Papa and Lund on the 11 a.m. hour when they just get into it, man. They roll up their sleeves and get into it.
I love that segment. I listen to that in the car all the time, and the more Tim Ryan, the better.
Well, funny you say that.
Okay, good.
The more Tim Ryan, the better, because as of right now, we are proud to announce, holding a press release in my hot little hand, the San Francisco 49ers just this morning are extending our friend, your friend, Tim Ryan, the team's radio color analyst, to a 5-year extension through the 2028 NFL season.
Yes, sir.
Tim Ryan, who joined us in 2014, will continue to be the voice alongside Greg Papa. And with this extension, both Papa and Ryan under contract through 2028. More T-Rock is better, T-Rock.
Heck
Timmy,
yeah.
congratulations, man. That's
congrats,
a
man.
big
That's
deal.
awesome.
Congratulations, man.
Well, I appreciate you guys. Thank you. I was just waiting for the Bosa deal to get done so I could work off.
Yeah, you wanted to wait, right? You don't want to step on his toes.
You know how it is, man. You know, you gotta kind of wait for the other deals to get done before you jump in. No, I am unbelievably grateful, and you guys know how much I love this job. I don't consider it a job. I consider it really a privilege to be around those guys on a daily basis and get to deliver, you know, through my lens, what I see on game day to all of the great listeners. And I know a lot of people around the country, not just here, are listening to these games on the radio. So take it very seriously. Take it probably too seriously in terms of how I prep. And but it's what I love to do, man. I love being around those guys. Love being around young people all day for sure. And then you just look at this organization and the history of it from top to bottom. It's quality people. I've been in every facility around the league, and there's a lot of good ones, but it's hard to match what they lay out here in terms of their business model, how they do things, and how they make winning important, and how they treat their people. So I couldn't be happier. You know, my boss, Bob Sargent, I thank him for, you know, really starting this whole idea probably back in, you know, many years ago in terms of when I got the preseason deal and started getting acquainted with the 49ers. And then eventually it morphed into this. So, you know, from Jed to Al to Brent to everybody at the top, all the way through and then the football people, the coaches, that allow me the access that I get. So, you know, I don't have to go around and ask a lot of questions. And I don't ask football questions, man. You guys know I just look at it and try to gauge what I'm seeing and put that together with my experience and come up with my best hypotheses or what I think is going to happen. So I just, you know, I can't say enough in terms of gratitude that I have for everybody up at the facility.
Well, congratulations, Tim. This is great news for all the 49er fans. And I remember when Murph and I when you first came to town and started doing the games, I remember conversations Murph and I would have on the air about you in the booth, and we'd say, man, this guy really describes the game, and he's pointing stuff out like for the listener that are really, really important pieces of information, like guys in motion, things you see on defense. And it kind of leads me to ask, like, obviously you're a USC Trojan. You played pro ball with the Bears. Did you have an interest in broadcasting like growing up? Like I know Steve Young did, Hall of Fame player, but he also loved broadcasting. Is this something that was in the back of your head growing up, or you just kind of
I just kind of fell into it strangely enough. You know, when I played, I always really got into the scouting reports and really got into the film study. And believe it or not, when back in the day at USC, we were still, you know, they were still running the projectors. It was click, 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 watching tape. But then once I got into the league, you know, this was before the internet, they'd have clips every morning of what was going on around the league. It would just be a packet of newspaper clips with the top stories and the headlines going around the NFL. And I used to read them, man. I used to read all of them and just enjoyed. I've never been a huge stat guy, but I definitely was very interested in daily what was going on around the league and what guys were doing. And then unfortunately when I got done, I really had a couple things going. I had a cleaning business going in the Bay Area, which was great. Had some other things in the hopper ready to go. And then I just kind of fell into it and did a couple of college radio shows. And then that led one thing to another. And then started doing USC games in the late 90s, and then have been lucky enough, and I told McCaffrey this a couple weeks ago. I think he's like, that's real stuff right there. Like, I've been lucky enough for the most part since 2001 to be in an NFL stadium every Sunday. So time goes by so fast, but the opportunity to be able to do that and then to look back on it, whether I was doing, a lot of television games or radio games, it's man, time goes by fast, but so grateful it's still going, and right now in the perfect time with where this team is and where their window is, and good. And look, you guys know there was some lean years in those first couple years, 14, 15, 16, the beginning of 17. And then the worm turned, and it's been euphoric ever since.
Yep, so if you're just joining us, we're just congratulating Tim Ryan, of course, the great radio analyst for the Niners, who, alongside Greg Papa, has just signed a 5-year contract extension through the 2028 season. We're delighted, we're excited, we're psyched. And, hey, I'm just going to end it with this, Tim. We'll let you go. But I remember when you first came on in 2014, you came on our show when we announced that you had the gig. And the last thing you said to us in that interview, you said, I've done a lot in this league, and now it's time to leave a legacy. I remember you said that.
Well, I'll leave that up to everybody who's listening and watching.
But this is it, because this will take you through about darn near at least 15 years and then more after that.
I love this. Yeah.
Right. No, it'll be, this is year 10, so it'll be 15 years when it's done by the grace of God, and then hopefully it continues. So I try to keep it real simple. You guys know that. I try to have fun. I see a lot of things through humor, but I think two things that I really learned early in my broadcasting career and it was David Hill at Fox Sports. He said, number one, never assume anything. Assumption is the mother of all screw-ups.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If you didn't see it, don't say it.
Right.
And you hear a lot of guys that are saying stuff that when you're watching the game, you're like, well, wait a minute, that didn't happen.
Yeah.
So assumption is a problem, for guys. And then, so to not assume, I think, has been a feather in my cap in terms of knowing when to, turn the faucet off and stop talking. And then I think the other thing is very important when you're doing a broadcast, whether it be a telecast or a broadcast on the radio, that it is a broadcast. You're casting a broad net. You're not doing the game for players. You're not doing the game for the coaches. You're doing the game for grandma, grandpa, brother, sister, nieces, nephews that are home sitting on the couch that don't know much about football.
Nice.
And fans know more now than ever before with the internet, and there's a lot of people out there that know ball, no question about it. But at the end of the day, when you cast a broad net and you try to see it in more simplistic terms, like, we're not going to roll to cover 3 buzz and chop this thing off and get in your pedal and turn your hips and turn and burn. This is a 7 route with combination. Well, this right? No, it's an in cut. It's an out cut. It's a good throw. It's a bad throw. It's a great block. And then I think what's really helped me is always watching tape as a guy that played on the line of scrimmage. So much of it is missed because it happens fast. There's 10, 11, 12, guys in there in terms of, offense and defense that are in what I call the combat zone, the running box. And that's really where the game is won and lost. So I think I kind of have a leg up versus a lot of guys because that's where I start the game. That's where I start every snap, right on the inside, and then expand out depending on what happens. So I've been fortunate, man. I've been fortunate that I fell into it, and God's given me the ability to keep doing it.
You do it great. You see the game beautifully. You talk the game beautifully, and congratulations, man. All right, off you go. We'll listen to you tomorrow.
Great deal, man.
Congratulations, buddy.
Much love to you guys. Appreciate you.
Yeah,
Thanks,
there is Tim Ryan, man. There's a great text 707 saying, because he said he had a cleaning business.
Oh.
707, can you imagine T-Rock showing up to clean your house? He goes, I'd never tell him that he missed a spot. In fact, I'd say, just hand me that mop, bro. I got it. You relax. There's beers in the fridge.
Well, then I could rewrite one of my favorite Tim Ryan jams. I could be like, sponges, Mr. Clean, sponges clean, because we got the workout variation. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just your standard, chest and tries, back and buys, tries, chest and tries, back and buys, chest and tries, back and buys, tries, buys.
All day.
As good as that is, how did we not play him his new single?
The Body Rocker?
Yeah.
We should have. Well, we can do it next week.
Body rocker, body rocker, body rocker, body rocker, body rocker.
It just works. I don't know. I heard it when he said it. I go, you know what? That's a marriage with the Beastie Boys that needs to happen.
Bags rocker, Giants baseball, and then Ari Myrov talking about the 33rd team NFL content coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Leader.
Alameda. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Alameda's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Let's Nance. Jim Nance stopped by the Murphy Mac Show yesterday morning to talk about the first 2 weeks of the NFL season. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Bags alert. Bags alert.
Andrew Baggerly covers the Giants for The Athletic, and he's on with Murph and Mac. Now, sponsored by Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network. World-class care, closer than you think. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
All righty, Andy Baggerly in Arizona for what Alex Cobb called the lowest point of the season. So let's get into it. Andy, I mean, there's obviously small picture stuff from last night's game, big picture stuff from your mailbag a couple weeks ago and Verducci's latest piece. I don't know. You go small, we go big. Either way, it's not good for the Giants. How are you, Andy?
Hey, Bags.
I just want to let you guys know that even though I am, I believe, contractually known as your Giants insider, I am open to discussing other topics. I mean, I am worldly.
Okay.
We can go the world of fine dining. We could go like travel tips. We could do all kinds of stuff. Just opening that up.
All right. How do we best sleep on an airplane? I have trouble. The seats are too upright.
Well, you got to be in first class.
And I don't want to put my seat back. I don't want to be that guy.
No.
For me, it never fails. A Xanax and 2 glasses of red wine.
Okay, that's it. You know what, Andy? I'm doing that.
Long hauls. I'll do it on long hauls.
Okay.
But
do you wake up fresh as a daisy from a Xanax and 2 glasses of red wine?
You wake up having drooled on yourself. But
fair enough.
About it.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay, pre-check TSA, is that automatic? You have to do it, TSA?
If you're a baseball writer, yes.
And does it work?
Oh, yeah. Oh, my gosh, yes. Saves me a ton of time. I'd never check a bag if you can help it because you don't want to be parted from your luggage. The way that flights are misconnecting these days. It's tough. Travel is tougher than it used to be just because schedules are not quite as wide ranging as they used to be. So if you miss your connection, you can really be stuck. And that's happened to me a couple times already this year.
Okay, one more. Overhead bin, the fight for overhead bin space, what's the etiquette?
Well, Hank Showman will tell you that if you are traveling with a child 3 years or under, that child should be placed in the overhead bin. I don't share that opinion, but and I think Hank is probably joking. Probably.
No, not so sure.
But yeah, no overhead bin space. You should always just put your biggest carry-on up there and make sure that your other one fits in the seat in front of you.
Okay.
And don't recline unless you really, really have to.
Bags, that's where I was going to go. So what's the protocol for when that annoying person in front of you reclines?
Never recline. Never.
All the way back.
Never.
But they come back into my lap, Bags. I'm tall.
Well, now I'm driving my knees into them.
That's the question. Do you go knees? Do you say something? How do you handle that?
The protocol is to get a little bit of airline status so you can book the exit row, and then you never have to worry about
there it
is. You can't recline into the exit row.
Oh, good.
So you're like teach a man to fish and he'll fish for a lifetime kind of thing. I got you. Yeah. All right. Well,
I'm here for you.
Okay. My next travel question is, how accurate was Tom Verducci's piece yesterday? That's my next travel question.
Good transition. I like it.
Now, listen, I feel like Verducci's piece, which is getting a lot of run, it was sort of a coagulation of stuff you've been writing throughout the entire summer and stuff we've been saying throughout the entire summer. So, I mean, he just put it all kind of into one spot. What'd you think of it?
Well, you guys hear from fans all day long. You know, I hear from fans in the comment section, and I think sometimes it's hard to know just how widespread the things we hear are within the fan base because, you know, those fans kind of self-select by participating in social media or with you or with me. But I do think that Verducci piece did a pretty good job of really summarizing a lot of what a lot of fans are feeling that we hear from. And I think that you can look at what the attendance numbers are, and there's a lot of reasons behind that. But obviously the Giants are not a compelling product. That's, I think, a pretty clear signal that's been sent through the marketplace. And the Giants are probably going to have to work a lot harder, both on the field and off the field, to make themselves a more compelling product. Now, I think some of the things that Tom said were probably a little bit reductive. Like he mentions the 26% loss in attendance from 2016, but doesn't mention things like, how San Francisco's really uniquely been affected by the pandemic, things that we know about from living in the Bay Area. There's some other things that were a little bit reductive in there too, but I think just for capturing sort of the sentiment, I thought it was pretty accurate.
Yeah, and how do you think this will play in, listen, you guys have all, between you and Susan and others, beat writers have done a good job of reaching out to Greg Johnson and all that. Do you think eventually that if indeed they spin out and don't make the playoffs, which is, the most likely scenario, and I know Greg Johnson has gone on record, but at what point do you think something like a Verducci national piece and all that begins to resonate in the front office? Like, just because Greg Johnson told you guys they're back doesn't mean he can't change his mind, right?
Right. I mean, he's been very consistent from what he told me going way back before the start of the season to what he reiterated to Susan, as you mentioned, that Farhan and Gabe will be back next year. He's got to be very confident that he's got enough support on the Giants executive board, including from guys like Buster Posey, that there isn't going to be any kind of I guess sort of an upheaval there or sort of a revolt that says, look, we need to talk about this. They care about revenues. They care about attendance. They care about not having capital calls. Obviously, that's what you really care about if you're a minority owner. But Greg Johnson is the control person for this team, and he does sort of serve the interest of the entire board. I have a hard time believing that he would come out and say something as strong as Farhan and Gabe will be back next year. Not we plan for Farhan and Gabe to be back next year, but really to leave himself no outs if he didn't feel like there was enough sentiment behind him on the board that supported that position. But as you say, as the narrative grows, I think the pressure grows, and I think that things are going to be done differently next year if this group is back, and that Brian Sabian had the same ultimatum a couple of times. Hey, you're coming back, but you're no longer running the draft this way. You're hiring John Barr, and you're doing this differently. You're resetting these people, and there could be some of that happens.
Yeah.
Man, it's really, really interesting. Every day could be a new story for sure. And you mentioned the interesting part, Buster Posey. When he joined the ownership group, I really saw that as a positive. I didn't see it as just a meaningless gesture. And he has since moved back to the Bay Area. And I'm just wondering, I wonder, is this the time when we'll find out how strong his voice is? Because unless he's fully in support of what Farhan has built, I don't know.
Well, I think that Buster has said, pretty much all along, look, I'm here in an advisory role. I'm not going to throw my weight around. I'm not going to start, pointing fingers and telling you, where the furniture needs to go in the room. But he is someone who is going to be a sounding board. And as he gets more comfortable, I think maybe he will be more comfortable taking on a larger role. We know he's got a seat on that board, and that's, I believe there's 4 or 5 or 6 seats on that board, and there's a lot more owners than that. So just by that sort of signal alone, that he's going to have, his opinion is really going to carry a lot of weight. I think it's, however it bears out, I think it's a good thing because Buster Posey has always been one of the players that has just the best perspective, not just on, the game, not just on labor issues, how the game should be played, just what what parts we really need to protect about the game. How what it means to fans. He just has a good barometer for almost anything that you'd want to know about or ask about when it comes to the business and the playing of the game of baseball. So, however he's utilized, I think it's going to be a positive for everybody.
I'm with you, man, and I'm hoping maybe something happens this winter where he makes his presence felt in a positive way that resonates with the fans. We shall see. It should be really, really interesting. Last one for you, Andy, before we let you go to the desert, and that is day game today, obviously, 12:40. We haven't talked to you since the Kyle Harrison send-down. I mean, you're hearing a lot of stuff from both sides. Each camp has its story. What's your best interpretation? And do you think, I guess the accusation would be that if indeed they said, well, he wore down, that maybe they mishandled him by not building him up more on his pitch count in the minors. And I guess maybe the biggest criticism was, did they really have a plan for him?
Well, I think they did, and they did plan to get him up to 90 pitches, and then his hamstring blew out, and he missed a month. And they got to a point in the season where, they were really counting on him, and, you could say honestly, I think if there's a fault here, or if there's something that you can really criticize, is that they didn't go out and get another pitcher at the trade deadline, because they became very, very, I guess, dependent on getting a contribution from Kyle Harrison after that. And I don't think that necessarily the pitch count was something that that was really sort of malpractice to do that to him. I think they were confident that he could get to 90 way before they really let him. And they just have a lot of science and a lot of algorithms and a lot of data that shows that they can really limit the probability of pitching injuries if they bring them up that way and don't make them extend to 90-plus pitches in the minor leagues where it really doesn't matter. So, but you saw him make mechanical adjustments in the middle of that last start against Cleveland, and his velo was back up, which really does sort of tell me that it's more mechanical than the guy's just worn down. But really, what the problem was is they found themselves in a position where they really had to rely on getting something from him at the major league level, and part of that is because they didn't get anybody at the trade deadline. So I think if you want to throw a critique out there, I would start with that.
Yeah, I would say. I mean, we can spend the winter talking about that, but go look at their record since the trade deadline. It's like 15-26 or something like that. So anyway, point is, it's a fun conversation always, Andy, because these are big questions that a lot of people want answers to. I mean, there's a big, gigantic, burning rage out there, so we feed it every now and then when we talk to you. Off you go to a ball game. Enjoy the ball game, and then your trip to L.A. too, and we'll be reading you, man. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, guys. Have a good day.
Yeah, Andy Bagley, always good. Hey, we are proudly sponsored by Marin Health, with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care.
You're good.
Speak.
No, regroup. Yeah, regroup.
Closer than you think, and 7 silver swans swam silently seaward.
Shout out Peter Brady and Buddy Hinton going through that one before the fist fight. And
she sells seashells by the seashore.
That led to a schoolyard brawl. By the way, I just want to throw this out there because this guy really made me laugh. 209, Murph, you're speculating with Bags about, will this group be back? I mean, are they going to roll this thing out there again? And he said the Sabian had a couple of those seasons where he said, yeah, you come back, but it's conditional. My man on 209 going, hey, listen, Buster Posey for president of ops, and if it doesn't work out for Gabe, he might be able to land a gig at the Food Network. It's not bad.
I'm telling you guys.
That made me laugf.
Texters are really funny.
Tons.
Every
it's
day.
Gold.
Every day, texters make me
and
laugh.
that's why I like to. And that's exactly why I like to showcase my funniest ones. Right. Get these guys on the air. That's a good line.
I'm here to tell you that Gabe.
You can talk about guac and pork chops.
Gabe did just post a story right now.
This is a
Do you want me to click on it?
This is a pork loin.
Oh yeah, I'm clicking on it. It's
I've got cumin on this.
Well, it's something. It's notes to a Tribe Called Quest.
Well, I don't know. I mean. Shout out Q-Tip and everything, but still.
We have the hip-hop history down. We just can't win a ball game.
Yeah, we're trying to win some games, though. I know. I appreciate it. We like Tribe on this show. We're Tribe fans. Marcus plays them a lot.
I'm a Tribe head.
I wasn't really thinking about Tribe last night in the second inning.
No,
you know what I mean?
No. Actually, Murph, I was because they have a song called Can I Kick It? And the Giants were kicking around the ball all day yesterday.
You're like a texter.
109 errors. 109 boys. Can I kick it? Yes, the Giants can.
Kick it? Yes, you can.
The metrics say they're better.
Yeah.
Oh, the metrics. Great.
The metrics.
We got the metrics.
Paulie and I lived long enough to remember they threatened us and they scared the bejesus out of we're going to the metric system. In 1980, it was like third, fourth grade. They're like, "You guys got to remember going to the metric system."
I'm not going into that.
I was about to leave the country.
I was terrified. I was like, "What do you mean? What
too.
about my ruler?" They're like, "Get rid of it. We're going to the metric system." It's like, it was like woke before woke was the metric system. All right,
nice.
All right, here's the deal. Ari Tripoli's really excited. He's treating this guy like he's Jim Nance
I know he does. He gets wound up about guys. Look at him back there.
Ari Meyer's coming out. Ari's coming out.
We're
happy to talk to Ari. We're happy to.
I saw Tripoli in the.
We'll get to him next.
I saw him in the hallways. What do you think Ari's doing right now?
Ari Meyerov, the 33rd team, NFL content next on the Sports Leader.
Walk.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, fun one here. Ari Myrov, who's just a content machine for the NFL. You should follow him on Twitter at MySportsUpdate. He covers the NFL for the 33rd Team, which is just pumping out all sorts of NFL. Ari, we've never had you on the Murph and Mac show here on the 49er flagship, but good morning. How are you, man?
I'm doing great. It's great to be on with you guys a day before kickoff for the 49ers, trying to go 3-0, so I appreciate it.
And 1 hour ago, you posted something that came from our show. We had John Lynch on when he was talking about Ayuk. So here, we're feeding you content, Ari.
We're the source. Yeah.
That's right. You guys deserve all the credit for that one. I saw the lineup for today. I'm like, I see myself and I see John Lynch. I'm like, let me tune into this. And then we go. We have Brandon Ayuk news.
Oh, man. Good stuff, man. Yeah. So listen, tell us a little bit about, before we get into sort of the NFL, about, what you do, because you're out here just pumping out information, man. It's relentless. I mean, and us stealing you for, 8 to 10 minutes is going to cost you a couple tweets, right? So what is your life like, grinding out just incredible amounts of content?
Well, it's a great question. I mean, I started this really in 2013 just as an avid NFL fan. And I remember at the time thinking, like, there's no real place to get all the notable happenings around the NFL in one spot without any bias, just, information, accurate, reliable, take it to the bank that you need to know as an average NFL fan. So I just started a Twitter account and started to do it. And over the first couple of years, no one really cared. No one really followed. And after a couple of years just doing the exact same thing because I just loved it as a fan, I started to realize that there were players and reporters and some coaches who were on Twitter, like, following the account. And I was like, wow, this might be working over here. So I just kept on doing the exact same thing. No one knew who I was. The account was really just called NFL Updates. And I'm going to fast forward a little bit, but a few years ago, PFF actually reached out to me. Chris Collinsworth, of course, runs PFF. And they were like, we want to start a news division along with all the data and numbers that we do. Like, who are you? Who runs this account? How many people are there? And I was like, it's just one person. And they're like, wow, that's amazing. Let's have a meeting. And we spoke a little bit, and they're like, listen, we want to hire you to be our guy. You could go to events. this could be your full-time job, but on one condition, we need you to put your name and your face on this account and make you into an actual person. And I was like, you know what, let's do it. And I was able to drop what my job was at the time, which was real estate, made this into my full thing. And ever since that, I've been able to really become more involved with the NFL, build connections around the league, really understand how the sausage is really made behind the scenes. And the account is still a one-stop shop for everything, but I definitely have a deeper understanding of everything over the last few years, ever since it became my full-time thing.
It's really good. Congratulations, man. That's just hard work and persistence, and I love it. They thought you were a team and you were one dude, right? You're like, yeah, it's like
send over the whole team.
You're
Yeah,
like, no, man, I'm just a lemonade stand here, buddy. So, congrats. So, tell us a little bit about the 33rd team. How new is this, and what kind of content we getting?
Yeah, so this was launched a couple of years ago by Mike Tannenbaum, former Jets and Dolphins GM, and Joe Banner, the former Eagles president, who was very, very influential there when it came to hiring Andy Reid and Howie Roseman and a bunch of other things during their successful years in the 2000s. And they essentially, now that they were out of the NFL and now with any teams, they wanted to start something where they could get a bunch of former executives and coaches and players to still have a voice in the NFL. So they essentially started a website called the33rdteam.com, and they pump out content within what they think and what they know from being in the league for so long. So you have people like them. You have Rick Spielman is there. You have a bunch of former players. Ed Reed does stuff for us. Joe Thomas does stuff for us. Rondy Barber does stuff. And you have current players as well. Fred Warner has his own podcast with the 33rd team now. Amon-Ra St. Brown and his brother have a podcast with us. And essentially, it's really just giving you the behind the scenes of everything that goes on in the NFL from the vantage point of executives, coaches, and players. And I joined them about 8 or 9 months ago to become their lead news guy, to give you more of a behind-the-scenes perception of everything going on in the league, what to expect to come in the coming days and weeks around the league, to give you that vantage point. And it's really just for diehard fans who really want to go deeper into the game of football, and not just the regular stuff that you're seeing on the major network. So it's a different vantage point. It was a great idea, and a lot of people are now behind it ever since Joe and Mike started it, and it's really just a rocket ship right now. It's really going crazy, and it's been really fun to be a part of.
Oh, really cool. And in fact, here's, guys like me, I have Saquon Barkley and Jamal Williams on my fantasy team, and I'm looking at your website, and you guys have stuff down there. But what's going on with both of these guys who are now question marks? So this is the kind of stuff you can get in addition to all sorts of other stuff too. I guess while we have you, Ari, we're talking to Ari Myrov, who of course on Twitter at MySportsUpdate and works for the 33rd team as a relentless NFL content machine on Twitter. What latest from Saquon Barkley, if there's anything new this morning, and how surprised were you to hear Brian Daboll not rule him out?
Yeah, Brian Daboll has historically, whenever he does his press conferences, it's very, very tough for him to officially say somebody's out. And he usually does that, where he's like, I'll take it down to the wire if I have to. I personally would be stunned if Saquon Barkley is able to play. We all saw what happened on Sunday in the end of that game, and how he hobbled off the field, had to be helped off, slammed his helmet. The ankle is really, really swollen from what the reports are out there. So to have such a quick turnaround and play on Thursday night would be shocking. Would I be stunned if the Giants decide to label him as doubtful instead of just saying 100% out? I would not be stunned. That's just the way the Giants have operated. Look at their Week 1 injury report. They had Wan'Dale Robinson as doubtful. They had Azeez Ojulari as doubtful. Same thing for Week 2, even though both players are not playing both weeks. So this is just the way the Giants have operated with their injury reports under Daboll ever since he got there 2 years ago. So I would be surprised if he is out there. It does sound like it's a multi-week injury, but the Giants and Daboll historically have always kept the door open just in case, some way, somehow, the player heals miraculously.
Ari Myrov is the voice you hear. Is it NFL content king over there for the 33rd team, at the 33rd team FB. So Ayuk going into this game Thursday night, we don't know. You heard John Lynch say, so that's the kind of thing, that's the kind of thing I imagine you'd be following minute by minute.
Absolutely. I mean, he's one of the key players on that offense. We all saw especially what he did in Week 1 against Pittsburgh. And I've always been a believer, especially early in the season, for a team that has Super Bowl aspirations. If one of your key players has an injury which could potentially linger, which is what John essentially said when he was on the show earlier today, it isn't really worth it to play him in week 3. I mean, that's the way I've always looked at it. Now, if the player believes he'll be fine and he can get through the game and there won't be an issue come week 4, week 5, week 6, then fine, let him go. But I'm sure the 49ers doctors will let Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch and the player know, hey, if you go out there and you take a hit, then so-and-so happens. Maybe the 49ers decide to go more precautionary than just to put him out there. But I guess we'll know for sure once the injury report comes out today, and probably more so tomorrow, like John said, it's a game-time decision when the official actives and inactives come out before the game.
Yeah, and then, of course, obviously the big story about Nick Chubb in Cleveland. If you guys have any update on that, and Kareem Hunt, I guess, is the new news that he signed?
Yeah, Kareem Hunt officially signed this morning a 1-year deal, and really it just makes a lot of sense. And Kareem really had interest throughout the offseason. He visited the Colts, the Vikings, the Saints, and some of those teams made offers, but he just never felt like it was the right opportunity to get playing time. And he, of course, was in Cleveland the last 4 years, has experience in that offense. And the unfortunate Nick Chubb injury happened on Monday night. It was pretty gruesome. ESPN did not show it again because it was that bad. And he's going to be out for the rest of the season. And you hope that's all it's going to be, and not anything more. But they're going to bring in Kareem Hunt. He's going to be part of the backfield along with Ford, who was pretty good on Monday night after Chubb went out, had over 100 yards, I believe. So they're going to make that into a tandem of running backs there in Cleveland. But it's such a big year in Cleveland with the trade they did for Deshaun Watson, the contract that they gave him, that this Chubb injury has such significant ramifications because they really wanted to be a run-first team to start the year at least until Deshaun Watson gets that rust off of him from not playing for so long, and we've seen how he's played through the first 2 weeks. It's not been great. So we'll see what happens in week 3 when they play, but there is such big expectations in Cleveland this year to prove that the trade that they did for Deshaun Watson was worth it, and losing Chubb is significant for them.
It is for sure. Last one, Ari, is the what you guys are reporting on the Jets quarterback situation. I mean, when Rodgers went down, it was such a gigantic story, and they've been sticking. Well, they went once with Zach Wilson, but do you still hear? Are you guys still hearing that there's just an open door? I mean, the big one would be if the Vikings flame out, would they trade Kirk Cousins? You know, is that something you guys are following?
I'm definitely gonna follow it. I mean, I think Zach Wilson was put into a tough situation. I mean, week 1 going against Buffalo, somehow even winning that game was impressive. Then Dallas, that defensive line, that entire defense is really ferocious under Dan Quinn, and he played like a quarterback who was playing against Dallas' defense. So it was difficult, and they're going to try to stick by him. They hope that his confidence from where it was last year to where it is this year is at a different place. They hope that him being around Aaron Rodgers for a few months, who he idolized growing up, maybe helped him. But if it doesn't, work out in the next couple of weeks, there are going to be those conversations about what do we do. Like, I have a hard time seeing, for example, I've seen the Matthew Stafford stuff. I don't think that's possible because of the salary. Kirk Cousins is a free agent after the year. If the Vikings continue to lose, I still find it hard to believe they would move on from him, but I guess we keep an eye on him. The one that I'm really keeping an eye on if it really doesn't work out, with Zach is Ryan Tannehill in Tennessee. He also has 1 year remaining on his contract, becomes a free agent after the season. Tennessee considered moving on from him in the offseason. His former offensive coordinator, Todd Downing, is on that Jets staff. And, of course, Tennessee has Malik Willis and Will Levis behind him. So if Tennessee somehow struggles this year and they're ready to move on, the Jets are willing to make that type of an offer, maybe that would make sense, because the reality is that Jets team, that roster, defense, special teams, running backs, receivers, it's stacked. They just need a quarterback who could play like a Jimmy Garoppolo style, and that would be Ryan Tannehill. So we'll see where it ends up going, but I'm definitely keeping tabs on this. For now, they have not added a single quarterback since the injury happened. It's Wilson and Boyle, and they're keeping their options open.
Last one, Ari Myroff and the 33rd team at My Sports Update on Twitter, Content Machine. Last one, your power rankings, which are I know, week 2 power rankings, nothing more meaningless, but for fun. Cowboys, Niners, or Eagles, number 1, or Chiefs?
Yeah, I mean, we do our power ranking on the website. Ryan Reynolds does it for us. I believe he had the 49ers at number 1, and I definitely agree with him. I mean, I've always been, ever since really last year, I'm a big believer in Brock Purdy, and of course we know the rest of the talent on that roster, but there's been this narrative going around for really ever since he came in that any quarterback could work with Kyle Shanahan. I just don't believe that's, Brock Purdy, that's the reason he's so good. Brock Purdy is a legitimate quarterback in the NFL. and he has been tremendous ever since he took over the starting job. And, you know, it's this narrative that it could just be any quarterback in Kyle's system is a bit overblown. I think he's exactly the type of quarterback that Kyle wants. He's done everything right up until now, and because of him, and in part because of him, they've been winning. And I just don't believe you could insert any quarterback at all, and that team is going to be fine. There's a reason they wanted to move on from Jimmy. There's a reason they ended up moving on from Trey. Brock has been great, and the rest of the roster is just from top to bottom, depth-wise, star-wise. They have all pros, Pro Bowlers everywhere. They've been around for a while. The coaching staff has been together. Steve Wilkes has done a tremendous job as defensive coordinator through 2 weeks so far. So I'm all in at San Francisco. I had this team going to the Super Bowl before the season started. If they just stay healthy, that's the most important part. If they stay healthy, this team is going to be dangerous throughout the year.
Just football, man. Fun talking about it, and we'll check you out. We'll continue to follow you at the 33rd team and on Twitter. Thanks, Ari, and congrats on your success, man.
I appreciate it. Thanks for having me on.
There he is, Ari Meyer. I think I was information machine 623 texting in saying, he says, you know, who might want to listen to this guy talk about his work ethic a little bit? Triple E.
Oh, gee, see, they're going after Triple E now.
63 because it's
With one of the
confounding to
guests
me
that he booked.
that Triple would be such a big fan of this guy when he embodies none of his qualities. Come on, Nick, I need the cackle. Thank you very much. Kidding, Triple E. We love you, buddy.
We love triples.
You look like Ukrainian President Zelensky, too.
Okay,
as we
well,
heard.
that's a compliment.
Well, the guy was at the UN.
Yeah.
I was talking to Triple E this morning.
guy.
I said, hey, Zelensky was at the UN. He goes, yeah, that's my guy.
Yeah.
Did you remember that? The waiter said, you must get this all the time, but you look like the president of the Ukraine, Zelensky.
Really? Is that what you imagine?
You know what I mean?
By the way, he posted, as I said, something
What's
about
new with him? Did he do any espresso or
No,
coffee?
He posted
Any walks?
something about a Tribe Called Quest.
This cactus is unreal.
So anyway, guys, well, there you go, man.
Okay.
He's basically, I didn't want to say this because it would be maybe an insult to the he's the Shams Charania of the NFL.
Yeah, he's coming at you with a lot of information. Yeah, figures.
And if you're a fantasy guy, you need
Yeah.
it. If you need it. All right. Hey, Steve Young joins Tolbert and Copes today at 5 o'clock. All right. What did we accomplish today, Paulie? Anything?
Well, we cleared the air as Giant fans collectively. We got everything off our chest. You got another game coming up in less than 2 hours. I hope you're ready for that. And we are now we're anticipating the Niner game big time. Congratulations to Tim Ryan. I don't know if I forgot anything. Marcus, did I leave anything out? We gave away power trip tickets. I mean, we did it all.
You did it all.
We're making
You've said it
friends.
all, Paulie.
We're having laughs.
Papa and Lund next on the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
All righty. We hand it over to Papa and Lund, who
Can
are
I
doing
kick
their
it?
thing. Gentlemen, you guys ready for 4 hours of rock and roll radio? Yes?
G-Pops?
Oh,
yes.
We
There
weren't
he is.
connected.
Was
There
just
we
talking
go.
to me. Good morning. How
You guys
are
all ready to rock and roll for 4 hours of
Already.
world-class radio? Is that what you're going to do?
Already. It's 1 hour and 40 minutes today. We got Giants baseball.
So the answer is no. An hour and 40 is all you get.
I'll do 4 hours, but we're not.
Well,
what do I have on here?
that
I'm listening
squad's
to
not
Kyle
looking.
Shanahan right now.
Oh,
sorry.
Listen to that.
11:40 we're done. Giants pregame, and then 12:40 first pitch.
That squad.
Today a playoff game.
Do you remember the Giants, the Charlie Dressen, the Giants is dead? Remember that, 1951 there? There you go.
Yeah.
That's my take, Greg.
Remember 51, Murph? Were they dead? When did he say that?
He said it, and it's funny enough, he said that, and then the Giants won the pennant. So.
Right, but when did he say it?
He said it when they were like 11 and a half out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The lowest point?
It's a great quote, though.
That was a little Stengalese.
The Giants is dead.
Yeah.
So
Giants is...
we'll take that bad grammar and we'll hand it to Papa and Lund. All right, you get your Kyle
Have a great
in,
show, you guys.
And tomorrow's football will
Let's
be
go.
all over
Rock
it.
and roll.
And it's time for a change. Think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Apparently, artists told me there's a lot of people in Vegas pissed off about that decision. I clearly was not aware of that stuff.
So there's hell of milk in them cows in it.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy to Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
Swing. There's a high drive. Deep center field. Really struck. Deep. Still going. Way back there. Adios! Pelota! That hit the little outcropping above the 400-foot sign or the 407 marker in straightaway center. 25 feet up. There's a little ledge, and he hit the top of that above the yellow line. That made it a home run, and it's 2-0 Giants. There go the runners. The pitch inside. The throw down to third. The tag. Safe, and the ball's off the glove of Flores, and heading for the plate is Carroll. Here's Flores. He makes a wild throw to the plate. Another runner is heading home, and 2 runs have scored. A catastrophic drop throw by Flores, and the D-backs have scored 4 times in the inning and have a 5-2 lead. 2-strike pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck it out. So the D-backs take game 1, and the Giants continue to falter, and they have lost 4 out of 5 so far on this road trip. The final score, Arizona 8, the Giants 4.
Yeah, he's a little sore. Obviously, had to get him out of that game. He wasn't able to finish his pitches, and we could see that in both the stuff and kind of the wincing that was going on in his face, and gave us everything he had, but he wasn't able to get through the outing today, and we had to get him out of there.
All right, there you go. Could be the end of the road for the Giants as we get into day baseball today against Arizona. We shall discuss. Lots going on with the 49ers as we are 1 day away, and Kyle explained briefly what it's like to try to get ready for a Thursday game. We'll get you that as well. Hey, historic day. Powerball is huge again. We got a lot of great sound for you. We got to talk fast. Early baseball in the desert. Good morning, my friend.
Sleep fast and sleep it off after what happened last night. What an ugly game. And they got 2 right away, and, Lamont Wade Jr. hits a ball. The Corbin Carroll misplays. You get a run. And then Jock Peterson. We didn't think he'd be in the lineup against Zach Gallen. And Zach Gallen was not sharp last night. He was very gettable. And they got him a little bit. Jock was 2 for 21 coming into the game. And it's a bomb out to center. You put up a crooked number right away and then give one back. And Cobb just wasn't very sharp, but it really was. And I hear you all the time when they play shabbily with their gloves. And Perdomo's ball down the left field line. I was driving back from 49er practice, and I heard John Miller and Dave Fleming, and they were very tactful about it. But they made the point that then Gabe Kapler really was an outstanding outfielder. He was a good hitter. He played a long time. He won a championship in Boston, but he could go get him. And the way they teach their outfielders is you run hard all the way to the ball. You run through the baseball on a fly ball. Mitch Haniger did not do that at all. He jogged. He looked like he slowed up at the ball, John. And John and Dave were debating whether or not he was worried about the ball bouncing past him. Possibly, but on that angle, I think he can do both. He can go catch the baseball. Obviously, the Wilmer play is Wilmer. And I'd like JD struggling a little bit, but you'd rather have JD Davis at third base over Wilmer and have Wilmer DH, and then Jock wouldn't be in the lineup and he get a home run, so you're kind of into that paradox there. But to me, it looked like Mitch Haniger, and when I heard them debating it, they were being tactful, but they were making their point, and you could hear it in their voices. That ball needs to be caught. And then I go and watch the game back this morning, and there's no doubt that ball needs to be caught. And then Gabe begins his post-game press conference saying 20% catch probability?
No way.
On that ball?
Don't buy it.
Do they mean 80%?
Yeah.
And 20 he wouldn't get it? 20%? Corbin Carroll catches that backpedaling. How is that 20%, John? Should Haniger have caught that ball?
Absolutely. And then it like you said, it spurred on a chain of events that made it Bad News Bears-esque, which has been far too often seen this year for the Giants. And I agree with you 100%. He was jogging at the ball. Mitch Haniger's been a disaster, like a lot of the signings, and it harkens me back. And it's not like I sit here and like to be right. It's just the defense has been so bad so many times, and although you don't call that an error, just not getting to a ball like that is ridiculous. And it made me think as I was watching that play last night what Farhan promised in the offseason, which was they knew the shifts were going to go away, although you can still kind of move, but they said they were going to get more athletic. They said that the pitching was bad last year because of the defense, and they vowed to make it better. And while they're a little bit better, if you dive deep into the analytics, they now have 110 errors, which is the most by 10. You look at most analytics, I mean, they're better in defensive runs saved, but it's their defense. It lets them down time after time, either by committing the error, which is obvious, or not getting to a play like Mitch Haniger did not last night, which led to the circus of events to allow them to score runs. It's ridiculous. And then, look, I'm resigned to the fact that they're not going to make the playoffs, and to be honest with you, I'm kind of amazed that they've made it this far because, again, if you do a deep analytical dive on the Giants since July 1st, worst offense, mediocre pitching, bad defense. It's a miracle, honestly, that they've made it this far, and they barely have because they're a game over 500, which is not great.
Well, I mean, it's just been a roller coaster of a season, and they got hot a little bit, on the last homestand. But overall, I mean, coming out of the All-Star break, and remember last year when they came out of the All-Star break, they got buried. They lost 7 in a row, got swept at Dodger Stadium. They were pretty much done. Now they made a nice push in September to get to 500, but they came out of the All-Star break and they swept Pittsburgh in 3. They had some odd games that weekend. They had that early morning Sunday game for the Peacock Network. And then the game on Monday in Cincinnati, it gets rain in the middle of it. It gets suspended. They had to play 2 games the next day. They won them both. They won the suspended game. They won the game against the Reds. And you're thinking, here they go. And at that point, John, they were a good road team. Bags had the numbers. They were 28-19 after they won that game. Overall, they were 13 games over 500, and they've just completely fallen apart. And in particular, on the road, they are 5-24, 5-24 in their last 29 games. And it started with the rest of that trip. They wound up losing the last 2 in Cincinnati, and then they go to Washington, and that was terrible when they got swept by the Curly W's, who are not very good this year. Detroit for the makeup game, going back, and that game kind of killed them because they were tired. It was a game earlier in the year. They waited around for hours and hours. Poor Marty Lurie was on the air for 8 hours that day. It never even rained a drop. Then they had to go back to Detroit. They sleptwalked, lost the game, came home and got hot again against Oakland. But when they went to the A's and the Angels and all that, that's where it unraveled. But the bottom line is they're just a completely different team. So what you're trying to do is just get out of this trip, give yourself a chance to make next week's final homestand of the year against your two big rivals, the Padres and the Dodgers, relevant. But I'm not going to say if they lose today they're dead, but they've got to treat the game today like it's a playoff game. And that means the manager has to manage it that way. That means if Logan Webb is not pitching well today, you got to go get him early. And I know he's your guy, but he does have a tendency to get hit here and there. They've not won with him. He can lock in the first moment where he begins to lose it. Let's see where Merrill Kelly is. He was not good in his last outing. The pure math of it now, Arizona's got 72 losses and you've got 75 losses. So they're 3 ahead of you. They win the game today. They go up 4, but it's 5 because they win the tiebreaker. And then so it's going to be really hard to catch them. And then the Cubs, the same situation because they have the tiebreaker. They have 72 losses. I'm not even bringing Miami and Cincinnati into this because they're both ahead of you. And so it's not like 21 where it was just 2 teams, you and the Dodgers. And you could make up ground head-to-head. Now it's just so convoluted because you're in this 4-team wildcard race for whatever spot you can get. But I'm not going to – if they lose the game today, mathematically they're not dead. But they absolutely have got to treat this game today like it's a playoff game. They have got to win this game today.
Yeah, I just don't see it. And I don't take any pleasure in trying to say that they're gone before they're gone. But right now, this is just a body recovery mission. I mean, they're not a playoff team, and they haven't stepped up in a long time, and they have a lot of problems, and I can't see it. And then what's facing you, and look, they could do this, there's no question, but the best record in baseball since July 1st, the exact opposite way in those 69 games, the Dodgers are 47-22. While the Giants are 30-39, and you play 7 of your last 10 against the Dodgers. So even with a win today, it's very tough. And then the other thing is the Padres are playing well. You might get caught by the Padres. I mean, we've been looking up for so long. All of a sudden, the Padres are a couple back in the loss column in Bob Melvin's crew. And I thought Bob handled the media yesterday expertly when they asked all the questions, but they're right behind you. So I just can't see it because not only because of the numbers, like you just said, but just the way they're playing. When's the last time they played like a playoff team? It's been a long time.
On the last homestand.
Yeah,
when the last homestand.
Yeah.
They just swept Colorado and they took 2 out of 3 from Cleveland. I think they have one more kick in them, but they have to have the math has to work for you. Otherwise, no matter how much you're kicking, it don't matter. So you've got, to me, today's the game. If you win the game today, it's a twofer. It's a dodgeball game. You win the season series, you get within 2 of them. You lose today, though. I mean, it's just a pure math. They're running out of time here. I think they're capable of playing well again, but because they've just been so streaky, you can't figure them out. But the pure math of it is, since you don't have the tiebreaker against the Cubs, you do the Marlins and Reds. But there's so many damn teams. Philadelphia's already up on Atlanta 4-0. I mean, you're almost mathematically unable, tragic number for catching the Phillies. Because the Philadelphia, the Giants do have the tiebreaker against them, but you're 6 back.
Yeah,
I mean, you're running out of time here. You're running out of time. You got 11 games to go, and today's one of the 11, but today's the most important one of all of them. So I know Gabe likes to say they're all as important. When you're playing in the middle of 162, that's true. But today, this is their last chance to beat a team that you have to beat out. They're ahead of you. And it's the swing game on the season series. So let's see how he manages the game today. He's got to manage the game today like if they lose, they're eliminated.
Yeah. I almost think they have to go undefeated the rest of the way, and they just, again, it's not even the numbers for me. It's just the way that they look. It's the way that they play. It's just everything. They're just not a playoff team. But we'll get into the conversation. We'll keep having it. We've got day baseball, and like you said, it's a huge game. If they want any shot at this whole thing, we got a ton of 49ers to get caught up on, as well as Kyle illustrated how difficult it is yesterday for the podium to get ready for these Thursday games. We'll play that for you.
The
We'll
building,
talk about
they're
it.
not going home. They're sleeping there.
He's incredible.
Wow.
People I don't think realize it, man. They think they're robots and they just come out of a locker and play football. It's amazing. So we'll get into all those conversations coming up next. I'll pop up the camera. I was having a little issue, but I am good now. It's Pop and Lund on a Wednesday. We got to talk fast day baseball coming up only here on the Sports Leader.
what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Giants, do they have one last kick in them? Take on the Diamondbacks today for a huge game. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app, and KNBR.com.
Let's ride. That's Russell Wilson. We've retired Let's Ride. Good morning, Greg Papa with a message for architects and designers. If you're about to start a remodel or design project with one of your clients, I invite you to visit Golden State Window and Door Design. Each location across the Bay Area features attractive displays of doors and windows of all kinds. You'll also find a variety of stylish accessories like handles, knobs, locks, and casings. Golden State works with a number of manufacturers, including Marvin, for windows that provide outstanding quality, a large selection of colors and styles. Marvin offers beautiful design collections that can keep you within budget. So take a look at Golden State's window and door design showrooms virtually. You can do it virtually at GoldenStateLumber.com. When you're ready to impress your clients, click Request an Appointment to bring them in to see the appealing options. Golden State's educated staff can answer all of your questions. Serving the Bay Area since 1954, when the Giants were a playoff team and won a World Series. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Nobody's giving up hope. It's just obviously you need to come in here and try to win both. And you look around the league and see that other teams kind of took care of business. It's just, you walk off that mound and put your team in the position that they're in. And in a must-win game, it's no worse feeling, coming in here and watching kind of the one day that you have the ability to put your presence on making the postseason, you aren't able to, and it's a letdown. It's no other way to really put it other than just talk about the highs and lows of the season. It's when you see the playoff picture get further away from you in a game that you are able to kind of contribute. And you don't. It definitely feels like the lowest part of the season.
That's Alex Cobb. He couldn't finish up, that hip impingement becoming too much, and I think last night was typical of what the Giants have been doing down the stretch. Not enough offense, bad defense, couldn't get the pitching going, and it wasn't Alex Cobb's fault last night, but the Giants now find themselves basically with no more wiggle room if they want any shot at this whole thing. I don't see this as a playoff team beyond the numbers are just not very good. They're one game over 500, and as you pointed out earlier, they've lost, and this is unbelievable. They're 5-24 in their last 29 road games, which doesn't give you a lot of hope as well. They're 30-39 since July 1st with the worst offense in baseball, and they've got 7 of their final 10 against the Dodgers, who are 47-22 during that time. But other than that, things are good.
Yeah, I mean, they're streaky, so they just got to start streaking the other direction. Now, the problem is you got to win today, and then you're going to 1000 Vin Scully Avenue. It's to deal with the Dodgers. So, and I think you're going to get Kershaw, right, on this series, John?
You are, that last one, it looks like.
Yeah, so
and they've got a ton of injuries, too. I mean, that's what's amazing is I'm looking at their...
So he's going to pitch Sunday on Sunday Night Baseball, Kershaw?
Yeah, that's what they've got it so far. So the matchups are, we saw this kid early, Emmett Sheehan is going to pitch.
There's no hit in the Giants
tomorrow, yeah.
Remember? And then Friday
young guy
night.
Gavin Stone and Lance Lynn, who they got from Chicago, and Kershaw is supposed to pitch Sunday. So that is
That's what. Remember when they went to Dodge? Last time they were at Dodger Stadium, they swept him in a 3-game series. Sheehan was pitching beautifully on that Friday night, and then they got him out.
That was his first
and
start.
Then the Giants beat them the next day, 15-0. The greatest road win ever, I think, going back to Ebbets Field and the history of the Giants-Dodgers, even going back to New York, as far as a road win. I mean, it's just, we were wondering at that time, the Dodgers did not look like they were a very good team. And it's just amazing how the whole thing has flipped, and they won the National League West again for a 10th time in the last 11 years, the one exception being 21. And you're 17 and a half games behind. But you knew going into the year the Dodgers, people thought the Dodgers were not going to be good. It's the Padres and Diamondbacks have kind of flipped. And we even thought that San Diego would be more than 8 over, that they would be a team that would win easily in the 90s this year, if not 100 wins after, they beat the Dodgers last year and, lost on the Bryce Harper walk-off to lose the pennant. But, I mean, it's the Diamondbacks, John, that are shockingly good. And here you are in Arizona, where the season started like in February, right? Valentine's Day, you're checking in. You start playing spring games in late February. You go back there. It's your last game there. Who would have thought? And Arizona started to play better, last year. But going back to 21, when the Giants won 107 games, the Diamondbacks lost 110 games. 110. And there were some games where I honestly felt sorry for them. Remember the game they blew? I want to say it was an 8-0 lead. Mike Yastrzemski hit the grand slam. It wasn't a walk-off. It went in the eighth. Plummet had a great call of it, and it was in the Bay. And they came back and won that game. And honestly, at that moment, I felt badly for Torey Lovello. And I thought, wow, you're going to get fired, and they're not very good. They didn't fire him. They extended him. So it was, you look at it, John, of all of the shocking reality here. I mean, Philadelphia, you thought was a playoff team. The 3 teams that are going to win their divisions, You're not surprised there. Atlanta's won this division. They have a lock on it. Philadelphia, you knew, was a playoff team. Milwaukee was a playoff team. It's just, how did the Chicago Cubs, in the middle of a rebuild that we thought were selling off pieces, how are they going to wind up better than you, more than likely? And the Arizona Diamondbacks, how have they done this?
Right, the Cubs and Diamondbacks did it in two different ways, right? I mean, the Cubs went out and they got one of the shortstops from the offseason, Dansby Swanson. He's been a great leader for them. Bellinger has been a revelation, somebody that the Giants need to 100% pursue in the offseason. He's a Scott Boras guy, so it's not going to be easy, but they need to get that kind of star power here. And then Arizona, we talked about it at the beginning of the season. I have a lot of friends that cover the Diamondbacks, and they told me in the offseason that watch this team. They understand the new rules and the athleticism and what's going to happen, and everybody was talking Corbin Carroll, and now Jordan Lawler, as Sean was telling us yesterday, is their next big prospect. They got pitching. They've got and I think this is just kind of the beginning for them. They've got a bunch of young guys. They're going to be tough. And I'll give you a little note today that is not great for the Giants. Woogie against the Giants at home, career at home is 6-0.
You're talking Merrill Kelly?
Yeah, Merrill Kelly.
When he has his cap off, he does not look as much like Woogie.
No, he does not.
From something about when he puts the cap on,
it's
like
they're twins. Yeah, it's unbelievable.
It's unbelievable.
9 starts at home versus the Giants, 6-0 with a 1.83, 12 earned runs in 59 and a third with 47 strikeouts and 10 walks. So you're going up against a guy that has dominated you, and you don't even need those numbers. If you watch Giants baseball, and you do, you know this he's just been a pain.
I remember
a
game going back to the 21 year, the one where they came back. I think it was 8-0 down, and they won. It was like, what? There was a game where Merrill Kelly was throwing, I think, a one-hitter into the ninth inning.
I'll find it because I have his logs here.
And he...
What year?
They took him 2021. It was like in July or August. They took him out of the game. For whatever reason, Torey Lovullo took him out, and their bullpen imploded, and the Giants won. It was like, what are you doing? You know, it's kind of like, remember when Matt Williams took Jordan Zimmerman out of that playoff game?
Everyone
like,
lost their mind.
And then, like 6 hours later, he goes 16 innings. But
in 2021, so he had a couple of starts. He had a 7-inning one on July. July 1st. He had one in 2021 where he went 7. And struck out 7.
Did he lost it? He probably got a no decision.
No decision. Yeah, there's a,
right.
he did get a win that day, so that's not the one.
All right. So there was one later. It was in Arizona.
Okay.
It was a day game.
Right here. Yep, I got it. It's the 5th of August of 21. He went 8 innings in that one. Struck out 4.
How many hits did he give up? 1.
He gave 3. He gave up 3.
3-hitter. I don't think he started the 9th. Right? It wasn't 8+.
That's right.
He pulled him going to the 9th.
Yeah, it was August 5th, 2021.
The Giants won that game.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's like, it's baseball, and that's why we're trying to project and where they're going to be. I mean, I don't know. They've had a lot of guys underachieve, and I know so many guys. Mitch Haniger, just when you think he's starting to hit the ball well and he's going right center and he's hitting balls in the gap, he's had some misplays defensively. I know he's a Bay Area guy, but I can't wrap my brain around the 20% probability on catching that ball. Does Thomas, Arizona's center fielder, catch the ball, John, after the catch? How about the catch he made on a 9 route straight over his head? It was like he looked like Fred Lynn in 75. Yeah. I mean, come on.
He's ridiculous.
Why are they better? They steal bases. They're aggressive.
Yeah,
they run.
They're much better
and
defensively.
They play better defensively.
Yeah, much
better.
What
happened to the Giants stealing bases? The Verducci piece is there's not a lot we learned there because we know the team so well.
He explained it well, but we know everything in it.
I know, but it's not like when the Athletic does an exhaustive piece with numbers, you're like, wow, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. There's nothing in there we didn't know. He's just kind of encapsulating what it is, and to me it speaks overall of baseball state, not just the Giants. But the one point that he made, and it's obvious, the stolen bases.
I got your number for you. Since July 1st, when they're 30 and 39, they've stolen 13 bases, which is last in baseball. I mean, the problem is
nobody steals besides Tyro.
Right.
Who has any stolen bases on the team besides Estrada?
And essentially what they're built to be is a home run hitting team that doesn't hit home runs. I mean, again, I'm using July 1st because that's when it went south. But since that time, they have 64 home runs, which is 28th. They have 258 runs, which is second to last. Only A's with 254 are worse. Their batting average is 229, which is 28th. Stolen bases, because you're not hitting home runs, let's steal a base. 13, which is last. On base percentage, 26th. Slugging, 365, last. So they don't generate runs. They don't hit home runs. They don't hit with runners in scoring position. It's a tough way to go because, as you point out, they'll score, what they scored the other day in Colorado, 11. And then they'll go a week and they won't score 11 runs.
They gave up 10.
Right.
Really hung on.
But I mean, they'll go
9-0.
They'll go a week and they won't score 11 in a week.
Yeah,
it's just crazy. It's just what they've done.
It's just what the one thing, and I go back to the exit interview last year for Farhan, and I think Cap was there. He said they wanted to get more athletic in the offseason and improve their defense. They haven't done it. And then they went through the lineup and they thought from top to bottom they would have a handful of guys hit 20 home runs. Wilmer's got what, John? 21, 22? Nobody else. Is anybody else going to hit 20 this year besides Wilmer Flores?
No.
I don't think so.
In today's day and age, it's just really difficult to do that. You just, in 2021, they had all those guys hitting home runs, and it's not the only stat that matters, that's for sure, but you have to have a consistent power threat, especially the way that this team is built. I mean, that's the way this team is built to do that. And they don't. They don't hit home runs. They don't have enough threats in the lineup. I mean, really, the easiest way to bottom line this thing is they're too old and they're too young. So they got a bunch of old guys that are past their prime, and they got a bunch of young guys who aren't ready yet, or we don't know if they're ever going to be ready. It's just that's just kind of what it is. And players play, coaches coach, managers manage, whatever. But a lot of this, Farhan has to look himself in the mirror, and I like Farhan, but he has to look at his team and say, we gotta do differently, and not because of what Tom Verducci is writing. It's just Blake Snell was great again last night. I know I'm beating the drum so much on that, but they need a couple more starters. They need a couple of middle of the order hitters that are in the prime of their career. That's much easier said than done. But if he can't sign the hitters, then he's got to give up some of these prospects, and he's got to go out and he's got to trade for them. They got to do something.
Giants baseball today, 11:40 pregame. First pitch at 12:40. Giants baseball. Man. Nothing like it. Wow. Why don't we just tell the audience to turn the dial off?
I know, but I'm just like,
we're speaking the truth.
But I mean, last night, I'm watching the game last night. Like you said, there's so much on the line for them last night. And to play
Chad Miller's call. Chad Miller's call on the Wilmer Flores play.
Oh,
catastrophic. I was like, oh, God.
I'm watching that going, this is the most critical game of the season, and this is
the worst thing ever is Wilmer chasing a ball into foul territory, trying to recover the ball and make a throw when you have Corbin Carroll dashing for home plate.
Man.
What do you got odds on there?
Oh, man, it's bad. It's so bad. All right, we'll flip it to brighter times. We will get you day baseball coming up at 11:40, but let's hit up a little bit on the 49ers, something Kyle said yesterday at the press conference that was comical. And I just found out we're having Ted Wynn on the show. He's the best.
He's got a great breakdown.
He does. He's outstanding. He is worth the price of admission for the
forward on fourth down with a Purdy plunge, which was huge.
He's so
that blocked punt that Belichick had. And I've seen teams do that a lot where they take the jammer off the gunner and come in, but they don't time it up the way Belichick timed that play up to block that punt. That was you're going to see everybody trying to copy that. So what's the tip? When the punter drops his head and the snap's coming, that's when you fire?
I guess
that
was.
You know what you do then? You have the punter
amazing.
drop his head, and you don't snap the ball.
Right.
And that guy jumps off sides.
And
you do it on a 4th and 4. Good luck to you.
Yeah.
Well, that was a hell of a play. But I've seen them practice that a lot, and I've seen them do it in games. It's just the way they timed that up that was exceptional.
All right, so Ted Wynn at 10:50, getting the Niners ready for a Thursday night coming up next. Pop and Lund, thanks for joining us only here on the Sports Leader.
Hang in there.
Wednesday morning to you. It's already the day before a game. We got a kickoff tomorrow night, Thursday Night Football at 5:15 against the New York Giants. Is your home ready for kickoff? Everybody knows that hosting friends, family, and friends is the best way to friends, family, and fellow fans is the best way to enjoy a football Thursday night. So get ready for an elevated game night by staining your deck or painting your fan cave with Benjamin Moore. Football and painting season are in full swing, so now is the perfect time to tackle your indoor and outdoor paint projects. Have your family room decked out in team colors to impress guests and intimidate rivals. Update your kitchen with a fresh coat of paint for prepping tailgate treats and pregame snacks. A freshly stained porch or repainted exterior will allow you to grill outdoors in style all season long as the air quality is good enough. So change your luck with a fresh coat of paint. Whether you're calling it audible or following the playbook, find all the right products, the perfect colors, and plenty of advice at your Bay Area Benjamin Moore retailer. And since we've gone to 17 games in the NFL the last few years, let Benjamin Moore help you extend the life of your home for many years to come. So support your team and your local, independently owned and operated business with Benjamin Moore.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
2nd and 16 Rams. 3 receivers left, the back Williams, Jefferson, and Atwell. Looking left, throwing, sit down route, dropped, intercepted by Isaiah Oliver.
Oh, tips and
it went
overthrows.
right through the hands of the running back, Kyron Williams, and right to Isaiah Oliver.
What a great play with his eyes. Tips and overthrows, got to get those. And in this area of the field with the Rams' momentum, they could not have asked for a bigger play, and Stafford just ripped that.
I'll be at the Monaco Hotel on 7th at Pine at 8 a.m. Saturday morning. Why don't you bring those Twitter muscles by and you can punch me in the mouth?
That or the Ravens situation is my favorite.
Out of town by then. And if they do punch him in the mouth, Timmy can hit back with his contract extension.
How about that?
To T-Rod.
Yeah, just got that in my email this morning. Tim Ryan says here the team's radio analyst is signed through the 2028 season. He'll continue to provide color commentary along the voice of the 49ers, Greg Papa, with his extension. Both Papa and Ryan are under contract through 2028. There you
Wow,
go.
the way you read that. That's the way they wrote that?
That's what it says. Do your announcer voice,
it's
guy.
in invisible ink?
Yeah, that's what it says here.
Yeah,
that's how I was supposed to read it. So congratulations. And everybody knew that you...
He signed that a long time.
Yeah, but, they just announced it. So
yeah, he
very
was
nice.
really making a big deal about the length of my contract. So
Oh, I know.
he
Jeez.
pulled one of those. Why does Pop have a long contract than me? He did that. So now we're under contract until the day we die.
Very nice.
We will literally die in the Lon Simmons broadcast booth.
Oh, you guys are not going to die.
Which we're going
in the
back
next,
in tomorrow
4
night.
years? Yeah.
No, it's a long-term deal. Are you kidding me? When I was with the Raiders, I never signed more than a one-year deal.
Because you didn't know if Al was going to like you.
No, it wasn't that. With Al, I didn't need one. So if I wanted to leave the organization, I could. But it's just a different deal. But anyway.
Yeah, very cool.
And Tim is good. I watched all the practice with Tim yesterday. And we'll have Tim on tomorrow at 10:50 to get you ready for the Giants.
Looking forward to it for the Thursday, and we'll be down there all day long. All right, I want to play this, and it goes along the lines of what you said because you were down there yesterday. So I want to ask you about this chaos that's going on. But this is interesting. So everybody thinks, not everybody, but most fans think to themselves, oh, they're just playing on Thursday, no big deal. They'll be ready to play. Kyle Shanahan briefly talked about what it takes to get ready for a Thursday game. Take a listen to this.
You feel extremely rushed. I saw the players a few hours ago, and it was the first time I saw them. I told them it was Wednesday morning, and by the end of our first meeting, it was Thursday. That's kind of how we explained it. And tomorrow morning is Friday, but by 10 o'clock, it's the day before the game. It's weird. We're throwing 4 days into 2 days. As coach and staff, we throw 2 days into 1 day. So it's kind of a lost for words when I can't swear up here. It's a something show as we do it, but then it's about retaining it when it slows down. Like, we've got to put them all through it, the players, so we just throw it all at them. We go out and walk through it twice. We go watch it. It's just, and then it'll slow down tonight when they leave, but that's usually about sleeping and catching up. And then tomorrow, kind of when you get to the hotel, it's like, all right, now it's normal, even though it's not. But now it's Saturday night, and slow it down a little bit. I always love Thursdays or night games because I think it's important on the day of the game to kind of review your whole week, which is the day before, on all the stuff that came in, so you don't hesitate in the game.
That is well explained, and he talks about going in and out of meetings. Now it's the next day and all that kind of stuff. You're down there. You were down there yesterday. You were out at practice. Does it feel rushed when you're down there?
Hell yeah. I mean, on the schedule, yesterday, which is Tuesday, is a Wednesday, Thursday. Today, which is a Wednesday, is a Friday, Saturday. And I'm going to actually, it actually works better for my schedule because I get to watch. I watched the walkthrough yesterday, and then I watched the practice last night, and I'll do it again today. Now, tomorrow, this is where it gets fun. They're going to do their formal walkthrough, which is usually the day before, the morning before the game. Like if they play at 1 o'clock on a Sunday, they have a walkthrough at like 11:15 on Saturday. They're going to do it in the hotel tomorrow, the actual formal walkthrough where they go through Kyle's openers. Today will be a walkthrough special team red zone of the offensive and defensive situation. So So I was thinking about this, and in fact, Kyle's so rushed this week, we're not going to get him on the game plan interview. So I did a long 20-minute interview with John Lynch. You'll see tonight on NBC Sports Bay Area, and we'll play it for you tomorrow during the day during our show. So I was thinking about it, John. When you have a regular Sunday game and you played the previous Sunday, it's a Monday through Saturday prep week. The coaches work about 18 and a half hours. They sleep about 5.5 hours a night. So multiply that times 6. That's 110 hours you're putting in to getting ready Monday through Saturday to play on Sunday. You're not even awake. You're not even alive. 96 hours. It's 96 hours. When we packed up the bus and left L.A., it was 5 o'clock or so on Sunday. You're kicking off Thursday at 5 o'clock, 5:15. So it's literally 96 hours. So you're not going to get the 110, and the sleep gets reduced to the point where the coaching staff is sleeping at 49:49. They are not going home. So that's where it gets really tough. And the thing is, normally, when this first started, the Thursday games, and they tried to make them division games. This one, later in the year when they play on Thanksgiving, and that's going to be hard because it's Thanksgiving week and it's the first time seeing the Seattle Seahawks all year, but at least it's Seattle and you know them well. You know Pete Carroll, both sides of the ball. We haven't seen the New York Giants since week 3 of the pandemic in 2020. They hardly have any of the same players on the roster. Daniel Jones is obviously there. Sterling Shepard is there. I don't think Dexter Lawrence played in that game. That guy's a great player, by the way, their nose tackle. But anyway, so it's hard to get ready for them. And the main thing, John, is because 2 main factors. 3, you don't know them. And Wink Martindale, 2-2, their defensive coordinator, is going to blitz the hell out of you. So you're going to have to pick up the pressure. This guy's going to blitz more than anybody in football. Will he do it against the 49ers on Thursday night? We'll see. But that's what he's known for. And then I think especially with Saquon out, they're going to run more Daniel Jones and run more zone read. They have 2 different offenses. When Saquon's in, Daniel gets under center and they run traditional outside zone with all the keep game off of it. Without him and going to Matt Breida, the former Niner, the Cheetah, I think they're going to run more zone read. So you got to have a plan for how you handle that. The bottom line of what Kyle's talking about, I don't know where they do it in other buildings, but a lot of times you would think because you just don't have the hours to get ready for a Thursday game as you do a Sunday game, you're going to just vanilla the game plan. You're going to dummy it down a little bit. Kyle Shanahan's not doing that. He doesn't believe in that. He's working these guys tirelessly, so it's a grind. You just don't have the hours to get ready. It's 96 hours from the end of the game Sunday to the beginning of the game on Thursday night, and because of that, they're going to be a little sleep deprived. Hopefully, they're sharp and ready to go for 3.5 hours on Thursday night.
And obviously, the positive side of that is on the backside, you get the time off. George Kittle was talking about it yesterday. I believe they have a massive advantage, A, because they're home, and I know that New York just stayed in Arizona and they're going to work, but A, because they're home and they don't have to do any travel, and it was a short week against L.A. And I got to believe that, again, knowing the Rams, you're not overlooking the Rams, but knowing the Rams as much as you do, they probably had a few more hours to look at the Giants, wouldn't you think, to at least cheat a little bit to start looking at that because they knew they'd have short time?
I don't know if you did it in the Rams week. You probably did it at the end of the preseason. Looking back on it, I wish Steve Wilkes would have game planned a little bit that last Charger game, and he was honest about it and said we didn't game plan. But they ran zone read the entire game, and they did it with Easton Stick, and then right. Max Duggan came in after that. And the 49ers were not ready for it. They didn't game plan, and those guys ran all over them. And it was just quarterback zone read. They kept pulling it. And after the game, Steve said, this one's on me. We didn't game plan. In retrospect, you would have liked to have seen him game plan that a little bit so they would be ready because you're going to get this for a full 60 minutes with Daniel Jones tomorrow night.
The one thing about Daniel Jones, his numbers, I looked at his numbers, they're very stark, very different when Saquon Barkley doesn't play. He's barely a 50% passer with 16 touchdowns and 17 interceptions. So to not have Barkley's presence in there, and I agree with you, I think he's going to run it. He is athletic and all those kind of things, but I think the 49ers will have an answer, but you're right. They have had trouble with mobile quarterbacks and the zone read game in the past, so it's something
including him.
Yeah.
Including him.
So
he was tough
trouble.
in Week 3 in 2020.
Yeah, there's no doubt. All right, we'll come back and we'll talk a little bit more 49ers with you with our good friend Ted Wynn from The Athletic. He does a tremendous job. If you're not familiar with his work, get a subscription to The Athletic. I don't get any money off it. It's just he's worth the price of admission by himself. He does a great breakdown of all the teams, but he's got some stuff on the 49ers this week that we want to talk about. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader. Hey, your good friend John Lund here. Did you know many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area, and some aren't even based in the entire state. Now, Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they're based right here in the Bay Area for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. Now, if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now remember, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. You see them. Please be careful. Let's work together in making the Bay Area a safer place. And feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. They've secured more than, sit down for this number, it's big, $1 billion, $1 billion with a B, in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. The best part, you pay nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
This has been a test of the emergency alert system. We now return to our regular programming.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
So now it doesn't matter. This is the last play. They're going high.
Fullback force.
You're going to go to use check, true eye. Purdy sneak. Purdy push. What are they going to do? Purdy takes it. Purdy sneak. Touchdown! San Francisco!
And the babyface QB is fired up. Purdy just punching that through behind Brendel and Aaron Banks to the left side.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. I tied it at 17. Ballsy move with 1 second left, and the 49ers get the victory 30-23 over the Rams. They're 2-0 on the season. One of our favorite guys to talk to, and he is worth it alone. The Athletic is great and a lot of great writers, but if you're into football like we are, Ted Wynn does a tremendous job of breaking it down. It is awesome at FB_film analysis. Make sure that you are following. It is always our pleasure to have Ted on the show, and he joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. What's happening? How are you?
No problem. Just trying to survive, getting back into the season grind, but it's all good. Enjoying football.
Absolutely. How many, everybody, all the coaches, they're watching film all the time. How much football do you watch, I don't know, in a week?
I try to avoid college games in season because I know I have to rewatch them anyways, when the draft season comes along, but I find myself drawn to them sometimes on Saturday night. Obviously, I just got Sunday ticket for the first time, so I'm like just going through every game at once, and it's kind of bad because when you're trying to pay attention to too many things, you really don't know what's going on because you're not focused. But I try to get a little piece of every game on Sunday, and then Monday morning when all the film comes out, that's when I'm really grinding and trying to watch all 22 of every game to kind of get a sense of what's going on.
I got to tell you, I love the YouTube TV new Sunday ticket. I love being able to record it and download it, and it's just so much easier to watch back. But let's get right to it. You have your NFL's best and worst Week 2 coaching decisions, and we just heard Kyle Shanahan with 1 second left in the first half in L.A. not kick the field goal, go with the Purdy plunge. You call it Kyle Shanahan getting frisky. Now, I remember a game, you were talking about how Kyle usually on fourth down will take the 3, but I remember the home opener, Ted, of 2021. They were way behind against the Green Bay Packers in almost the same exact situation. There was 2 seconds to go. He went Bison personnel and brought in Trey Lance to run that sweep, and Trent Williams had the big block on the Packers safety, and they scored. This was the biggest play of the game. But do you think also with them going forward on fourth down in Pittsburgh, with George Kittle on that motion across the formation, that Kyle may be more like Nick Sirianni and Doug Peterson and go for it a little bit more on fourth down, get frisky with it? Yeah,
I think he historically has been pretty conservative while he was a Niners coach. He was 28th in fourth down attempts since 2017. And like you said, we saw him go for it on fourth down in week 1. He was going to go for it on fourth down in week 2 until that Brandon Ayuk catch got overturned, and it's a pretty risky decision to go for the touchdown instead of the field goal, and he went for it. I think part of it is he trusts Brock Purdy, and Brock Purdy does have some mobility. I think that factors into as well. And those extra 4 points that they got from that touchdown ended up mattering because if they didn't get that, then Matthew Stafford would have had the ball on the last possession of the game with an opportunity to win it because they would only be up 6 points. So being aggressive ended up mattering, and I do think that I think he's going to be more aggressive. I don't think he's quite going to be on a level of Doug Peterson, but I think that just going for it on fourth down, maybe once a game or once every 2 games, just crank that dial up a little bit will matter for the Niners.
Ted Wynn joining us. He's got all sorts of great stuff up on his page at FB_film analysis on Twitter. He's got NFL's best and worst coaching decisions from week 2. I want to ask you just something because I was watching Monday night, and I love having the 2 Monday night games. But the quarterback play was so bad across the board on Monday night, from a young guy like Bryce Young, who I get is still learning it, to Kenny Pickett, who people thought, because of the preseason wasn't going to be so good, to Derek Carr, who has regressed. It was bad across the board, and the thing I was thinking, Ted, as I was watching this thing, is it makes it even that much more remarkable that Brock Purdy has been able to come in and do what he's done. And I know it's Kyle's offense, and I know there's a ton of weapons around him, but I thought it was really poor quarterback play for all four quarterbacks on Monday night in the two games, and yet Brock Purdy just does it over and over and over again.
Yeah, I mean, the poise for Brock Purdy and the ability to process has just been pretty remarkable. I mean, he even last year, when you look at his numbers, they were pretty close to Jimmy Garoppolo's numbers, and even better in some areas. So for a rookie to come in and be able to operate the offense at the level or a higher level than a veteran is impressive. And I did an article about where Brock Purdy's ceiling is. And, I talked to some scouts around the NFL and front office people, and they seem pretty down on Brock Purdy. I think part of it is because of their initial evaluation of him. But, I mean, when you look at the numbers and you look at what he's done so far this season, being able to make some plays outside of structure, it's really impressive. But the deep misses are, a concern. Last year he was 24th in off-target percentage last year. So you want to see the accuracy improve, but you also have to recognize that this offseason he was rehabbing, not really improving on where he was. He had to spend time getting back to where he was. So, I think the off-target misses might be an issue we see throughout the season, but hopefully it's something that he can improve as the season goes along.
Yeah, but he's been really accurate, short to intermediate. Mm-hmm. And he got in the shootout with Matthew Stafford, who had Puka Nacua going off and Tutu Atwell. I want to ask you about this new motion we're seeing, or maybe it's not new, but we're seeing Mike McDaniel in Miami do it with Tyreek the Streak. And I guess it's called exit motion, where they're bringing Tyreek Hill across the formation, and he's actually motioning. He's the move guy, whatever they call it on their offense. Outside of the Z when he turns that corner on the tight end side, and then he runs outside of the Z wide receiver, and he gets essentially a running start. Tutu Atwell did it repeatedly against the 49ers on Sunday. I can remember Jerry Rice way years ago, Ted, with Bill Walsh, going in yo-yo motion and hiding behind the line of scrimmage, then coming outside of the tackle or the tight end. But when you have Tyreek the Streak, arguably the fastest player in pro football, coming out of that motion right at the snap of the ball, you can't get anywhere near him. So is this something Mike McDaniel has created, or he's borrowed from other coaches? What do you see in this motion with Tyreek?
Yeah, I think he actually, I haven't seen it before. And last year, what Mike McDaniel was doing is he was putting Tyreek Hill in fly motion, which means that he's crossing the center and then just running full speed out right when the ball snaps. It's kind of like the Canadian football thing where you're going full speed, but instead of going vertical, you're getting horizontal. But, when you're doing that, the defense can adjust, because once you cross the center, they can bring a safety to your side and help. But what they're doing now is you're just having him motion towards the same side, towards the sideline, and he's still getting a running start, but you have no time to adjust. So right when the ball snaps, you have to play him, and you can't bump him. And, when you're having Tyreek Hill at full speed, you're at his mercy, and he can stop at a dime. And he's done that this season with that motion too. So it's pretty funny. I actually heard from a source about what the motion is actually called. It's not called exit motion. But I hear the Dolphins call it sharp, because short out combined is sharp. And I think Mike McDaniel just kind of has a twisted sense of humor, so they call it sharp.
I mean, it's Miami.
Exactly, yeah.
Dana. Makes sense.
Since we're on the subject of motion, what Belichick did to block that Dolphins field goal, is that new, that motion?
I haven't seen that before, and I got to think, he probably got inspired by watching, all that film of Tyreek Hill getting full speed at the snap of the ball and going. So I just imagine that's how Belichick kind of came up with it. And if you really watch what Schooler, the player who blocked the kick, was doing, was he had his eyes locked in on the kicker. So as soon as the kicker's head went down, that's when he started moving towards the line of scrimmage and timing his jump. So, I think opposing kickers now really have to think about their tells and what they're doing before they snap to avoid trying to tip off score.
I think there's no doubt. I see it all the time when you're getting ready for an opponent and they do something unusual on one side of the ball, and then all of a sudden, your team is running that, or the other team is like, where did they get that? They got it from watching that team, and there's no doubt. And I love the way Belichick had the 3 safeties sitting there for Tyreek to take that shark motion away. All right, Daniel Jones and the New York Giants, Ted, just give me your thoughts on, without Saquon, their offense. I don't know how much you've studied them, but to me, they're kind of under center with Saquon, a traditional outside zone, and then they go, 3rd down and 5 or less. They go to the mesh point. He goes in the gun and he rides it, and he goes zone read. Just give me your thoughts on Daniel Jones, where he's at, and minus Saquon and having Matt Breida, the former 49er, next to him. Do you think they just run more zone read tomorrow night?
Yeah, I think you have to use Daniel Jones more as a runner without Saquon Barkley. Saquon was so good in that Cardinals game in the second half, breaking tackles and making plays. So they're gonna lose that huge element that he brings to the game. And Daniel Jones made some plays with his legs in that Cardinals game, and I think they're gonna have. I think they don't want to use it as much, obviously, because they don't want to subject Daniels to those hits. But I think against this Niners defense, without Saquon, you have to get that numbers advantage, and you can do that with those option plays. So I would expect to see a heavy dose of design runs for Daniel Jones.
Ted Wynn joining us at FB_film analysis. Make sure that you're checking it out. It is awesome stuff. He does a ton of work. Great video on there. Great analysis and breaking stuff down for you. You do have a little video of Fred Warner on there. I thought Fred couldn't get any better, but I know you gush over Fred. Is Fred getting actually better?
I think so. I think, as he gets more experience in the league, he already had a great understanding of pass concepts. You just see the way he drops into 2-3 different routes. But it just seems like this season he knows exactly what the defense is doing. As soon as he passes up one route, he finds the other route. Just the way he drops right into where the offense is trying to get to, it's pretty fun to watch. And I just think he's the best. He's by far the best pass coverage linebacker in the league, and he's pretty fun to watch. It's hard for a linebacker to win Defensive Player of the Year in this modern era of the NFL, but if there's a linebacker who can do it, I think Warner deserves to be in consideration for that award.
Yeah, you're talking stack linebacker, not like LT. Who was the last one? Luke Kuechly? I think Kuechly won it. I think he would be the last one. That would be hard. There's no question he's better. His instincts are better, and they're also inserting him in the pressure package a little bit more, where they're, and being behind Javon Hargrave and being behind Eric Armstead, it just opens up for him. And he's got a great feel for how to slide, like when he did the wrap rush in the B-gap to get Matthew Stafford. Ted, you mentioned Brock Purdy and the lack of down-the-field throwing. Did you break down, with your great detail in your eyes and your knowledge, the 3 deep misses that he had on Sunday in L.A.?
No, I didn't break that down, and I just think he just kind of overshot it, and I think it's an arm strength issue because when your arm isn't as strong, you really have to put your body into the throw, and I think when you're doing that and you're overcompensating, it could lead to misses. So I see it. We saw it last year. He missed out some deep throws too, but I think he's at least willing to make those throws, and I think that'll get even though he doesn't hit all of them, he'll be better than he was on Sunday. He's not going to miss as many throws as he did, but just the fact that he's willing to make them will make defenses think twice about stacking the box or playing too much press coverage.
Ted, a lot of people, it's a 10.5-point spread, which is the largest in the NFL, so not a lot of people are giving the Giants a chance without Saquon Barkley. If the Giants do have a chance to beat the 49ers, what would it be that the 49ers would have to look out for?
Darren Waller. I think Darren Waller had a pretty good game against the Niners last year when he was with the Raiders, and he's obviously the Giants' number one weapon. I think he kind of was slowed down by that hamstring injury early in the season, but maybe he's getting healthier, and I think he's a big mismatch. And especially for the Niners safeties. So I think you got to watch out for Darren Waller having a big game. You got to find a way to bottom up and double team him because the Giants don't really have that many talented wide receivers. But you also have to watch out for Jalen Hyatt's speed. The rookie speedster that they got out of Tennessee. He hasn't had that many targets quite yet, but I mean, he can get behind the defense. So I think you got to watch out for those two guys, and obviously Daniel Jones on the ground.
Yeah, without a doubt, Darren Waller. And I think you just got to code him like he's a wide receiver. He's very seldom in line. He doesn't want to block, and he does line up detached a lot. So when he's on the field with two wide receivers, you got to treat it like 11 personnel and match up with him. But he's going to be an issue. You got to have a plan for him. There's no doubt. On the other side of it, they have two young cornerbacks. There's rookies on both sides, and Hawkins and Banks. Or Dexter Lawrence, the nose tackle, and I know he got a new contract this year. That guy is better than I thought. Kayvon Thibodeau's been a huge disappointment, and he'll line up over Trent's side. I think some in this game and maybe some over Colton McKivitz. But what do you see from the Giants' defense? And on a short week, it's hard to get ready for Daniel Jones in the zone read game, and then Wink Martindale, as you well know, Ted, the Giants' defensive coordinator. He blitzes more than any DC in football.
Yeah, I love watching Dexter Lawrence because it's funny when you look at the numbers as far as pressures that come from a defensive lineman that's lined up head up on a center. Dexter Lawrence blows away everybody that's able to pressure a guy right up the middle like that. So he's really fun to watch. But if I'm Wink Martindale and I'm watching Brock Purdy miss those deep passes, then that's going to encourage me to try to blitz and force him to hit those deep passes. I mean, it's part of his philosophy anyway. So, I think he's really going to try to bring the heat against Brock Purdy and make him prove that he can hit some of those passes downfield with pressure in his face.
Great stuff. Ted, thanks, man. We appreciate it. Have a great season, and we'll talk to you throughout, I'm sure.
No problem. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you, Ted.
Ted Wynn does a really good job. Check it out. His all his social media stuff, like you said, YouTube channel. He just does a great job on breaking everything down, watching all the film. It's really cool to watch. All right, bottom of the hour, we'll get you ready for baseball. Giants baseball coming up against the Arizona Diamondbacks. We got some news on the roster. He wasn't gone long. We'll explain next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Short week for the 49ers to get ready for the Giants, and there is one thing that the 49ers fans should fear about the Giants. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
seam hits, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Obviously, had to get him out of that game. He wasn't able to finish his pitches, and we could see that in both the stuff and kind of the wincing that was going on in his face, and gave us everything he had, but he wasn't able to get through the outing today, and we had to get him out of there.
That is Gabe Kapp. A little breaking news for you. So Alex Kopp placed on the 15-day injured list. Keaton Wynn placed on the injured list, retroactive to yesterday. Sean Jelly and Kyle Harrison are back. That was short.
Well, and the only way you could bring Kyle back is by an injury. And so Alex Cobb going on the 15-day IL with the left hip impingement. Is it the left hip or the right hip? I thought it was his back leg that it was on. But they're saying left hip. I actually thought it was left earlier than we heard it was right. So whatever it is. And that's what screwed up Tim Lincecum's career. Timmy had a problem. The way he flew open with that front leg with the hip injury, and it really shortened his meteorically brilliant career. So I think Alex Cobb is done. What they are doing is they are shutting him down for the year, and you could see it when Gresh and Cap went out to get him yesterday, John, that he had that look in his eye, and he just, I mean, he was quick. He threw a couple of pitches. They were running some other video. I think it was Buster Posey's first hit back at Dodger Stadium in 2010, and so it kind of just all of a sudden it came up on us and like something wrong with him. And obviously the start before, the constant grimacing second pitch in. So from Cobb's point of view, he's done. They're shutting him down for the season. So even if you make the playoffs,
which they
you're not going to have Cobb and Webb. So it's rough. And then, you know, Keaton Wynn gets placed on the injury list as well. Is there something wrong with him, or are they just finagling the roster like they always do? Sean Jelly's back. And Kyle Harrison, he pitched a week ago. We were out on the patio, that bad start that he had against Cleveland. They came back to win dramatically. He's not pitched. So I think he was going to go tomorrow, Thursday, in Sacramento. So we'll wait for the Giant probables, John, but I would think they're going to reinsert Kyle Harrison in their rotation, and he's going to pitch at Dodger Stadium here.
Yeah, because the way it is right now, Logan Webb is going to pitch today. Ross Stripling is scheduled to pitch Thursday. That could be a Kyle Harrison day. If not, then it was Keaton Wynn who was going to pitch on Friday. So either they're going to flip-flop or Harrison's just going to pitch on Friday, whatever the case may be. The Minaya is scheduled Saturday. Then Cobb was scheduled Sunday. So then they're going to need something there. So obviously he's going to pitch either Thursday, Friday, Sunday, one of those. And then I don't know if Jelly's going to start or they're going to redo the openers again or whatever the case may be. Jelly hasn't been very good. So, yeah, they just lost two guys who were slated to be in their rotation. They bring up Harrison. Obviously, he's got to pitch. I don't know what they're going to do with Jelly. Probably go back to an opener, some sort of thing like that.
Well, the thing would be Kyle. And if he was scheduled to pitch Thursday in Sacramento, I don't know how much they did with him on the side. His mechanics have got to tighten up. Is the loss in velocity, what's causing that? And a lot of times Madison Bumgarner would lose velocity, and he would also lose the snap on his back foot slider, and Mike Krukow would always refer to it as the whip. You know, if the mechanics are off, they can bring some velocity down. Is it just that? I mean, where did he go from 95, 96, 97 to 91, 92, 93? How did that happen? And then was it
he's gassed. I mean, if he's not hurt, isn't he tired?
No, I think it could be mechanics, is what I'm saying. Is that he hasn't pitched much. They purposely shut him down. He wasn't pitching deep into games. Now,
but if your mechanics are breaking down, that can be a symptom of being tired.
It could be just he's out of mechanics. He's just, for whatever reason, he's not rotating properly. And guys come in and out of mechanics. That's what they work with on the side. So it could be just realigning him. So the point I'm making is, like when they sent guys down before, I remember Joey Bart went down, and he didn't play for a while, and they work with him on his mechanics, catching the ball mainly, and I think they changed his swing, whatever it was. Remember, he turned around, and he came back up, and he was good for a short period of time, and then he regressed last year. So I'm just trying to figure out when they're going to reinsert him into the lineup. Maybe they looked at the start Thursday, tomorrow in Sacramento as a trial run with the reworked mechanics. Maybe they want to work with him at the major league level more on these mechanics before they send him out. He'll love the Dodger Stadium mound. It's one of the greatest mounds to pitch on. It seems higher. The sight line's there. Some of the best pitchers in the history of baseball, in particular, left-handers with Koufax and Fernando, pitch there, and Kershaw. I mean, would he pitch against Kershaw? When's Kershaw going on Sunday Night Baseball? Wow.
Yeah, I don't think they'd wait till Sunday, but they could.
Well, the point is they're going to try to get him back in where he's cracking that whip and realigning his mechanics. So they got to put him back out there. They have to feel comfortable that he's going to pitch better. They don't want the same guy that was throwing 91 miles per hour and right down the middle of the plate, or he lost his command. He was here, there, and everywhere where he cracked the whip and he got back into the zone. He was locked in at the end of his run at AAA. I saw him in Vegas. He was locked in. He was a strike-throwing machine, and he was throwing hard. They got to get that guy back. So is there enough time, what they did between a week ago? But at some point they'll reinsert him. So good thing for Kyle to get a chance over again. But for Alex Cobb, John, that's trying to get that no-hitter. After that, he has just not been the same pitcher at all, and now essentially they're saying they're going to shut Alex Cobb down.
Which, you're all for that because you're going to have him next year at a pretty good price and you're going to want him in your rotation. As far as Harrison is concerned, look, I don't know anything. I'm just using logic. And you and I talked about this the other day. We talked about this before Harrison even came up. He's pitching 3 1/3, 3 1/3, 3 1/3, 4 innings here, 3 innings there, and then he comes up to the major leagues and he's throwing a ton of pitches. To me, I think he's gassed, and I think that his mechanics are falling off because of it. And if they're saying there's not an injury, there's only a few different symptoms of why a velocity drops off. I think that to have him come up and do what he did is head-scratching because I thought, and this was in the midst of them having a lot of success with the openers, I thought Kyle Harrison was going to be what they called at the time a bulk guy, and that they were going to kind of watch the amount of pitches that he threw. But then he came up here and he threw a ton of pitches. So it doesn't surprise me that his velocity is down or that his mechanics are breaking down. I think he's tired because he wasn't throwing this many pitches on a consistent basis, not even close, not only in his minor league career, but he was even throwing less pitches and less innings this year. And then he comes up here and he's throwing 90-plus pitches in a game. It never made sense. It's weird.
I questioned it right away when he went out in his first home start that Monday night against Cincinnati in late August. I thought after 6 innings and 79 pitches, get him out of the game. But everybody loved him going back out, and he got to 91. He didn't retire either one of those batters, by the way. But was it that big of a difference to throw 12 more pitches? He threw 83 in the minor leagues, but he had to work his way back up there because he was shut down for about a month with the hamstring injury in July. I don't think he's tired because he did not throw that many pitches down there. They were building him up, purposely holding him back so he could throw for the major league team in July, August, and September. I think for whatever reason, he got out of mechanical whack. And a lot of it was just pitching him. He never once started a game on 4 days of rest on the 5th day. All of a sudden, they're doing that. So is it the combination of going from 79 to 91 pitches? Probably not as much as just working him. I mean, at college, they call it a Friday night pitcher. Shohei Ohtani. He doesn't pitch every 5th day. He pitches once a week, every 6th day. So it's just guys are he's been groomed that way. And I heard Mike Krukow talking about Alex Cobb and the 131's not a big deal. Mike knows more about pitching than anybody we've listened to. But that's a time when they were groomed to do that. Pitchers, they used to work on a 4-man rotation where they had 3 days of rest. And guys threw 300 innings. The human body can handle that if you acclimate the athlete to do that. If you don't, and they're used to pitching on a 5-man rotation, sometimes 6 or once a week, and you're throwing not even 100 pitches, you can't ask him to go out and throw 131. The 131 Cobb threw was the most in baseball going back pre-pandemic, and he already had a hip injury. So that cost him, and now we'll see what Kyle's got. So they're not going to reinsert him, John. The same guy we saw a week ago against Cleveland, he's just all over the place and throwing low 90s. That guy's not going to win here. So they're not going to do that. Whatever they did mechanically to readjust him, and it may take a quick fix, in the minor leagues, they can do it. and they have to have confidence that he could do it. He probably threw a couple of sides. So it's just when are they going to reinsert him is the question. How much time have they had to get him right again? By the way, and this was just a minor note that I read, but I think it's big. Brian Bannister has left the Giants organization, and he's going to the Chicago White Sox. That's Floyd Bannister's son.
Yeah.
To me, he was kind of the guy that went from every level with every pitcher. Obviously got Andrew Bailey at the major league level, but it was Brian Bannister. It was kind of like this generation's Dick Tidrow, where Tidrow would really do a lot of the work in the minors and helping pitchers were for Brian Sabian. Why did Brian Bannister leave?
I think it's
what
simple.
happened there?
Well, I think it's simple because we're starting to see this. We've seen a couple of moves like this. When you have an organization that has a couple of guys, especially your general manager, going into a lame duck year, are you going to stay around, or are you going to beat him out the door? If you have an opportunity, I mean, that happens in sports all the time. So, look, I think both guys go into next year because I don't think they deserve extensions, and I don't think the Giants are going to give them extensions. I think that you're going to see that because guys are looking out for themselves, and they're going to say, okay, well, we don't know what's going to happen around here. If I got an opportunity to get something long term, I'm going to get it.
I don't know if the White Sox. I mean, his dad was one of the great White Sox of all time, Floyd Bannister. Oh, he's a good left-handed pitcher, and it could be a family thing. It could be financial. It could be a different role. And a lot of the talk about Donnie Ecker leaving the Giants this past offseason and going to Bochy in Texas, and how that's impacted the hitters. So that's one of those things. Susan had it in her notes column towards the bottom, like no big deal. To me, that is a huge loss to lose Brian Bannister. To me, he was the guy behind the scenes in every level. The development of Kyle Harrison to get him here to the major league level. I mean, exactly why did he leave, and what's the impact? Who's going to take that spot? Because Brian Bannister in 1 year he wasn't around the team for a long time with the COVID restrictions. I don't think he got vaccinated, but he was still able to do it via Zoom. That's a huge loss for this organization. And why exactly did he leave?
All right, we'll give you a few more remnants before we get out of here, and then we get you ready for Giants baseball pregame coming up at about 11:40. Award-winning Diamond Notes and the such. We'll give you it in about less than 10 minutes. Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader. Hey, your good friend John Lund here from my good friends at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. I can see again. It makes me want to sing. You probably don't want to hear me sing. I think there's a spot where I do sing, and it really isn't good, so I won't sing anymore, but it makes me feel like singing because I love the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. Now, I had this procedure because Greg kept coming in, and he was crowing. He wasn't singing, and I won't make this a musical, but he would walk in every day and indicate to me how much better he was seeing, and finally I got sick of hearing about it because I was taking a flashlight of my phone into dark restaurants. I was looking for readers, all that kind of stuff, and finally I went, okay, where'd you go? He went to the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. He had a procedure, CLR, custom lens replacement. I had the same thing, and it worked great for both of us. Both of us are seeing great. It's easy. It's fast. It's awesome. You can trust it. You can trust the doctors, the guys that we went down to, Dr. Bindi and Dr. Ling. They're absolutely great at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. Now, there may be another procedure that works for you as well or better. Evo, ICL, all these kind of Evo, ICL, all these different type of procedures, Smile, LASIK, any of those kind of procedures. So go down. All you have to do is go to BayArea2020.com. That's BayArea2020.com. You'll click on a button there, and you'll get your appointment. You get your free consultation. Free consultation. You ask them. You can talk to them about CLR like I had, any other the other procedures that would work best for you. It is awesome. The people down there are great. Simple procedures, and you're going to be able to see again. It is going to be great all around. It's the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley at BayArea2020.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hello, friends. Getting ready for day baseball in just a few minutes. Got all the numbers for you. The 2021 quarterback draft continues to be more and more fun. So did you see the latest from Justin Fields? Essentially, he's blaming the coaching for his struggles. And if you look at anybody like Ted, who we had on earlier, Ted
So
Wynn,
the coach
does a great
called
job.
that middle screen on the goal
Right.
line that he threw the pick six on? That was what it was saying?
Ted Wynn's done a breakdown. JT's done breakdown. I mean, there's wide open stuff everywhere. The kid just doesn't see it. But essentially what he said this morning at a press conference, he says, I felt like I wasn't necessarily playing my game. I felt like I was robotic. He says, could be the coaching, I think. At the end of the day, they're doing their job by giving me what to look at, but I can't be thinking about that when the game comes. It's time to play
Is that
more
what he
free
said?
at that
It could
point.
be the coaching?
That's what he said. He said that also after the game. So
Who's the
essentially,
backup in Chicago?
that's a good question. I don't know. Essentially what he's saying is that what's happening is they're giving him the play, and then they're giving him a quick piece of advice, like watch the safety on this one or whatever. They're giving
Like
him
every
that.
team does in football.
Like every team does, exactly. And what he's saying is he just wants to play. He doesn't want the commentary, and he wants to play more free. Oh, boy.
He doesn't want the
Oh, boy.
commentary. Oh, wow.
Oh, boy. Isn't this
What
fun?
if Kyle Shanahan had chosen him?
Oh,
How would that have
God.
worked out?
He just doesn't see it, man.
You know,
It's
the backup is in
crazy.
Chicago? Peterman!
Oh, my gosh. Nathan Peterman.
Nathan Peterman.
I'll tell you, it's kind of, and the only reason I bring it up, again, I'm not saying Brock's perfect, and we were talking about Ted, and he's going to have to work on the deep ball, and he's not perfect. There's no question about it. But Bryce Young is so small, seeing him in Carolina and what Justin's going through and what the kid, Zach Wilson's going through with the Jets, and it's such a hard position to play. These kids think, and this is Justin Fields is guilty of this, Bryce Young's guilty of this, they think like in college that they can just, if they don't see it, that they'll just scramble out for a while and they'll find something will open up, they'll play backyard football. It just doesn't work like that in the league, and these kids just aren't getting it, and Justin Fields is digging himself a big hole, man. It's bad.
Luke Getzey, good luck to him. So, and just keep in mind, as you've got Brock Purdy on this economical Mr. Irrelevant contract, Daniel Jones got 4 years, $160 million, half of it fully guaranteed. He's not horrible, but
No,
we'll see how he
he's
does.
not that good.
So, Lamont Wade Jr. leading off at first, Yastrzemski in center, bat second, J.D. Davis at third today, not Wilmer Flores after the two-error play last night. Jock D.H. and Conforto in right. Luis Matos, who does hit, Merrill Kelly, Woogie in left, Patrick Bailey catching again, Craw at short, Tyro Estrada at second base. You got to manage this game, John Lund, like it's a playoff game.
No
right?
doubt.
If Logan Webb does not have it, you got to go get him, even though that's hard to do.
Well, it's
because
usually
he's
the
your
offense
guy.
with him, right? 2.9 runs per game is what he gets, lowest in baseball.
Didn't they score for him the last game, and they still lost?
Yeah, he pitched well in that game, Colorado. By the way, I'll give you a couple. Jock
Or
8
did they
for
score?
20.
They didn't score. That was
They
the play
didn't.
at the plate.
That was the
play at
problem.
plate. Yeah.
Jock is 8 for 25 against Woogie career. Yaz has 3 home runs and 36 career bats, and Tyro is 7 for 18 career. So you got a few guys that can hit him, that have hit him.
Staying alive. Staying alive. Staying alive.
Very nice. Very nice.
Don't
I shouldn't
die
have laughed
today.
through that.
Don't die today.
I shouldn't have laughed through that because that was
I'll
good
see you
stuff.
tomorrow at Levi's, Jim.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Tomorrow from the booth, and then I'll move
the Lon
down.
Simmons broadcast
Yeah,
booth.
we're going to be watching the field for the whole show, man. That's fun. You and I did that one time with the Raiders near the end because I have pictures of it. The same
I was there
situation
yet. I'm
arose.
going there right now to watch practice. They have freshly sodded
Very
that
nice.
field.
You
Thanks
do a
to
snow
Ed,
angel in
Ed
it or something.
Sheeran. Thanks to Ed Sheeran.
Yeah. All right, see you tomorrow, Pop, live from Levi's. Great time as always. Ted Wynn was our guest today during the short show. Go back and listen to it. You'll learn something at KNBR.com. Thanks to Danny. Thanks to Walter. Giants baseball. We'll get you ready for it next on the Sports Leader.